Chapter 1 The Special Forces Soldier Reborn in Post-Apocalypse 15 years after the apocalypse, during the fire set competition for tickets aboard the spaceship departing Earth, Zhonglin found himself defeated. After evading the relentless pursuit of high-level zombies, Heckerly du Panakan finet spacey and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, Zhonglin said something guasimis with acute vigilance. He discovered himself resting on an opulent with an room. Beside him lay a woman, with long, elegant legs and a slender waist devoid of any excess flesh. Her skin was as smooth as that of an infant. These was an exceptionally beautiful woman, one you with considerable eller. Yet, that dilated pupil and thestilness of her chest hinted unmistakable demise. Throughout her past 50 years of apocalypse, Zhonglin had encountered numerous corpses, including many women who had perished beside him, rendering him emotionally numb. However, upon seeing this woman's face, Zhonglin's pupils constricted sharply. These women's visage Jewish deplied in his memory as Fong Bing, the Harrisoft Fong group, how was supposed to have perished before the incident of apocalypse. Yet now, Shalala flesh beside him. Zhonglin's mind momentarily short-circuited, and has to ligrabed the smartphone at the bedside. Glancing at it, his expression turning peculiar. The phone knew as inexplicable power redden. On the day of the apocalypse, the cosmic storm not only unleashed a plethora of zombie viruses that transformed the vast majority of humanity into undead, who title surrender adal electronic devices with systems inoperable. Yet now, the phone 9 Hishand was operational. What could this signify? Zhongling lanced the date displayed on the phone May 3, 2018. Upon seeing this date, his pupils constricted even further. For it was 3 o'clock that afternoon when the cosmic storm struck. Heshek the Temet Wat 1:04 in the afternoon. Dismounting from the Zhonglin hastened to the window and drew back the curtains. Witnessing the bustling traffic outside, his expression darkening considerably. After pinching his thigh hard to confirm he was not dreaming, Zhonglin realized that he must have been reborn, and at the most disastrous moment. Fistiming was accurate, the door would soonly open, and Chang Feng, accompanied by personnel from the security department and the president of Fong group, would burst into the room. 20 minutes later, Zhonglin found himself confined lonely in a cell offered no hope of escape, awaiting judgment as the alleged murderer. Around 12, Chang Fin appeared outside the cell, sneering Gasha declared that Zhonglin had strangled Fong Bing. He further informed Zhonglin that the group's Dr. had examined Heron confirmed that Fong Bing had been an estado of apparent death with timely intervention. She could still be saved. However, Zhonglin had failed to recognize these, and Thushidi served Taipei with his life. This meant that Zhonglin had the chance to rescue Fong Bing. Feeling air body temperature, he pressed his fingers against their neck, reviving the injured areas, then placed both hands on her chest. After several presses, he pinched her delicate nose, suppressing eyes in her turmoil, and pressed his lips against their fragrant tonies, delivering his heart breathe into her. At 25, just as Zhonglin remembered, the door swung open, and Chang Fin entered with a Catarif security personnel along with President Fong. Initially pale, President Feng's face soon flushed crimson as she pointed a trembling finger at Zhonglin. Chang Feng told Michael Fong Bing, "I could hardly believe it at first, for you, Zhonglin, a Reno that kind of person. But now, what do you have to say for yourself?" President Feng's weighed, appearing as if he might collapse in imminent, answered to Chang Feng, saying, "Chang Feng, have a somi and apprehend Zhonglin and take him to the police station, charging him with murder. From this moment on, Zhonglin's position as the security department will be handed over to you. Don't let him down, on dit situation doesn't order he gain." A glimmer of delight crossed Chang Feng's eyes, though his voice was filled with rage stashard. "President, my brother and I will not let Zhonglin escape. He's a disgrace to the security department." Clenching his fists, Chang Feng advanced step by step toward Zhonglin. His expression rife with derision. "Zhonglin, I hope Ao will surrender peacefully, otherwise, my brothers will not begin till with you." Chang Feng continued, "Don't worry imprisoned. It will take good care of your family." The weight of these words hung heavily in the air. Zhonglin turned his face, a terrifying murderous and tinkling tinge in his eyes. This murderous sorrow was directed at Chang Feng, as well as at the implications of these words. Chang Feng's action had led to Zhonglin's imprisonment, causing him to miss the greatest opportunity on the first day of the apocalypse. ergrathathoned him for 15 longi years. Moreover, Theman Shanaf aspirant struck a perpetual cord-off pain within Zhonglin. 2 years prior, while Zhonglin was on a mission, his information had been leaked, resulting in his parents being slain by the target. Now, 15 years into the apocalypse, those are responsible in the individuals will leak at the information were thriving, even securing tickets for the escape vessels. Both of these emeries were Zhonglin's wounds, no cruelly reopened. Thus, the murder intent Zhangbor towered Chongfeng ago increasingly terrifying. Chongfeng, momentarily taken aback by Zhonglin's palpable fury, hesitate to reach out for him. His pupils narrowing in disbelief he could hardly fathom the single individual could harbor such formidable malice. Seizing them on top Chongfeng shock, Zhonglin withdrew his gaze and addressed everyone calm down. Once I save Fongbing, it will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. President Feng scoffed Zhonglin. Do you think that by pretending to save Bingbing, you can absolve yourself of Hisanof murdering her? Dram on. President Feng had no faith in Zhonglin's ability to of Fongbing, nor did Chongfeng. Nuna believed it. Yet Marie seconds later, Fongbing all too to soft sound and stirred awake. Her awakening sent Chongfeng tracing, his complexion momentarily palling. Thought momentarily Lorvanish just as quickly. While he had acted, all surveillance device had been disabled, and had approached Fongbing from behind, leaving here oblivious to her assailant's identity. Chongfeng's actions bore no flaws, and he felt no need for concern. At that moment, Zhonglin Hadel so descended from the bed, scanning theorem before Lockengias with Chongfeng. It's them for you to reveal the truth. Chapter 2 A True Murder. Chongfeng's pupils contract head slight Liash Swift Lakanjet the subject Zhonglin. Do not think I could divert attention with the hour words to an opportunity for your escape. You were deluded. The charge of attempting to murder Fongbing cannot be solved. With that, Chongfeng prepared to strike Zhonglin. Yetha was still too slow. Zhonglin delivered a powerful kick that sent Chongfeng fleeing formators, crashing against the wall. As Chongfeng rebounded slightly from the wall, Zhonglin stepped forward, raising his leg to Chongfeng's neck, pinning him against the wall. President Feng panicked, shouting at theater security personnel what are you all standing there for? Capture Zhonglin. Don't let them escape. If he does, you will alicio your jobs. At this juncture, Zhonglin continued to assault. Amidst Chongfeng's suffocating cries, Zhonglin pivoted around, using his foot pressing against Chongfeng's scholar Bonias the fulcrum, his other foot sweeping in either Kim dat Chongfeng shed. In the apocalypse, Zhonglin frequently employed this seemingly flamboyant yet devastating technique to crush the skulls of formidable zombies. Ashes lexo arid into theer, Zhonglin realized Chongfeng wasnata zombie still needed Chongfeng to divulge the truth. Consequently, he released the pressure from Chongfeng's scholar Bonu with own foot, allowing it to land on the ground, while it heather foot pressed against the back of Chongfeng's nakash about a shade and comfort. Seizing Chongfeng's share, Zhonglin brutally clutched at his neck, freeing own hand to pin down Chongfeng's arms. The speed of Zhonglin's actions was astonishing. Chongfeng, like an infant, offered no resistance against them. With Chongfeng's neck in his grip, Zhonglin barked at the approach in individuals, a comiana closer. Turning to President Feng, he declared did he not promise to provide you with an explanation? I will not let you know, quintiofavents. Zhonglin kicked the back off Chongfeng's knee, forcing him to kneel, then placed a foot in Chongfeng's shield, fracturing the bones in his foot and eliciting maphagony. Zhonglin's voice is devoid of any emotion. Chongfeng, recount the process of framing me without reservation, anime grantia swiftend. Chongfeng, in distress, beads off cold sweat doting his forehead, stammered no. I didn't doity hour slandering. Is that so? Zhonglin tightened his grip in Chongfeng's neck, suspending high mover the 39th floor window, speaking low. A shooter read the word on. Hera laxed his pinky finger. 2. Asha pronounced two. Hera leased his ring finger. Chongfeng's pupils contracted othiri at most limits. The fact that Zhonglin could suspend him with a single hand, dangling high mover the 39th floor, filled him with bothawi of Zhonglin's strength and an overwhelming fear of his impending dies. If you read a fall, Hu'd undoubtedly me thizend. As Zhonglin loosened two fingers, now gripping him with only 3, Chongfeng's facer Dindan has strained against the pressure, succumbing to tether. Hetrally with himself. The cis na longera gamble if this continues, even if Zhonglin still holds onto his neck with 3 fingers, After few counts, Zhang Lin will no longer be able to hold an Anna will undoubted limit minimus. Summoning the last vestige soft mistrength, and managed to squeeze out a feeble cree, a quinto thato fa mosquito, I will speakishal reveal everything. As Zhang Lin dragged me back into the room, he noticed Thuhara regarded me, ossify wearyfulhorps. In a stadia fanic, istum bled backward until me back mediwall. Zhang Lin approached him, his voice low wandisi, will you speakify you own accord, or shall I compel you to do so? In Nafatofterer, I exclaimed, I will speak willingly. Swallowing hard, like being sizzling jinnapin, I'd will get the trithit was you her chestrate de verithing themal function oft he secured department surveillance, the strangulation off Fongbing, the drugging goff Zhang Lin, the firming goff Zhang Linatwasselm. I aspired to become the head oft he secured department. Such were the depth soft mis-scheming, a plan so simple. Had Zhang Lin recently retired, such machinations would have held vacancy of success. Yet, after 2 years sass the head off security of Shifang Group, had become a neglect fuel in many respects. He could never have anticipated that his most trusted subordinate, Chang Feng, would turn against them. With a soft sigh, Zhang Lin turned away and bowed apologetically to the president. I am sorry I failed to perceive the signs of discord. It is me fault. President Fengler dat Zhang Lin with fiery intensity, such a grievous oversight cannot be overlooked. You bear the responsibility. From this moment forth, you are no longer the head oft he security department were terminated. Hadn't we intention of continuing gone away, Zhang Lin replied, stepping back a few paces before seizing Chang Feng's neck and semmer, his expression twisted with rage. Do you comprehend the suffering your action Shavine flicted upon? Was imprisoned in a place from which escape was impossible, and nearly starved to death duetto of sustenance. With on hand still gripping Chang Feng, Zhang Lin lifted high Monsmer over the window ledge. Do you know what I'ds like to harbor hatred force me on for 15 long years? Usually done it, but Ito. To thirst, Zhang Lin appeared orange de would relish the tasto fio your flesh and thorm tho fio your blood. 1b1. Harily set his fingers, starting with his spinky. Believing Zhang Lin was merely attempting to intimidate him, Chang Feng pleaded, Zhang Lin, I have me 100 soft house ands. I have a beautiful sister I will give you everything. Zhang Lin latude a killing law, too late. Chang Feng struggled, I fio kilm, you will be captured aswell. Their eyes norious and fori auto condemn yourself for my sake. Thella will judge 'em. For your own sake, let me go. His argument held meritor this world, not on Thebering Koth becoming Galal less wasta land. Zhang Lin might have indeed considered sparing him. However, as the apocalypse loomed ever closer, Zhang Lin would not grant Chang Feng the possibility of survival. With a terrifying smile, Zhang Lin retorted, Do you trillibly vi would release ya? Do you think I lack the courage to kill ya? You presume I fear death. Do you not? Allow me to revel the truth I have at a command lives, killing when cornered, when betrayed, for relentless 50 years. Theotherson theorem dismissed Zhang Lin's word sasmodness, believing he was merely threatening Chang Feng. Yet, they witnessed the chilling realityas Zhang Lin truly released a script, and saw Chang Feng plummet from 39th floor. His school splattered upon impact. Panis and sweat among them, whether they were executive soft Shifang Group or member soft he security department. But for Zhang Lin, there will ways in the acceleration. 15 years of oppression, 15 years of anguish, 15 years of a tradal were lie unleashed in that singular moment. As Zhang Lin glanced at the clock, it tread to 1:35. His demi had become exceedingly urgent. Chapter 3. Temporal anomaly at precisely 2:40. The sky would be adorned with the ethereal glow of the aurora. BY 250. The Earth's atmosphere vanished for a span of 10 minutes, releasing a vast quantity of air into the cosmos, while intense, ultraviolet rays decimated a significant portion of microorganisms, even scorching human skin and leading some to develop cataracts and skin cancer. Following this, a cosmic tempest would rage for an enduring 5 minutes. Once the storm subsided, the atmosphere would regain its form, preventing any further loss of air. Yet, even so, the act of breathing for humanity had become considerably more arduous. Zhang Lin cast a glance at his watch. Only 6 minutes remained. A grave expression settled on his face. The world was on the brink of annihilation. The apocalypse was nigh. The occupants of the room nodded in unison. Indeed, the world was destined for destruction. Judgment Day had arrived, and they believed, wholly believed, in his words. "Can you escape?" they implored, fear palpable in their voices. At that moment, Zhang Lin appeared as a madman to them, and they were terrified that this lunatic might inflict harm. They yearned for him to depart swiftly. Zhang Lin sighed. "I anticipated your disbelief, yet around 2:40, the aurora will grace the heavens. I shall elaborate further then." At that moment, not a soul believed Zhang Lin, for auroras were confined to the polar regions. Their current location, by the sea, had never witnessed such celestial phenomena, nor would it in the future. Zhang Lin had become a figure of utter delusion. Time trickled by, and as the clock struck 2:30, the sky erupted in a myriad of auroras, each varying in quantity, shape, and hue. The breaths of everyone in the room grew rapid. Their faces contorted in horror. President Fang's voice, scarcely better than a sob, emerged as he beseeched Zhang Lin. "Is the apocalypse truly upon us? If so, all the endeavors he had tirelessly labored over for years would be obliterated. His efforts rendered futile, and he too might face death." Others displayed a spectrum of reactions. Some trembled in fear while others harbored a yearning for the end. They feared the prospect of dying in the apocalypse. Yet they also craved it, for the apocalypse represented an authentic upheaval, a grand reshuffle where all survivors would commence anew, on an equal footing, devoid of status or privilege, no longer bound to obey the commands of others. Zhang Lin's brow furrowed deeply. He grasped Fang Bing's shoulders and inquired, "Are you aware of any underground supermarkets or malls nearby?" Chapter 4. The frenzy of the apocalypse. Fang Bing lifted her gaze to the ominous storm and questioned Zhang Lin. "Is that the cosmic tempest that will usher the earth into the apocalypse?" Realizing that now was not the moment for questions, she extended her delicate, porcelain-like finger towards the heart of the coastal city, adjacent to People's Square. There lies a Chinchong Mall, with 3 subterranean levels. Zhang Lin was familiar with Chinchong Mall, yet it lay at least 3 miles away from their current position, and the throngs of vehicles and pedestrians obstructed any hope of reaching it within 5 minutes. Anxiety clouded Zhang Lin's expression. "Are there other locations? I mean secret places unknown to me?" Fang Bing shook her head. "You are the head of the group's security department. If you are unaware of certain locales, how could I possibly know?" In frustration, Zhang Lin kicked the barrier separating the sidewalk from the roadway, producing a loud clang. Damn it! In this dire situation, he could access the basement, but its insufficient depth offered no guarantee against becoming a zombie in the cosmic storm. Conversely, the likelihood of avoiding zombification in the 3 subterranean levels of Chinchong Mall exceeded 90%. He had no choice. He must do everything in his power to ensure he did not succumb to the storm. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lin's eyes scanned the vicinity like radar. When a brash youth, sporting yellow hair and clad in flamboyant attire, rode past on a motorcycle, Zhang Lin seized the opportunity, yanking the young man off his bike and grabbing the handlebars just before it hit the ground. "Get on the bike, hurry!" Zhang Lin bellowed at Fang Bing. With no time to waste, she climbed onto the bike, clutching Zhang Lin tightly, causing an unexpected sensation within him as he abruptly released the clutch. The motorcycle roared to life, surging forward with a thunderous growl. The young man staggered to his feet, nursing his injured arm as he pulled out his phone. "Boss, my motorcycle was stolen in front of the Fangshi building. I recognize that girl. She is Fang Bing, the heiress of Fangshi Group. All right, I'll wait for you. If we don't extort $1 million from Fangshi Group this time, we'll have no face left in this city." As the young man laughed menacingly, Zhang Lin, with Fang Bing in tow, activated the headlights and sped through the city streets. At times, he didn't merely refrain from slowing down on the sidewalk. Instead, he accelerated fiercely, the motorcycle's horn blaring. "The brakes are broken. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Are you blind? You ruined my bag. Even selling you one tea cover the damages. You nearly crashed into me. I swear, I'll throw myself on the ground and call the cops, and when they find you, you'll owe me thousands. Hey, that motorcycle jerk. I'm going to be incapacitated for life because of you. And if you don't pay up, I'll ruin you." Amidst the cacophony of curses, Zhang Lin abruptly lifted the front wheel of the motorcycle, vaulting over a 20-centimeter-high curb, racing across a small patch of land in front of a shop on the right side of the street. People emerging from the store had their belongings knocked over by Zhang Lin's reckless charge. Point one man, momentarily stunned, scrambled to retrieve his things, hurling them at Zhang Lin. Stop! Pay for my stuff. Others, caught off guard, found themselves pinned against Zhang Lin's motorcycle, carried along in his wild dash. Stop! If you don't halt, I'll make you regret it. I have cop friends. I can ensure you serve 10 years behind bars. Do you believe me? Zhang Lin pressed the head of the belligerent youth against the gas tank. Shut up. One more word, and I'll toss you off and let the bike run over you. The youth, now contorted in anger, felt as though he might explode. This was utterly intolerable. Casting a sidelong glance at his watch, Zhang Lin noted they were roughly 100 meters from Chinchong Mall. With only 1 minute remaining, yet the motorcycle could advance no further, he unceremoniously tossed Fong Bing aside and seized the youth, nearly roaring. Run! If you wish to survive, sprint like your life depends on it to the underground levels of Chinchong Mall. Fong Bing understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she grasped Zhang Lin's shirt, discarded her high heels, and followed him barefoot in a frenzied dash. The youth, now released, seethed with resentment. You scoundrel! Just wait! This is over. He glanced skyward at the encroaching darkness, stomping his foot in frustration. This is utterly ridiculous, and unsettling chill crept over him as he sensed an impending doom lurking nearby. Swallowing hard, he sprinted after Zhang Lin towards Chinchong Mall. As Zhang Lin burst into Chinchong Mall, the sky erupted in a terrifying howl. In that instant, the sun re-emerged, yet the atmosphere was brutally torn apart. A storm of smoke and debris crashing down like a deluge. Zhang Lin gasped for breath, heedless of whom he might collide with, stumbling down the staircase towards the third underground level. At that moment, he wished he could leap directly from the first underground level to the third. Upon reaching the second underground level, the lights in the mall suddenly extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. Nonetheless, Zhang Lin pressed on. Racing to the third level, time passed inexorably, and as a glimmer of light flickered in the pitch-black third level, Zhang Lin leaned against the wall, panting heavily, and smiled at Fong Bing. Amidst the apocalyptic cosmic storm, we are still alive. As the third underground level illuminated further, Zhang Lin rose and pulled Fong Bing along to the second level. In the footwear section of the second level, he urged Fong Bing to select a suitable pair of athletic shoes. While he opted for thick, tear-resistant clothing, several pairs of gloves, masks, and 2 helmets, Zhang Lin turned to Fong Bing. If we sustain any wounds from a zombie, we risk infection. Even a splash of zombie blood in our mouths or wounds could lead to zombification. Therefore, we must be fully equipped. Enduring heat is far better than succumbing to death. Fong Bing uttered no further words. She mirrored Zhang Lin's actions, only letting out a muffled sound as she wiped her scraped feet with a cloth. Zhang Lin cast a glance at her feet. They were exquisite, perfectly shaped, akin to a work of art. Yet, he harbored no impure intentions, for at that moment, he heard voices from the first level. You lunatic! How dare you bite me? Bite me again, and I'll kill you. Soon, more voices erupted in shouts. They've gone insane. Are you all mad? And others cried out, somebody has been bitten. Those well-versed in the ways of the world were thrown into a frenzy. Zombies. They are all zombies. Chapter 5. Opportunities. After the cosmic storm, a multitude of panicked individuals rushed down the stairs, each bearing visible wounds. In mere minutes, the cosmic storm had transformed many into the undead. Those injured by the zombies would inevitably succumb to their fate within 10 to 12 hours, witnessing their bodies decay slowly while grappling with the horrifying sensation of life ebbing away. Zhang Lin could not afford to expend too much concern on these unfortunate souls. He needed to find a way out. He dashed a few steps up the staircase, squeezing past a throng desperately trying to reach the second basement. Seizing a zombie by the neck, he yanked it down violently, smashing its head against the stair railing, deforming it and causing its brain matter to splatter. With his right hand, he swung a baseball bat, shattering the skull of another zombie, which collapsed to the ground only to be trampled by the masses. Grabbing a frantic man, Zhang Lin bellowed, "This is the basement. The further down you go, the less chance you have to escape. Only by rushing to the exit can you find a way to survive. You madman. There are so many zombies above. How can we charge out?" The terrified man struggled free from Zhang Lin's grip and sprinted down the stairs in a panic. As Zhang Lin moved against the tide, he latched onto a zombie's leg, pulling it down and crushing its head beneath his combat boot before advancing to the first basement. The first basement was a cacophony of screaming, chaotic crowds and toppled shelves, with even more zombies surging in from the entrance. Zhang Lin's expression shifted slightly at the sight of this terrifying scene. Escaping through the entrance was no longer a certainty. However, not being able to rush through the entrance did not mean he was out of options. He caught hold of Fang Bing, who had just emerged from the stairs, and returned to the second basement. As they passed the sports equipment shelf, Zhang Lin found a dagger and, without hesitation, dashed toward the elevator. Releasing Fang Bing, he wedged the dagger into the elevator door's seam. When the gap widened sufficiently, Zhang Lin braced his hands against the edges and forcefully pried the door open. What he had opened was the outer door of the elevator shaft. Behind it was not a passenger elevator, which was currently on the third basement. Instead, he had uncovered the steel cables that controlled the elevator's operation. Fortunately, these cables offered a means of escape, allowing Zhang Lin to climb upward towards safety. Had there been a functioning passenger elevator behind that door, his only option would have been to fight his way through to the first basement, attempting to escape through the elevator shaft while battling the zombies. In such a scenario, the likelihood of Zhang Lin meeting a gruesome end at the hands of the undead would have been high. As Fang Bing clung to him, Zhang Lin, with gloved hands, grasped the steel cables and positioned his legs against the corner of the elevator shaft, ascending. Within a mere 3 meters, others began to notice this potential escape route and rushed toward him. A few, in their haste, failed to grasp the cables and plummeted down the elevator shaft. Many more seized the cables, attempting to climb up. However, lacking gloves and Zhang Lin's agility, they quickly slid back down, as those behind them fell into the shaft like dumplings. When several zombies also tumbled down, the scene below resembled a hellish nightmare. Crimson blood smeared the walls, unrecognizable chunks of flesh scattered, and gaping throats spilled intestines. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Fang Bing's complexion paled, her lips drawn tight, drawing blood from her biting. Only when the scene below became too ghastly to behold, drowned out by the wails of dying survivors and the roars of the undead, did she turn her gaze upward. Zhang Lin, seemingly an indefatigable climbing machine, clung to the cables, scaling the elevator shaft with rapidity. He continued his ascent until he reached the very top, where he used the dagger to pry open the outer door of the elevator. As soon as the door swung open, zombies drawn by the noise surged in, clawing wildly. Unfortunately for them, behind the door lay the elevator shaft. One by one, these mindless creatures tumbled into the shaft, falling 30 stories to their demise, splattering into a grotesque mash. Emerging from the elevator shaft, Fang Bing dismounted from Zhang Lin's back. She trembled violently, her arms feeling alien to her, as the daughter of a wealthy conglomerate. She had never engaged in laborious tasks and lacked physical stamina. While Zhang Lin ascended, she had contemplated relinquishing her grip several times, truly believing that living held no meaning and was far too exhausting. While Zhang Lin gasped for breath, he shook his legs and stretched his arms. Moments later, he turned his attention to the door of room 30-7, stepped back, and kicked it open. As darkness fell, Zhang Lin roused the slumbering Fang Bing. Initially, she recoiled, but soon she boldly met his gaze. "Do you desire me? Then come." Her demeanor resembled that of a deflated doll. Zhang Lin shook his head. "No, I woke you to inform you that I have matters to attend to tonight. If I do not return after the food in this room is depleted, it means I have perished. You must find a way to survive on your own. If you lack the courage to continue, then take your own life." As Zhang Lin turned to leave, Fang Bing descended from the bed, pressing her body against his back, wrapping her arms around his waist, and planting a gentle kiss on his neck. "I will wait for you to return alive. When you do, I will give you all of myself." As she uttered these words, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. She began to loathe herself, realizing she was transforming into the very type of woman she despised, one willing to do anything for survival. Yet, she wished to live, and had no other means. Her body was the only currency she possessed to ensure Zhang Lin's protection. Zhang Lin, feeling her softness against him, smiled faintly before shaking his head. Prying her arms away and taking a bundle of ropes fashioned from various materials, he stepped out of the room and ascended to the rooftop, where he flung 2 wandering zombies off the 30-story building. Beginning to survey the coastal expanse from above, in the aftermath of the cosmic storm, on this night, the greatest opportunity of the apocalypse, the sole chance, would manifest across the globe. Zhang Lin, having been given a second chance at life, was determined to seize this opportunity. Chapter 6. The super opportunity. Regarding the opportunity presented on the first day of the apocalypse, Zhang Lin was not entirely informed. The fragments of knowledge he possessed were mere conjectures shared among the many congregants. Some claimed this opportunity was akin to the devil fruits from the anime One Piece, bestowing various powers upon those who consumed them. Others suggested it was a manifestation of cutting-edge technology emerging worldwide, explaining the existence of apocalyptic vessels capable of leaving Earth. Even more claimed these opportunities were ancient martial arts secrets that could empower humanity. In any case, the conjectures were myriad. For the sake of this singular opportunity, Zhang Lin was willing to gamble his life. As night deepened, when the second hand struck midnight, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded in the sky, showering down glimmers akin to fireflies. This strange occurrence was noticeable to any human who remained awake. These firefly-like lights converged into radiant trails, gathering toward the People's Park across from Chinchong Shopping Mall. In the pond of People's Park, they transformed into a blossom. Zhang Lin immediately discerned that this flower was the opportunity he sought. Tightly securing the rope, Zhang Lin gripped it firmly with both hands, incessantly kicking against the wall with his feet. Each time he detached from the wall, he plummeted several meters. After dozens of breaths, the rope reached its limit, yet he still did not descend to the ground. Seizing the rope, he climbed a few steps upward and opened a window, slipping inside in the beam of his flashlight. Zhang Lin clearly discerned a zombie, appearing to be in its 70s or 80s, slowly swaying towards him with blood smeared at the corners of its mouth. Behind it, another female zombie, also of similar age, with a missing chunk of neck, tilted head, and bulging eyes, staggered towards him. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow and delivered a powerful kick to the male zombie's abdomen, causing it to collide with the female zombie. Subsequently, he unleashed a ferocious kick that shattered the male zombie's skull and then stomped down hard, distorting the female zombie's head. These 2 sluggish, osteoporotic, elderly zombies were utterly defenseless against Zhang Lin. Akin to infants in their vulnerability in the room, Zhang Lin found no ropes, so he tore the curtains into several strips, fashioning a long rope that he tied to the one outside the window. Standing at the window, he clutched a peculiar stone collected by an old man and, using his flashlight to illuminate a Mercedes parked dozens of meters away, hurled the stone at it. Amidst the blaring alarm of the Mercedes, the zombies, devoid of sight but armed with acute hearing and smell, swarmed towards it like sharks drawn to blood. The zombies near the car incessantly bumped into it, causing the alarm to blare even more insistently. Using sound to divert zombies was a well-known survival tactic among those who had endured the apocalypse. Those unaware of such strategies were usually dead within a short time after the cataclysm began. After confirming with his flashlight that his landing spot was devoid of zombies, Zhang Lin descended lightly, rolling to the side like a nimble raccoon, darting through the street and into the People's Park. The coastal People's Park was an open area where numerous zombies typically roamed. However, most had been attracted by the frantic alarm of the Mercedes, leaving only a few wandering about. The zombies not lured by the sound were particularly troublesome, as they had lost their sight and hearing but retained an acute sense of smell, rendering them highly alert to any nearby movement. Zhang Lin surveyed the situation with his flashlight. Contemplating how to mitigate the danger, several jarring car alarms resonated through the streets surrounding the park. Others had also noticed the luminous flower formed by the light. Their willingness to venture out at night indicated their considerable strength. If they arrived before him, acquiring that flower would no longer be guaranteed. With no time to ponder, Zhang Lin swiftly made a decision, biting down on the flashlight as he sprinted forth like a cheetah. Maneuvering past the few sensitive-nosed zombies approaching him, leaping into the park's pond in the knee-deep water, he dashed a few steps, splashing loudly and creating quite a commotion. Zhang Lin's hand, without a hint of hesitation, reached for the luminous flower. Initially, he doubted his ability to grasp it, believing it to be an ethereal bloom. Yet, to his surprise, he easily clutched it in his hand. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Lin swallowed the flower whole. Akin to a cow devouring peonies, the host soon realized the flower's purpose. It served as a catalyst, unlocking his innate abilities. The starry flower could not be consumed, a persistent voice echoed in Zhang Lin's mind. Reminiscent of a stuck tape, repeating itself over a dozen times before finally stating, "The starry flower has activated the host's innate ability, which is fire. The host shall gain the power to control flames." Due to the host's consumption of the starry flower, his physique met the criteria for integration, allowing the flower to meld with his body and unlocking its capabilities. The starry flower spawned a star network, which would activate upon the host's defeat of a D-class zombie. Note: zombie classifications range from D to S, with most zombies at the apocalypse's onset being mere low-tier creatures, evolving further to become D-class. The starry flower also opened the starry space, a companion realm to the star network, enhancing both the network and the space. The starry flower bestowed a novice gift package upon the host, encouraging him to strive for strength. Upon the host's demise, the starry flower would reincarnate elsewhere. Error, error, warning, error, correction. Upon the host's death, the starry flower perishes. As this voice resonated, time and space around Zhang Lin seemed to pause. And once the knowledge transmission concluded, the zombies rushing towards him took their first step. Zhang Lin then beheld a small backpack within a 10-meter cubic space. This was the so-called novice gift package. Open the novice gift package, Zhang Lin thought, relieved to have received a suitable weapon for combat. He hoped the contents would not disappoint. Chapter 7. The Novice Gift Package. The Novice Gift Package unfolded. The host received 100 star gold, a little tyrant learning machine that accelerated knowledge acquisition by 10%, a star gold rod, 5 portions of zombie grass, and a dinosaur egg. Note: it can be hatched or used for sustenance as a prehistoric beast. The star gold within the novice gift package would only reveal its true purpose once Zhang Lin defeated a D-class zombie and activated the star network. For now, it could be set aside. The little tyrant learning machine was amusing. The dinosaur egg, too, was a curiosity. Presently, the most useful items for Zhang Lin were the star gold rod and the zombie grass. The star gold rod could serve as a weapon, while consuming the zombie grass offered a chance to avoid infection from zombies. Concocting it into a potion could eliminate the zombie virus within him, preventing zombification. Having survived 15 years in the apocalypse prior to his rebirth, Zhang Lin had found fewer than 20 portions of zombie grass, highlighting its rarity. Now, with 5 portions in hand, he could concoct a potion to withstand 5 potential zombie bites without succumbing. Extending his hand, a star gold rod measuring 2 meters in length, 5 centimeters in diameter, and weighing over 30 pounds materialized. Pointing a finger at an oncoming zombie, Zhang Lin declared, "Fire!" He expected a torrent of flames to erupt from his fingertip, incinerating the creature. Instead, a small flicker of flame emerged, with a low temperature that served little purpose beyond ignition. Recalling the flame, Zhang Lin swung the heavy star gold rod, delivering a brutal strike that obliterated the zombie's skull, sending the charging creature tumbling into the water. As the zombie's blood spread in the pond, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted, and he hastily rushed to the shore, avoiding direct contact with the blood, even if he bore no wounds. Emerging from the pond, he did not look back, instead swinging the rod to crush a zombie's shoulder. As the rod rebounded, it struck another zombie's head, fracturing its skull and turning its brain into mush. With gloved hands, Zhang Lin seized a crazed zombie, aiming its neck at a pillar of the park's gazebo. Zhang Lin harbored no intention of holding back as he hunted zombies. He exerted all his strength, resulting in the zombie's head shattering against the gazebo's pillar like a rotten watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Another zombie lunged from behind, grasping Zhang Lin's neck, intent on biting him. Zhang Lin swiftly grabbed the zombie by its collar, bending down forcefully to throw it in front of him. He then stomped on its head, while the star gold rod swept and smashed the remaining 2 hearing-impaired zombies, as the sounds of battle attracted more zombies. Zhang Lin crushed the skull beneath his feet and violently swung the star gold rod to dispatch the last 2. Panting heavily, he illuminated the area with his flashlight, observing over 30 zombies converging towards him. Exhaling heavily, This is precisely why I despise zombies. Damn it. They are utterly inconsiderate, overwhelming any opponent, whether singular or in a group, with sheer numbers. Noticing others entering the people's park, wielding flashlights, Zhang Lin recognized the urgency of his departure. Having obtained the starry flower, he believed that, given sufficient time, he would grow as powerful as those who had bested him in the struggle for tickets to the apocalypse's flying vessel, perhaps even surpassing them. After all, those individuals likely merely unlocked their innate abilities through the starry flower, while he had fully integrated it. He was about to acquire a ticket for the Ark of the Apocalypse, enabling his escape from this hellish world. Before that, he would keep the existence of the celestial flower a secret. Just as Zhang Lin resolved to flee, thus choosing to end the battle, a notification echoed in his mind. Host has slain 7 level 1 zombies. Earning 7 basic points, he switched on his flashlight, identifying the gap in the horde of zombies. With a swift motion, he hurled the celestial staff back into the celestial space and dashed through the opening with all his might. As he burst out of the people's square, Zhang Lin deftly pried up a flower brick with his dagger and hurled it towards a car several dozen meters away. The moment the brick smashed into the vehicle, triggering its alarm and drawing the pursuing zombies, he stealthily returned to where he had slipped, grasped the rope, and began to ascend. For him, the pinnacle of a building was the safest refuge, for one could never anticipate when a survivor, in a desperate bid for survival, might lure a multitude of wandering zombies into the very structure. Should such a survivor inadvertently kick down your door, the likelihood of being devoured by the undead would be alarmingly high. Over the 15 years of the apocalypse, Zhang Lin had witnessed numerous formidable survivors meet their demise in such a disheartening manner. Descending from the top floor took Zhang Lin little time. Yet the ascent had consumed a great deal of his energy. After securing the rope, he made his way down. Upon reaching the highest level, he was met with the bizarre growls of zombies. Illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, he spotted 5 zombies crowding the corridor, while the door to room 30-7 stood ajar, accompanied by the sounds of zombie roars and frantic banging, alongside the desperate cries of men and women. "Hold the line. We must hold on. If we falter, we are doomed. Hold on." Zhang Lin's expression turned icy. He had just been contemplating how powerful survivors could be betrayed by others, and now, such a calamity was unfolding in his and Fang Bing's room. Drawing the celestial staff, Zhang Lin clenched the flashlight between his teeth, thrusting one end into a zombie's mouth, violently piercing through its skull. With a slight retraction of the staff, he unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep, shattering another zombie's head. He then stowed the staff away. His proficiency in wielding the staff was limited. In the confined corridor, he found that using his hands and feet was far more expedient for dispatching zombies. In the instant he retrieved the staff, he executed a side kick, driving into a zombie's neck, while his other foot arced through the air, crashing into the zombie's head and reducing it to a pulp. In midair, he seized the head of another advancing zombie, pressing it down while his knee struck its forehead, eliminating yet another foe. In a brief flurry, Zhang Lin unleashed his formidable force, dispatching 4 of the 5 zombies in the corridor. The last zombie flailed its arms, attempting to grasp Zhang Lin. He deftly sidestepped, weaving through the creature's ribs, and then reversed his grip to embrace its waist, toppling it over and forcefully snapping its neck. After delivering a powerful kick with his combat boots to the zombie's head, sending it sprawling, Zhang Lin approached the open door of room 30-7. Chapter 8. Decisive Slaughter. Room 30-7 was a suite. Its exterior door a fortified barrier, now marred with dents and smeared with zombie blood, clearly having been subjected to brutal assaults. The living room behind the door was in utter disarray, with sofas askew, shattered tables and various utensils and vases strewn about, resembling a scene ravaged by thieves. No, it was more terrifying than a mere robbery. Within this room, 6 zombies were wreaking havoc. 4 of them were clawing at the bedroom door, desperately battering it, splintering the wood and leaving behind the near-congealed blood of the undead. The remaining 2 zombies, unable to press forward, were pacing anxiously behind their comrades, attempting to claw at the door whenever possible. At this rate, the bedroom door would be breached within 10 minutes, allowing the zombies to surge inside, with the occupants having little hope of survival. Retrieving the celestial staff from the celestial space, Zhang Lin swung it in a wide arc, striking down on the heads of the two zombies, the resounding cracks sending splatters of red and white across the floor. The noise startled the four zombies clawing at the door, who turned to lunge towards Zhang Lin, drawn by his scent. During this chaos, Zhang Lin smashed another zombie's head with the staff. Planting the staff on the ground, he temporarily held back one of the zombies. Beads of sweat now dotting his face beneath the helmet, his clothing soaked through. Leaping over the sofa, as the zombies were momentarily obstructed, Zhang Lin seized one by the collar, dragging it across the sofa and crashing it through the window, sending it plummeting from the 30-story height. Breathing heavily, he dodged another zombie, grasping its leg and tossing it out the window as well. At this point, only one zombie remained in the room. Holding his breath, Zhang Lin quickly discerned the creature's position by the sound of its movements, seizing a nearby single-arm sofa and striking it backwards. With the flashlight beam sweeping across the room, he dashed towards the fallen celestial staff, grasping it and delivering a crushing blow to the last zombie's head. Zhang Lin began to feel a wave of dizziness. The thick clothing he wore had drained him of moisture, and his strength was waning. He needed to craft the necessary equipment and concoct the zombie antidote swiftly. Otherwise, if he encountered a more intense battle, he risked exhaustion and falling victim to the undead. Removing his helmet, he unzipped his jacket and stood by the window, letting the cool breeze revive his strength before exhaling deeply. A notification echoed in his mind. Battle concluded, 11 level 1 zombies slain, earning 11 basic points. Total points, 18. Approaching the bedroom, Zhang Lin did not knock nor inquire about the people inside. Instead, he executed a side kick that shattered the nearly clawed-open door, sending the person behind it sprawling. The sight that met his flashlight chilled his demeanor. In the room, apart from Fang Bing, there were two men and one woman. The woman's clothing was tattered. One of the men bore claw marks from a zombie, while the other wore Fang Bing's clothes, donned her helmet, and wielded her baseball bat. Fang Bing, pale and curled up in a corner, was only partially covered, her alluring figure and fair skin leaving little to the imagination. The two men, upon realizing Zhang Lin was not a zombie, visibly relaxed. The man in Fang Bing's attire tossed aside the bat, removed the helmet, and began to undress, then without warning, seized Fang Bing's head and threw her onto the bed, addressing Zhang Lin. "Damn, it's not easy to survive. Since we're alive, let us celebrate." His idea of celebration was to toy with women. Meanwhile, the other man was entangled with the other woman, both exhibiting fervent desire. They were acutely aware that while they might survive today, tomorrow was uncertain. For the building was infested with far too many zombies. Thus, they chose to indulge in reckless abandon. Both men beckoned Zhang Lin. "Brother, you saved us this time. Come join us for some fun." Zhang Lin took a few strides forward, grasped the throat of the man who sought to violate Fang Bing, and dragged him to the window, smashing his head through the glass before hurling him down. Zhang Lin had killed, without a shred of hesitation. Stepping back, he seized the amorous couple, colliding their heads together until they were unconscious, then unceremoniously tossed them out the window as well. He tossed the clothing that belonged to Fang Bing towards her, suppressing the beast within that yearned to wreak havoc upon her, and calmly instructed, "Put this on." Exiting the bedroom, Zhang Lin opened the balcony window, pausing briefly to say, "The man in your clothes bears a purple scar on his back. He will turn into a zombie. The couple also has wounds on their faces. It won't be long before they succumb to the same fate." Zhang Lin explained his reasoning for the killings. In truth, he seldom justified his actions. This time, however, Fang Bing was an exception. As she slowly donned her clothes in the room, Fang Bing coldly replied, "I understand." Zhang Lin retrieved the celestial staff, shattering the glass of the adjacent balcony, then stepped onto the windowsill and entered room 30-8. The occupant of room 30-8 had a refined taste. The living room was exquisitely decorated, with numerous handcrafted items adorning the coffee table and serene landscape paintings gracing the walls. Upon confirming that the bedroom door was ajar, Zhang Lin deduced that there were no zombies within this suite. Allowing Fang Bing to grasp the celestial staff, Zhang Lin ushered her into the living room, then fetched a cup and filled it with purified water from the dispenser. After downing 5 cups, he collapsed onto the sofa and said to Fang Bing, "Let us rest well tonight." Tomorrow, we shall begin our journey to leave Linhai. Zhang Lin had compelling reasons to depart from Linhai. Within a week at most, the entire world of zombies would begin a slow yet unwavering evolution, transforming Linhai, a city teeming with millions, into a veritable hell on earth. If they failed to escape within this week, death would be their fate. Zhang Lin, particularly after having encountered a significant opportunity, was resolute in his desire to survive. He sensed Fang Bing's gaze upon him, and, even when she inquired if she should offer her body, he felt her devoid of any genuine emotion, akin to a lifeless doll with warmth. Still silent in response to her question, he advised, "Rest well." Zhang Lin closed his eyes and began to inquire about what constituted a primary point. For each primary zombie slain, one would earn a primary point. Consequently, each D-level zombie killed would yield a D-level point, each C-level zombie a C-level point, and so forth across the BS tiers. Chapter 9. Point redemption points of D-level and above could be directly exchanged for items within the starry space. The higher the level of points, the more advanced the items available for redemption. Higher level points could be converted into lower level points. However, the reverse was not feasible. The exchange rate for points was 1 to 100. Primary points could be redeemed in the starry space for items not exceeding the dimensions of the cold weapon era, with specific exchanges determined by the starry space exchange list. Items included English longbow, 1 point, rattan stick, 1 point, round shield, 1 point, chainmail, 50 points, plate armor, 50 points, scale armor, 300 points in the starry space. There was an abundance of items available for redemption with primary points. He could even spend 1,000 points to acquire a catapult or 10,000 points for the legendary steed. Red Hair of El Bu. Should Zhang Lin find himself in the age of cold weapons, these items would prove immensely useful. However, in this apocalyptic setting, many were rendered utterly useless. Nevertheless, there were still several items he deemed necessary. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about a shortage of cold weapons. He could even distribute a plethora of arms to others. Zhang Lin calmly inquired about what D-level points could be exchanged for. Upon slaying D-level zombies, he would unlock a Tier 1 civilization circle, allowing him to use D-level points to exchange for items in the starry space and connect with different civilizations within the civilization circle. Zhang Lin's eyes widened, then he closed them again, continuing his inquiry. What level of civilization did humanity belong to before the apocalypse? The voice in his mind continued to inform him. It is classified as a Tier 1 civilization, one that has yet to break free from the bounds of space. Any civilization that has not transcended beyond space is considered Tier 1. Zhang Lin prompted the voice to elaborate on what CBS corresponded to in terms of civilization levels. The response was cold and unyielding. Prior to activating the Starry Network, the host lacks the authority to investigate any items or matters of sea level or above. Please activate the Starry Network at your earliest convenience. After numerous inquiries yielded no further information, Zhang Lin ceased his questions and closed his eyes to rest. In the post-apocalyptic world, he had trained himself to find tranquility amidst the chaos, to remain alert even as the roars of zombies and the panicked screams of humanity echoed around him. In fact, after a month of cosmic storms ravaging the Earth, those unable to achieve this state had largely perished. However, unlike Zhang Lin, Fang Bing found it impossible to sleep in such an environment. She sat restlessly upon the sofa, contemplating urging Zhang Lin to rescue survivors, but then recalled her own predicament. Chapter 10. The madness of night. The cacophony of zombie roars, human screams of terror, and the desperate laments of those nearing death filled the night air incessantly, resonating throughout the city, growing ever more pervasive. 3 o'clock in the morning. Many attempted to become Spider-Man, striving to scale to safer rooms. Yet few succeeded, with the majority plummeting from the building's exterior, their skulls shattering upon impact. Countless others kicked open door after door, desperately searching for safe havens and fellow survivors. At this moment, Zhang Lin opened his eyes, tossed Fang Bing's clothing onto her bed, and roused her. "Put on your clothes and have something to eat." 83:30. Zhang Lin stuffed the last morsel into his mouth, washed it down with the final sip of water, and patted Fang Bing's shoulder. "Relax your body. Being overly tense will lead to mistakes, and mistakes can be fatal." Fang Bing replied in a cold tone, "You dismiss my body with indifference. I lack even the capital to plead for your protection." Why would you care for me? If I perish, you will simply be rid of a burden. Is that not your desire? Zhang Lin's fingers slid along the neckline of her garment, caressing her smooth skin. Your affection for me is profound. I feel it keenly that if it were otherwise, I would not have brought you along. Furthermore, you should trust that no man can resist your allure. Fang Bing turned to glance at Zhang Lin, and as he withdrew his hand, she coldly stated, Allow me to live, and I shall repay you 100-fold. I seek no repayment from you. Zhang Lin replied, but as soon as the words left his lips, he furrowed his brow. Amidst the rapid footfalls and the incessant cries of zombies, Zhang Lin bit down on his flashlight and gripped his starry staff tightly. Yanking open the door, he swiftly assessed the situation in the corridor with the flashlight. Allowing 2 frantic humans to pass, then struck a zombie's forehead with his staff, splattering its brains. After retreating a few steps and securing the door, he finally scrutinized the 2 individuals he had rescued. One was a balding middle-aged man, and the other, a frail young man. The middle-aged man bore a nameplate indicating he was a director at some company. The balding man grasped Zhang Lin's hand, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, truly, thank you. If we survive, I will repay you. The seemingly weak young man also expressed fervent gratitude. They subsequently inquired of Zhang Lin, Is there anything in this room for self-defense? Although we are accustomed to office work, with weapons in hand, we should be able to slay zombies rather than be chased like dogs by one. Wait here. I will search, Zhang Lin replied. Pretending to rummage, he slid his hand beneath the sofa, entering the starry space to search for redeemable items. Moments later, he withdrew his hand from beneath the sofa, presenting weapons to the balding man and the frail young man. A hint of joy in his voice. Fortune smiles upon us. The owner of this room is a connoisseur of cold weapons. I found 2 suitable weapons beneath his sofa, though they are somewhat heavy. The balding man and the young man, illuminated by the flashlight, gazed at the items in bewilderment. Even Fang Bing furrowed her brow in concern. The balding man swallowed hard. The owner of this room has quite the peculiar taste. Collecting 2 wolf-toothed clubs, he swung one of the clubs, his expression morose. Weighing 20 to 30 pounds, he could hardly manage to wield it effectively. Nonetheless, given that they had never handled any weapons before, their limited numbers meant that such heavy arms were their only means of delivering a fatal blow to a zombie. Other weapons might fail to kill the undead and instead leave them vulnerable to being harmed. Planting the wolf-toothed club on the ground, they stood silently like Zhang Lin, awaiting the impending chaos. At T-340, a horrific scream erupted within the building as a throng of men and women, driven mad, surged towards the top floor. Zhang Lin listened intently for a moment before articulating his assessment. Among the humans rushing up, at least 2 are injured and unable to move swiftly. Behind them, over 50 zombies are in pursuit. He continued, Everyone, try to keep your breathing steady. Once this group is overwhelmed by the zombies, the ensuing commotion will likely attract those zombies away from us. Moments later, a cacophony of cries and wails echoed from the staircase. Men shouted for their fathers to save them, women called out their partners' names, and others cursed the world in despair, mingling with the sounds of chaos. The balding man paled, stumbling back a few steps, then tugged at Zhang Lin's shirt, pleading, There are people out there. My son. I must save him. The frail young man joined in the plea. My girlfriend is among them. I must help her. Please, assist us. Zhang Lin regarded them with a deep gaze. I shall make an attempt, but if they have forsaken their own rescue, they shall bear the consequences of their fate. Chapter 11. I am the weapon wholesaler. The balding middle-aged man pressed his lips together. I believe in my son. He would only cry out as a last resort. If possible, he would save himself. The frail young man managed a bitter smile. My girlfriend, I fear, will only call out for help. Zhang Lin made his way back to the sofa, placing his hands beneath it, his mind sinking into the cosmic expanse of stars. With the remaining 16 points, he began to exchange for items. This time, Zhang Lin opted for a rattan spear. Measuring approximately 3 meters in length and not overly heavy, it could be wielded by individuals of any strength. Regardless of gender, as long as the spear's tip pierced a zombie's skull, it would ensure the creature's demise. Zhang Lin overturned the long sofa in the living room, exclaiming in astonishment, The owner of this place not only treasures the mace, but also has a fondness for spears. In ancient times, hoarding such an arsenal would surely be deemed treasonous. Under the beam of the flashlight, the balding man and the frail young man stared wide-eyed. Even Fang Bing gaped, her expression particularly captivating. The balding middle-aged man swallowed hard, remarking, "The owner of this place must be quite deranged. Otherwise, why would he collect so many spears? Nevertheless, with this many spears, we shall not be entirely defenseless." Each of the 4 individuals grasped 4 spears. Akin to street vendors, as they illuminated the weapons with the flashlight, enthusiastically beckoning, "Come, come, 1 spear per person. Once you have it, quickly aim for the zombies." The nearly frenzied survivors, upon hearing this exuberant call, experienced a brief moment of confusion. This situation was all too familiar to them, reminiscent of overzealous insurance salesmen on the roadside. However, they soon regained their wits and swiftly seized a 3-meter spear, directing its tip towards the approaching threat. Once 15 individuals, irrespective of age or gender, had obtained their spears, they thrust them towards the pursuing zombies behind them. Although their aim was not particularly precise, most spear tips found their way into the zombies' bodies, momentarily halting their advance. Courage blossomed within them. Some withdrew their spears slightly and aimed for the zombies' heads. If the spear tip struck a zombie's skull, it would not necessarily result in a kill, as ancient spears lacked sharpness, and their strength was insufficient to penetrate the undead's cranium. However, if the spear found its mark within a zombie's eye socket, it would almost certainly ensure death. As the zombies pressed forward, the group retreated in unison. Should any zombie slip through and reach the spear-wielding individuals, Zhang Lin's starry staff would obliterate its skull. Once the group successfully blocked the rooftop exit, they thrust downward with fervor, preventing any zombies from breaching their defenses. One by one, the zombies fell beneath the onslaught of spears. A peculiar illusion overcame the group. These zombies were remarkably easy to slay, appearing far less formidable than they had anticipated. In truth, had it not been for Zhang Lin's strategic positioning behind them, nudging this one and prodding that one to maintain optimal attacking stances, they would have struggled to secure the exit. As the battle concluded, a notification echoed in Zhang Lin's mind. Host has slain X5 primary zombies, earning X5 basic points. Total points, X14. While Zhang Lin comprehended the first 2 statements entirely, the latter left him perplexed. Having previously exchanged all his points for weapons, he wondered how he had accrued 14 points after only slaying 5 zombies. Could it be a game glitch of some sort? Before he could ponder further, the notification chimed again. Weapons exchanged with points, when wielded by the host to slay primary zombies, will yield complete points if held by others. Points earned from slaying primary zombies will be reduced by a factor of 10 for every increase in zombie level. Host has slain X5 primary zombies. Others have slain X45 primary zombies using weapons exchanged by the host, resulting in a total of 14 points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted. The implication was clear. Should others wield the weapons he exchanged and kill 10 primary zombies, he would receive 2 basic points. If they killed 100 D-level zombies, he would earn 2 D-level points. For 1,000 C-level zombies, 2 points, and for 10,000 B-level zombies, 2 B-level points, and so forth. This meant that the more weapons he exchanged and the more individuals who utilized them to slay zombies, the faster he would accumulate points. This rule was highly advantageous for Zhang Lin in amassing basic points, though it posed challenges for accumulating advanced points. Nonetheless, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Any accumulation was worthwhile. A fervent glimmer ignited in Zhang Lin's eyes. He addressed those basking in starlight atop the building. "You all should rest in the rooms. I will see if I can rescue more survivors." The survival of more individuals would enable Zhang Lin to distribute additional weapons and garner more points. His motivation to save survivors surged within him like a wound-up motor, brimming with fervor. Furthermore, Zhang Lin aimed to swiftly hunt zombies, amassing 50 points to exchange for the coveted chainmail. With it, he could discard his heavy, suffocating clothing. Should he gather 300 points to obtain a complete set of ancient forging equipment, he would be able to craft the weaponry he desired, transforming himself into a veritable porcupine. In that eventuality, he would unveil his true strength, becoming a relentless machine of slaughter against primary zombies. After expressing gratitude to the others, Zhang Lin approached Fang Bing and exchanged 5 points for a dagger that, by ancient standards, could be considered a formidable weapon. Remember, should anyone wish you harm, eliminate them if it comes to it. Use this dagger on yourself. I assure you, it will ensure a swift demise. Fang Bing bit her lip, her voice tinged with melancholy. Why do you always think of me taking my own life? Zhang Lin pressed his lips together. Very well. I no longer wish for you to consider such an act. However, remember this. In this apocalypse, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Additionally, when you have a moment, find a way to make yourself less appealing, and bind your chest with cloth to minimize its prominence. The men of this world are 100 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Fang Bing sighed softly. I only wish you could be as fearsome as those men. Zhang Lin paid no heed to her seemingly forlorn words. His mind was not preoccupied with matters of romantic entanglement. In truth, dwelling too much on such subjects outside a safe haven in this apocalypse was a fool's errand. With his starry staff in hand, Zhang Lin descended from the rooftop to the top floor. This time, he intended to ascertain whether any humans remained alive among the 17 remaining suites, and amidst their existential doubts, provide them with weapons. Offer comfort and encourage them to strive for survival against the zombies. As he traversed the top floor with his staff, Zhang Lin gently knocked on each security door. Are there any survivors? If so, please respond and I will provide you with the cold weapons you desire. Regardless of gender, in room 30-19, he received a response. A young boy with bloodshot eyes expressed immense gratitude upon receiving a 3-meter rattan spear. However, he declined to stay with the others, wishing to fend for himself. Zhang Lin respected each individual's decision. Even if someone chose death, he would not obstruct them. After encouraging the young boy to persevere, Zhang Lin continued his search. As he descended from the top floor to the 29th level, his expression grew grave. The floor and walls of the 29th level were stained with blood, and the doors of 2 rooms stood ajar, revealing a gruesome scene within. Straining his ears, Zhang Lin tightened his grip on the starry staff and, after counting to 5, smashed it against the open doorway. At that moment, a zombie happened to wander beneath his staff. Its skull shattered upon impact. Zhang Lin caught its lifeless body with one hand, gently lowering it to the ground. Stepping over the fallen zombie, Zhang Lin entered Suite 29-3, his flashlight illuminating the surroundings. Slowly, he approached the partially concealed bedroom, and upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a female zombie standing before a mirror, combing her hair. A torrent of sweat cascaded down Zhang Lin's forehead. Already damp from the helmet in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he had encountered a similar female zombie grooming herself in front of a mirror, a benevolent creature that had nearly proven his undoing. Based on his experiences, such idiosyncratic zombies, once capable of evolution, would rapidly escalate in strength. If I were to meet you a week from now, I might find myself in a precarious situation. However, today, on the first day of the apocalypse, you've drawn the short straw. As Zhang Lin stepped into the room, the zombie grooming her hair abruptly turned her face towards him, as if she could sense his presence. A ghastly smile crept upon her pallid, bloodless visage, her lips, stained crimson with blood, puffed out in a grotesque display reminiscent of childlike innocence. In an instant, she lunged towards Zhang Lin like a wraith, her hands swiftly grasping for his neck. Her blood-red mouth split open, releasing a foul stench, and she aimed to bite into his throat. Zhang Lin slightly bent his body and dashed past the female zombie, while the star-gold staff lying on the ground tripped her, causing her to stumble. With a slight curve to his form, Zhang Lin seized the female zombie's legs and lifted her upside down, planting his foot upon her neck, in a sudden twist, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Her neck twisted like elastic, her spine snapping into multiple pieces, severing the nerves that connected her brain to her body. Zhang Lin's method of dispatching zombies was particularly brutal, yet it was the most effective means to ensure their demise. Other methods might have seemed to kill her, but she would still retain the chance for a counterattack. In this apocalypse, countless strong individuals had met their end due to ignorance of this truth. And this particular zombie was ranked 37th among B-class zombies by a faction possessing an apocalyptic airship, highlighting her terror. Discarding the zombie's legs, Zhang Lin had yet to conclude the battle when a new notification echoed in his mind. One potential zombie killed. Points being calculated. Calculation complete. Host gains x 3 points. Total points x 12. Exiting Suite 29-3, Zhang Lin ventured into Suite 29-4 across the hall. This suite was far more chaotic than the previous one. Furniture lay shattered, and torn bed linens were strewn about. Even the sofa appeared as though it had been gnawed upon by a vicious beast, with debris scattered everywhere. It was then that Zhang Lin realized the creature before him was a zombie dog. In the early days of the apocalypse, if there was anything more terrifying than a horde of humanoid zombies, it was a pack of zombie dogs, zombie rats, and zombie cats. A single zombie dog was roughly equivalent to 3 low-level humanoid zombies. By the time Zhang Lin recognized the zombie dog, it was too late. The creature had already lunged at him. Fortunately, with his helmet on, the dog's maw slipped off the helmet as it bit down, causing its body to tumble aside. Zhang Lin blinked rapidly, the flashlight clenched in his mouth, illuminating the fallen zombie dog. He pressed the star-gold staff against the dog's neck, stifling its pitiful whines. Subsequently, he exchanged for a long spear, forcefully thrusting it into the dog's eye socket until it penetrated its brain. After a few futile struggles, the zombie dog lay still, and Zhang Lin leaned against the wall. Breathing heavily, he had not anticipated encountering a hair-grooming female zombie on the 29th floor, nor had he expected to face a zombie dog so soon. That moment, another notification echoed in his mind. Host has slain a zombie dog, gaining x2 basic points, total points x13. Removing his helmet and unzipping his jacket, Zhang Lin allowed the cool breeze to dry the sweat on his body before continuing his exploration of the 29th floor. This time, he gently tapped the door with the tip of his wooden spear. Should any zombies be inside, they would inevitably rush to the door, pounding upon it in an attempt to escape and attack him. Chapter 13. Fire oil burns zombies on the 29th floor. Zhang Lin received no response from any living individuals, but he did manage to slay 5 zombies, earning 5 more points. The 28th floor was significantly more gruesome than the 29th. Near the staircase lay a corpse with a mangled neck, its clothing shredded, and its thigh gnawed down to the bone, positioned in an unnatural manner that no living person could assume. The face was contorted in terror, and its hands clutched desperately at the stair railing. From the corpse's posture, Zhang Lin easily deduced the harrowing struggle it had endured in its final moments. Along the white walls of the corridor, blood splattered everywhere, and on the floor were trails of blood and scattered bits of flesh, the origins of which were unidentifiable. 4 severely mutilated zombies wandered the corridor, rushing towards any sound with frenzied eagerness. Pounding and roaring, Zhang Lin cast a glance at the 4 zombies, then drove the tip of his spear into the eye socket of the deceased, ensuring that this body would not rise as a zombie in the next 10 to 12 hours. After stretching his arms and legs, Zhang Lin charged towards the zombies, first throwing his spear, which pierced the head of the foremost zombie, sending it toppling back onto another zombie, delaying it for at least 2 seconds. In that brief interval, Zhang Lin shattered one zombie's skull with his star-gold staff, while using his left hand to grasp another's head and slam it against the wall. As the obstructed zombie roared and lunged at him, Zhang Lin thrust the staff into its mouth, forcefully smashing its head against the wall. The entire bout of dispatching the 4 wandering zombies took Zhang Lin no longer than 5 seconds. However, those 5 seconds left him panting heavily. Removing his helmet and unzipping his jacket, Zhang Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of regret crossing his face. Had I possessed the physique of someone who had survived 15 years in the apocalypse, I could have dispatched these 4 zombies in under 3 seconds without a hint of breathlessness. Though my current body is several times stronger than an average person's, it is still far too weak. At that moment, the system notified him. Host has slain X4 low-level zombies, total points X17. After resting for approximately 2 minutes, Zhang Lin zipped up his jacket and resumed his actions. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, it was just past 4 in the morning, and dawn was breaking. Despite having discarded several melee weapons, he still had 37 points, just 13 short of the 50 needed to acquire the chainmail he desired. As he discarded the flashlight, Zhang Lin's expression grew serious. He understood that having endured the lengthy night, the survivors on the lower floors, repurposed into office spaces, would be eager to escape the zombie-infested levels and ascend in search of safety. Their actions would undoubtedly attract a multitude of zombies. Indeed, Zhang Lin could already hear survivors shouting as they rushed upwards, as he had anticipated. It was not long before 7 individuals surged from below, their faces marked by deep dark circles, their bodies appearing somewhat unsteady as they ran up the stairs, holding a plethora of iron swords, spiked clubs, and long spears in the corner. Zhang Lin quickly addressed the panicked survivors. I found the home of a craftsman on this floor, where I discovered a number of melee weapons. Everyone take one for self-defense. The frantic escapees were taken aback, but without hesitation, they seized the weapons and charged upwards. One person shouted back to Zhang Lin, "Thank you. But brother, you should run too." Zhang Lin waved his hand. "You are all too weak from hunger, but I still have strength. You go on ahead. I will hold them off." The last person to take a weapon from Zhang Lin delivered a forceful kick to his back before rushing up. "If you want to help us fend off the zombies, then you should go down and fight." This kick was delivered with great force, and he expected to send Zhang Lin tumbling into the horde of zombies. However, he was astonished to find that his foot met with an immovable wall, failing to budge Zhang Lin even an inch. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. As he witnessed Zhang Lin turn with a dark expression, reaching out to grab him. Fear washed over him, and he forced a smile. "Brother, I mean no harm, truly. I have no ill intentions." Zhang Lin, having encountered many individuals like him in the apocalypse, showed no hesitation in his response. Gripping the man by the collar, Zhang Lin forcefully hurled him into the surging horde of zombies. As he fell into the throng, the man screamed in despair. "No. How could you do this? Are you even human? Do you have any humanity left? Save me." Such individuals only allowed themselves to inflict harm upon others, believing all their actions justified, yet when faced with retaliation, they found it utterly incomprehensible. In truth, it was these very people who were the most irrational, and there were many such irrational individuals in the apocalypse, many of whom had become formidable. Zhang Lin scoffed at the man struggling among the zombies, and with a swift motion, he exchanged his remaining points for 2 large barrels of incendiary oil in the starry space. Zhang Lin, while retreating, poured the flammable oil onto the zombies and the staircase. Upon reaching the 25th floor, he activated his innate ability and ignited the oil that had been spilled on the ground. The flames erupted violently, shooting up several meters, and soon the fire spread incessantly, igniting the zombies that had come into contact with the flammable oil. In mere moments, the staircase, drenched in oil, transformed into a sea of flames, with zombies ablaze like torches. Once they became torches, they ceased their pursuit of Zhang Lin, instead howling in agony as they were reduced to charred remains, one by one collapsing to the ground. In his mind, Zhang Lin commanded, "Report my achievements." A notification echoed in his mind. Host has killed a total of 25 zombies, earning 25 points. Host has killed a total of 27 zombies, earning 27 points. The notifications filled Zhang Lin's ears with immense delight. The final notification was, Host has killed a total of 67 zombies, earning 67 points. At this juncture, Zhang Lin unhesitatingly shed his heavy, suffocating clothing and exchanged it for a piece of chainmail in the space. Chapter 14. Division. The chainmail that Zhang Lin acquired, also known as ring mail, was crafted from numerous small iron rings tightly linked together. This type of armor provided protection up to the shoulders and down to the knees, capable of shielding against ordinary arrows, while also being breathable and lightweight. However, the drawback of this armor was that prolonged exposure to sunlight would cause it to heat up, potentially burning the skin. In ancient times, those donned in chainmail would typically wear an additional layer of clothing. Yet, this flaw was virtually inconsequential to Zhang Lin, as in this apocalypse, the only individuals exposed to the sun for extended periods were the deceased. Normal living beings would not vie for the right to move under the sun. They lacked the means to do so, instead scurrying away like rats to evade the zombies. Naturally, Zhang Lin was no exception. Feeling the refreshing coolness of his new armor, Zhang Lin clenched his fist with determination. Unless faced with disabled zombies or those that have fallen, the remaining zombies primarily attack the upper body of humans. With this chainmail, I am essentially impervious to the attacks of low-level zombies. Holding a motorcycle helmet in hand, Zhang Lin hesitated. The advantage of wearing such a helmet was that it would protect against head attacks from zombies. However, it would also narrow his field of vision. His failure to detect the zombie dogs on the 29th floor was testament to this. Moreover, wearing the helmet would diminish his hearing, rendering him oblivious to many subtle sounds. Thus, after contemplating, Zhang Lin decided to discard the helmet. Upon returning to the rooftop, he found no survivors, only to discover a group of them on the rooftop, all armed, standing guard at the staircase leading to the roof. These individuals were divided into two factions. One faction comprised a balding middle-aged man, a frail young man, and 15 others wielding long spears, totaling 17 people, who appeared to be united. The other faction consisted of 6 individuals. In a corner, Fang Bing, donned in a helmet, curled up as if abandoned by the world. Aside from Fang Bing, the two groups of people were all armed, nervously watching the staircase leading to the roof. Their bodies trembling as they prepared for a confrontation with the zombies. The 6 individuals cast their eyes over Zhang Lin's chainmail, their gazes filled with greed. From among the 17, a young man stepped forward, openly pointing his spear at Zhang Lin's neck. "Hand over the chainmail, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Lin furrowed his brow and spoke, "Brother, I helped you all by providing long spears last night and fought alongside you, rescuing you from the zombies' clutches. Surely you wouldn't have forgotten so quickly. Even if you don't recognize my face or voice, you must remember something, right?" The young man sneered, "Apologies, but I truly don't remember. All I want is your chainmail, so hand it over quickly. Otherwise, I won't hold back." Zhang Lin turned to the balding middle-aged man. "I saved you first and then your son. Don't you have anything to say?" The balding man averted his gaze, clearly guilty. He then turned back. "Big brother, this is my boss, Zhang Yu. He is trained at a martial arts school and is very strong. You should give him the chainmail and let him protect you." Hearing this from the balding man, Zhang Lin chuckled. He addressed the 16 individuals behind the young man. "Is there not a single one of you willing to speak on my behalf?" After a prolonged silence, one woman finally spoke. "Our boss is not only strong but also very intelligent. The reason we have survived this long is due to his strategic mind. If you hand over the chainmail, he will take special care of you, ensuring your survival in this apocalypse." Zhang Lin shook his head and turned to the 6 individuals. "You were pursued by zombies, and I provided you with weapons and shielded you from the undead. Do none of you intend to speak up for me?" Among the 6, 5 remained silent, while a rather ordinary-looking young man, appearing somewhat rustic, felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward, proclaiming, "The chainmail belongs to him. Even if he found it, it is still his. Even if he hadn't helped you, does that give you the right to rob him? Moreover, he not only helped you but is also your savior. Do you not feel any guilt for stealing from the very person who saved your lives?" Zhang Lin nodded slightly at the rustic young man, his eyes filled with appreciation. However, Zhang Yu, the leader of the group, glared at the young man with a stormy expression, uttering each word with venom. "I have already stated that I don't know who he is. I only want his chainmail. Furthermore, this is the apocalypse. Zombies are everywhere. If I choose to take his belongings, what of it? I have over a dozen people behind me. Does he dare to resist? Even if I were to kill him, who could stop me?" His words were frenzied, his voice more so, and his gaze wild as he scoffed at the rustic young man. "You are just a pathetic weakling, barely able to hold a weapon. If you don't want us to unleash the zombies upon you, you'd better shut your mouth." He then turned his cold gaze back to Zhang Lin, sneering, "You have no choice now. Either hand over the chainmail or face death." Zhang Lin continued to ignore him, instead looking at the curled-up Fang Bing. "And you?" Fang Bing adjusted her helmet, stood up without hesitation, and walked over to stand behind Zhang Lin. "I have always been on your side before. Now, and in the future, I know nothing of betrayal." She didn't misunderstand betrayal. Rather, she understood how to assess the situation. She knew that even if all 17 of these individuals were armed, they could never match Zhang Lin's strength. He was the most formidable person she had ever encountered, and she had faith in him. He could not fail. The young man with the spear, feeling increasingly ignored, could no longer contain his fury. He thrust the spear forward, shouting, "I warn you, Hand over the chainmail immediately. I'll count to 3. If you don't comply, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Lin glanced at the spear's tip and raised his gaze to Zhang Yu. What do you mean by rude? Zhang Yu revealed a menacing grin. This is the apocalypse. There are no laws. Tio, live comfortably. It's only natural to kill you and seize your chainmail. Oh, Zhang Lin responded, grasping the wooden spear with one hand and addressing Zhang Yu. I'm sorry, but not only do I not wish to give you my chainmail, I also want to live. Therefore, it is you who must die. Zhang Yu sneered, Fool, do you really think grabbing the spear will stop me from killing you? You re exceedingly naive. Don't you know that a spear is meant for stabbing? With all his might, Zhang Yu thrust the spear towards Zhang Lin's throat, but his pupils quickly constricted in horror. His complexion paling. How is this possible? How can you possibly hold back the full force of my thrust? This is inconceivable. Chapter 15. Blazing inferno gripping the spear firmly, Zhang Lin chuckled, appearing as a friendly older brother. To be honest, someone like you, who has merely practiced for a few days, may be stronger than an average person. But in the eyes of true warriors, you are merely a child, insignificant and trivial. Zhang Lin's tone grew gradually colder. In my eyes? You are akin to a newborn infant. If I wish to kill you, you will have no capacity for resistance. Zhang Yu struggled to wrench the spear from Zhang Lin's grasp, but found that, even summoning all his strength, he could not budge it even slightly. He turned to his companions behind him, shouting in rage. Are you all dead? Stab him. Kill him. As he spoke, Zhang Lin tightened his grip on the spear, pulling it back and causing Zhang Yu to stumble closer to him. With his left hand, he grasped Zhang Yu's neck. Do you know what typically happens to those like you? Powerless yet always believing themselves to be invincible? Zhang Yu, filled with dread, stammered out a few words. Big brother, I was wrong. I was merely joking with you. Yes, just a joke. He turned his head slightly, addressing the 16 armed individuals, now at a loss. You all agree? Dantiyu? The 16 were taken aback for a moment and then nodded repeatedly. Yes, boss, you were just joking. Zhang Lin chose to disregard the remarks directed at him and muttered to himself, a person's life is singular. For someone like you, who arrogantly believes in their own strength, once you dare to confront a true powerhouse, they will grant you no opportunity for remorse. Your demise will be swift and certain. A smile reminiscent of a friendly neighbor once again graced Zhang Lin's face as he exerted pressure with his left hand. Just like this, Zhang Yu felt a pang of regret. Had he known that someone he deemed inconsequential possessed such strength, he would never have taken action or resorted to robbery. Yet, in this world, there exists no elixir for regret, and thus, he met his end. Zhang Yu's lifeless body crumpled onto the concrete rooftop, leaving the 16 others, along with 6 more who arrived later, in a state of shock. Faced with the threat of zombies, they had only dared to strike when their lives were on the line. Yet here stood a man who, after committing murder, still wore a smile akin to that of a beloved older brother. Was the killer not a perverse individual? The balding, middle-aged man looked up at Zhang Lin, gripping his spiked club tightly, and asked, bewildered, Did you truly just kill him? Zhang Lin did not respond to the bald man's inquiry, but instead cast a cold gaze across the group, stating nonchalantly, Do you wish to avenge your employer? If so, come forth. I shall slay each and every one of you, ensuring he is not lonely in the depths of hell. Zhang Lin's words sent a chill through their hearts. This man was not merely human. After slaying their boss, he intended to extinguish them as well. Was his heart not flesh, but rather forged of iron? The balding man raised his head, staring intently at Zhang Lin. If we strike? Will you truly kill us? Can you truly kill us? Zhang Lin regarded him coldly, nodding. I will indeed slay you, and even if your numbers were to double, you would remain nothing more than mere cannon fodder. I could eliminate you all without sustaining a scratch. Grasping Fang Bing's hand, Zhang Lin cast one last glance at them. Do take care of yourselves. As he descended the staircase, he paused, waving at the unassuming young man. You have spoken on my behalf, making you an outcast among them. They will surely ostracize you. Why not join me? I will ensure your survival in this apocalyptic world. The unassuming young man, feeling the weight of their disdainful stares, paled slightly, biting his lip and managing a grimace that was more painful than tears as he walked hesitantly to Zhang Lin's side. He introduced himself quietly. "My name is Li Huan. My abilities are modest and I hope for your guidance." "Weakness is of no concern," Zhang Lin replied with a slight smirk. "Once we leave Linhai, I will teach you a regimen that will elevate your abilities to a level comparable to that of a special forces operative in a short span of time." Li Huan forced a smile. "I hope to see that day come." Zhang Lin chose not to respond to Li Huan's self-deprecation but led them as they vanished down the staircase. He assigned them to the 25th floor while he swiftly descended to the 23rd floor, opening a window and seizing a stool from the room. He approached the windowsill and hurled the stool down onto a car, triggering its alarm. The shrill sound of the alarm attracted a multitude of nearby zombies. Upon witnessing the swarm of zombies, a smile crept onto Zhang Lin's lips as he expended 15 points to exchange for a large barrel containing approximately 150 to 160 pounds of incendiary oil. Leaning out of the window to pour it down below, the oil, cascading from the 23rd floor, dispersed into a vast plume due to air resistance before saturating the horde of zombies below. It was time for harvesting beginner points. Zhang Lin activated his innate ability, conjuring a flame the size of a fingertip and tossing it from the 23rd floor onto the pool of incendiary oil. Unlike ordinary flames that extinguish without combustible material, the fire he summoned would burn for a full minute even in absence of fuel. This small fire plummeted to the ground, igniting the incendiary oil and engulfing the zombies in a blazing inferno, transforming them into flaming torches. The flames not only consumed the zombies but also set nearby vehicles ablaze, causing the alarm sounds to escalate into a cacophony. Zhang Lin issued the command. "Report the results." Host has incinerated 26 beginner zombies, earning 26 points, total points, 26. Hearing that he had exceeded 15 points, Zhang Lin exchanged for another barrel of incendiary oil from the starry space, switched windows, and triggered yet another car alarm to lure even more zombies before pouring the oil down once more. Igniting a fresh wave of torches among the undead at that moment, Zhang Lin could hardly contain his excitement. For with an ample supply of incendiary oil, countless beginner points beckoned to him. Thus, he poured the oil with increasing fervor. As he kicked open door after door, igniting the entire vicinity of the building into a fiery sea, decimating the horde of zombies and reducing vehicles to heaps of scrap, he remained somewhat unsatisfied. Just as he contemplated continuing to exchange for incendiary oil to gather all the zombies below the 20th floor and incinerate them, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. The supply of incendiary oil in the starry space has been depleted. It will regenerate after a natural month. Zhang Lin's pupils constricted slightly. If the incendiary oil had a limit, could other items also be subject to such restrictions? The cold prompt in his mind confirmed, yes. The starry space is merely an auxiliary domain, not affiliated with the civilized realm. All items have quantity limits. For specific limitations, please check within the starry space. Zhang Lin immersed his consciousness within the starry space and, after investigating, he let out a sigh of relief. The items available for exchange indeed had quantity limits, yet he deemed that the vast majority would not be exhausted in the short term. Moreover, all items, once consumed, would replenish after one natural month, restoring any deficits. Having confirmed this, Zhang Lin's initial worries dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. He had just incinerated an untold number of zombies, surely earning points that made his heart race. Zhang Lin commanded, "Report my achievements." Chapter 16. Ancient City Walls. Host has consumed 50 barrels of incendiary oil, current points, 636, current points, 638, current points, 640. The inferno ignited by the incendiary oil continued to blaze, claiming the lives of zombies with every passing moment, and Zhang Lin was consistently racking up points. This conflagration lasted for an extended period, igniting surrounding buildings as embers soared, resulting in numerous rooms on the lower floors of the building where Zhang Lin resided erupting into flames. By 6 o'clock, the flames surrounding the lower perimeter had largely extinguished, yet within the building, room after room caught fire, ascending to the 7th floor before ceasing to climb higher. A notification resonated in Zhang Lin's mind. Battle concluded. Current total points, 858. In this fiery inferno, Zhang Lin estimated he had likely dispatched 2,000 to 3,000 zombies, Yet due to the later flames not being ignited by incendiary oil, he could not claim the beginner points for those consumed by the blaze. Nonetheless, over 800 points were more than sufficient for Zhang Lin's needs for quite some time. At that moment, a chorus of irate survivors erupted from below. Who was the fool pouring oil down from above? Another voice seethed and raged. Who the hell has hoarded so much oil up there? Are they out of their minds or just deranged? A timid voice attempted to explain. With fuel prices soaring at gas stations, is it so strange for someone to stockpile a significant amount of smuggled oil? This timid voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of curses. We could have escaped this building. But because of that damned fool, we have attracted too many zombies, exposing ourselves and leading us to be hunted like dogs, facing death at any moment. I will not forgive that individual. If I find out who they are, I will take their life. Hearing the enraged shouts as they rushed up the stairs, Zhang Lin felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Before those individuals arrived, he had already reached the staircase on the 26th floor, where he exchanged for a plethora of cold weapons. As they charged up, he wore a grin akin to that of a street vendor. I have discovered the home of a craftsman who has illegally produced numerous cold weapons. Everyone can take one for self-defense. One survivor after another stood in bewilderment. However, their state of confusion lasted no more than 3 seconds. One by one, they expressed their gratitude to Zhang Lin before unceremoniously seizing knives, guns, and clubs, and continuing their dash toward the rooftop. This group of individuals began to disperse on the 26th floor, rushing into various open rooms, swiftly shutting the doors behind them and holding their breaths in hopes of evading the pursuit of the zombies. Before more than 100 zombies surged upward, Zhang Lin activated his cold weapons and slipped into the room where Fang Bing and Li Huan were waiting. After securely closing the door, Zhang Lin gestured for silence. Once the chaotic footsteps and furious growls of the zombies faded on that floor, he finally exhaled in relief. After a brief exchange, Zhang Lin quickly succumbed to slumber. At 7:15 a.m., Zhang Lin awoke and rummaged through the room for some snacks such as biscuits, instant noodles, and bread to satisfy his hunger. By 7:30 a.m., having stretched his limbs, he ventured outside briefly and soon returned, tossing a piece of chainmail to both Fang Bing and Li Huan, instructing them to remove their heavy clothing and don the armor. Zhang Lin told Fang Bing, "You must discard your helmet and, as I previously instructed, disguise yourself properly. Do not cause me any trouble. At this point, Zhang Lin had 700 points remaining in his basic score. By 7:40 a.m., the trio ascended the stairs. They encountered no zombies on the stairwell, but upon reaching the mid-floor corridor, they observed numerous zombies wandering aimlessly. Nevertheless, their footsteps were quieter than the rustling leaves in the wind, and the zombies paid them no heed, allowing them to reach the 30th floor unscathed. On the 30th floor, there were no living zombies. However, the bodies of many zombies lay scattered, nearly blocking the central corridor. After kicking aside one of the corpses, Zhang Lin rapped on one of the doors and softly called out, "Open the door. I have matters to discuss with you." This room was 30-12, and within the living room behind the door sat 23 individuals. While 3 others in the kitchen were desperately attempting to cook, Zhang Lin extended his finger, conjuring a flicker of flame. Amidst their astonishment, declared, "In this world, there exist legendary figures, and I am one of them. My ability is fired. I once encountered an elder whose power was prophecy. He foresaw the coming of the apocalypse, and thus we made extensive preparations in many places." Casting a glance at the cold weapons in their possession, Zhang Lin continued, "I assure you, these cold weapons are the secret collection of a craftsman. You likely do not believe me, do you? In truth, these cold weapons are part of what we prepared earlier. We not only gathered cold weapons but also a multitude of other supplies. If you are willing to follow me, I can guarantee you a significant chance of survival. I will lead you to safety." His voice turned somewhat bitter as he added, "As for myself, I could have reached a secure refuge, but due to certain events that transpired yesterday, I lost a great deal of time, which resulted in my being trapped in this building." Zhang Lin's words not only dispelled the doubts of those individuals but also clarified Fang Bing's uncertainties. They were entirely unaware that Zhang Lin was weaving a web of lies. Zhang Lin pressed on, "We must leave Linhai as soon as possible. If these zombies can evolve like those in the American Resident Evil films, then it won't be long before Linhai, filled with millions of zombies, becomes our burial ground, one person timidly suggested. We can wait for support. Zhang Lin smiled faintly, crushing their flicker of hope. That cosmic storm swept across the entire globe. Everywhere is rife with zombies. And those survivors, like us, are desperately struggling to survive. They are in no position to rescue us. Even if only Linhai were overrun with zombies, do you think those in power would prefer to obliterate Linhai with nuclear weapons, erasing all the zombies, or would they rather sacrifice tens of thousands of troops just to save us? Zhang Lin delivered another harsh blow to their spirits. The food supply in this building is limited. It will eventually run out. If we do not escape soon and continue to delay, even if you kill your companions and consume their corpses, you will not survive for long. Noticing their serious contemplation of the situation, Zhang Lin asserted, if we wish to live, we must take matters into our own hands and leave Linhai. Glimpsing at his watch, Zhang Lin hurriedly stated, it is now 7:50. I will wait for you on the 21st floor at 8:30. During this time, I will clear the zombies from the corridors one floor at a time. If you do not arrive by 8:30, we will have no choice but to leave without you. Zhang Lin extended his 5 fingers, each ignited with a small flame, leaving the room's occupants in shock before he earnestly added, trust me, your only chance of survival lies in following a strong leader like me. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Zhang Lin's eyes as he presented an even more enticing proposition. In a valley, we have constructed an ancient wall. Once we reach behind that wall, we can evade the threat of zombies and live safely. Chapter 17. Hunting D-Class Zombies. Zhang Lin's starry space possesses a complete wall available for exchange. However, acquiring such a structure requires an astronomical amount of basic points. Furthermore, even if he had a complete wall, Zhang Lin currently could not exchange for it, as his starry space measures only 10 meters in length, width, and height. Nonetheless, Zhang Lin could exchange for small segments to block the entrance of a valley. By articulating this plan, he painted a grand vision for them, enticing them to willingly follow him. Zhang Lin needed to gather enough individuals to break out of Linhai swiftly. Upon exiting room 30-12, Zhang Lin began to clear the zombies floor by floor, all the while instructing Feng at this moment, for individuals surrounded Zhang Lin. Feng Bing, Li Huan, Lu Yu, and Chong Lu. Zhang Lin glanced at his watch and addressed them, saying, please wait for me here for a moment. I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. After distancing himself from the group, Zhang Lin entered an ajar door. Once inside, he locked the door behind him and immersed his mind in the starry expanse. Exchanging 2 points for 2 bundles of hemp rope. One end of a rope was secured to the heavy bed, while the other end was tied around his own body with several knots to ensure his safety. The second rope was fastened to the bedroom door, its end fashioned into a noose that could be easily tightened. Climbing out of the window, Zhang Lin grasped the rope and pushed off against the wall, propelling himself a considerable distance downward. As he descended between the 3rd and 2nd floors, he wrapped the rope around his arm, cupped his hands to form a horn shape near his mouth, and shouted loudly towards the direction of the Jade White Zombie. The Jade White Zombie, wandering 200 meters away, heard Zhang Lin's roar, looked up, and pushed through the throng of other zombies, sprinting towards Zhang Lin's position. Within half a minute, the Jade White Zombie reached just beneath Zhang Lin, opening its toothy maw and roaring incessantly, leaping at least a meter high every few seconds, attempting to grasp Zhang Lin from above. Zhang Lin's gaze followed the zombie within this gathering. There even existed a balding middle-aged man. Zhang Lin did not immediately approach them. Instead, he stood rooted in place for a moment, listening, as a dark cloud gradually enveloped his countenance. This group of individuals reached a consensus, all intending to vacate the building. Yet they divided into 3 factions, each led by a figure of considerable influence, aspiring to amalgamate the other 2 factions into a singular, larger collective, thereby establishing themselves as the leader of many. Feng Bing, Li Huan, and Chong Lu found themselves awkwardly squeezed at the periphery, utterly disregarded. A square-faced man, upon spotting Zhang Lin's emergence, pointed at him with a derisive sneer. Though he has provided us with weapons, he has concealed the finest equipment for himself until now. He will not share with us at all. Unlike him, if you choose me as your leader, Any treasures I uncover will be shared with everyone. Zhang Lin paid little heed to these words. However, the subsequent remarks ignited his ire. The fire ability he has shown you is merely an illusion. He is a deceiver, aiming to trick you into clearing the path for him, leading you to your doom. I, on the other hand, am known for my integrity. Those who know me can attest to my honesty. What I promise, I shall deliver. Furthermore, my personal strategies are remarkably astute. Thus choosing me as your leader is both reasonable and exceedingly wise. Chapter 19. Selfishness. Zhang Lin tossed the chainmail he held to Chong Lu, instructing him to find a place to don it. He then addressed Fang Bing and Li Huan. Step aside for the moment. As for Li Yu, she had previously considered following Zhang Lin to safety, but her stance shifted, and now she positioned herself behind the square-faced man. Zhang Lin coldly queried the square-faced man, "Do you comprehend the consequences of your accusation that I am a fraud, claiming I would lead them to their demise?" The square-faced man emerged from the crowd, standing before Zhang Lin, lifting his chin defiantly, and, though not taller than Zhang Lin, he gazed down upon him with an air of superiority. "Have I misspoken? The flames you wield are not your innate ability. They are mere illusions. If your true talent were fire, you would be capable of incinerating me on the spot." Before Zhang Lin could retort, he pressed on. "You cannot burn me, can you? Ha! Next time you attempt to deceive us, at least provide a more convincing rationale. If someone had foreseen the apocalypse, and you were aware of it beforehand, you would not be here among us," he scoffed. "You provided us with weapons, claiming they were prepared in advance. Pah! You merely stumbled upon a room filled with cold arms. You think you can deceive us with such a feeble lie? To become our leader, to command us to our deaths as your cannon fodder? Dream on." The square-faced man's analysis altered the gazes of the survivors blocking the staircase, their eyes now filled with suspicion directed toward Zhang Lin. Among them, some regarded Zhang Lin with murderous intent. Fang Bing, standing nearby, spoke with a voice laced with anguish. "Zhang Lin is not a fraud. Before the apocalypse struck, he accurately relayed all the dire circumstances." She continued, "The reason he is with us now is that he was delayed from reaching a safe haven by foul play." The square-faced man turned his disdainful gaze toward Fang Bing, his face adorned with a sneer. "You and this Zhang Lin are clearly in cahoots. Of course, you would defend him. Do you truly believe anyone will take your words to heart?" Fang Bing cast a glance at the indifferent survivors, a flicker of sorrow crossing her face. These self-proclaimed wise individuals had been completely ensnared by the square-faced man's seemingly flawless rhetoric. The reality was far removed from his assertions, unbeknownst to her. Zhang Lin was also weaving a web of deceit. Unlike the square-faced man's lies, Zhang Lin's were merely excuses for the items he had exchanged from the starry space. Fang Bing bit her lip, poised to speak again, but Zhang Lin raised his hand, signaling her to remain silent. He then asked the square-faced man, "Do not divert the topic. Are you aware of the consequences that will ensue?" The square-faced man chuckled mockingly. "What consequences could arise? Whatever may happen, it is a result of your own deception." A glimmer of menace sparked in Zhang Lin's eyes. "You have successfully convinced them that I intend to use them as cannon fodder, to lead them to their doom. Once a person harbors such a mindset, they will inevitably view me as an adversary, instinctively seeking to eliminate me." The square-faced man smirked derisively. "What a joke. Did my words transform them into your enemies? You alone are responsible for this." Zhang Lin stared intently at the square-faced man, and after several seconds, he declared, "I shall no longer engage in this debate." Turning to Fang Bing, Li Huan, and Chong Lu, he said, "Let us depart." As Zhang Lin began to walk away, the square-faced man growled menacingly, "Stop." Zhang Lin paused momentarily. Without turning back, he replied, "You have successfully established your authority over me in this crowd. Do not overstep your bounds." The square-faced man chuckled lightly. "I am not overstepping. I am considering the safety of everyone. There are no laws in this apocalypse. If I let you leave today, who knows how many will fall victim to your deceit? How many will become your pawns? Perhaps you would even summon zombies to assail us." He turned to address the crowd behind him. "Wouldn't you agree?" The overwhelming majority of the onlookers now regarded Zhang Lin with a glimmer of hostility. Some nodded in agreement. Manager Jiang speaks wisely. We absolutely cannot allow such a person to escape. To avoid his retaliation, it is better to eliminate him now. The square-faced man's eyes gleamed with delight. He had succeeded in persuading the majority to accept his words as truth. Thus, if he were to eliminate Zhang Lin next, he would ascend as the leader of this group. He reined in his elation slightly, grinning malevolently at Zhang Lin's back. If everyone believes he must die, then he has no reason to continue living. He struck. Armed with the spear Zhang Lin had exchanged for, he lunged toward Zhang Lin's neck without hesitation. Zhang Lin tilted his head slightly, drew his handgun, and without a moment's hesitation, aimed it at the square-faced man's head and pulled the trigger, creating a gaping hole in his forehead, though his last breath. The square-faced man wore an expression of joy. He had never anticipated his demise at Zhang Lin's hands. The 70 or so survivors gathered nearby were left in shock as they witnessed Zhang Lin's unflinching execution of the square-faced man. Their faces were etched with disbelief at his decisive act of violence. One individual, trembling, stammered, "How could you dare to kill Manager Jiang?" This person was the type that found it perfectly acceptable to take a life, yet deemed it incomprehensible for anyone to lay hands on them. Such individuals were prevalent in the apocalypse, numerous in number. Zhang Lin, however, chose not to respond to the inquiry but instead swiftly grabbed another individual next to him, pressing the gun against their head. "Who are Manager Jiang's relatives?" The terrified individual, fearing that a delayed response would lead to his own demise at Zhang Lin's hands, hastily pointed to a young man. "He is Manager Jiang's son." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Lin shot the young man dead before he could incite the others to retaliate against him. Releasing the individual he had seized, Zhang Lin fired several rounds into the air. Emptying his magazine, with remarkable speed, he reloaded and aimed once more at the now frightened crowd, coldly stating, "I have no desire to engage with you any further. If any of you wish to take revenge on me afterwards, feel free to do so. However, be forewarned, I do not have a gentle disposition. Anyone who seeks to harm me should prepare for death." Once again emptying his magazine, Zhang Lin reloaded and continued, "I saved you, provided you with cold weapons, assisted you in clearing out zombies, yet I am met with such treatment. I find it truly disheartening. I will not reclaim your weapons. I simply wish to draw some zombies to you again, allowing you to relive the terror of being pursued." Zhang Lin fired once more. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The sound of Zhang Lin's gunshots resonated loudly, sufficient to attract the undead from the lower floors. And they were about to face the frenzied pursuit of dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies. Panic ensued among them. "You bastard, you are intentionally trying to get us killed. I will fight you." Chapter 20. The killing machine of the low-level zombies. As the survivors surged toward him, Zhang Lin retreated while firing his weapon. The first few survivors charging forward had their heads blown apart by his shots. Zhang Lin's resolute slaughter instilled terror in those behind them, causing them to halt in fear. "Pale-faced, you bastard, remember this. One day, I will make you pay." Each one of those who had benefited from Zhang Lin's aid uttered threats as the roars of zombies echoed in the distance. Fleeing toward other floors, behind Zhang Lin, Fang Bing's previously expressionless face now revealed a look of fury. "These people are utterly ungrateful." The expressions on the faces of Zhong Lu and Li Huan were far from pleasant. Zhang Lin led them into the room where he had previously set down the ropes, his tone remarkably calm. "There is no need to become agitated over such matters. In the future, you will encounter far more incomprehensible situations. If you allow every little thing to enrage you, you will inevitably be consumed by your own fury." Zhang Lin's voice was devoid of emotion, reflecting the same neutrality in his demeanor. He had witnessed countless instances of ingratitude during his 15 years in this post-apocalyptic world, and had grown numb to it all. Securing the door with a lock, Zhang Lin swiftly approached the window. Aiming at several cars parked on the ground to the east of the building, he fired multiple rounds, triggering a cacophony of alarms from the vehicles. He then directed his fire towards the southeastern street of the Linhai Central People's Park, exhausting the remaining bullets and similarly activating more car alarms. As hordes of zombies were lured away by the blaring alarms, Zhang Lin resecured the ropes, tossing one out the window while expertly binding the other around Fang Bing's body. He then cradled Fong Bing and handed her the rope outside, instructing her to slide down it. Fong Bing, already pale, looked even more ashen as she grasped the rope, glancing down below. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and her voice was laced with desperation. "I can't do this. I'm too weak. I won't be able to hold onto the rope and will fall to my death. Isn't there another way to reach the ground? Must we resort to this method?" Zhang Lin, holding the rope tied around her, shook his head. Below the 20th floor, many levels have been rented out by various companies and converted into offices. When the cosmic storm struck, nearly all the thousands inside turned into zombies. Even I cannot guarantee a safe passage through those floors. Sliding down the rope from here is the safest way to exit the building. If you truly believe you cannot manage, you are free to climb back up now. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, Fong Bing genuinely contemplated climbing back inside, but Zhang Lin's next statement drained her of hope. However, should you climb back up, you will be left to fend for yourself in this building. She cast another glance at the ground, trembling all over, murmuring, "I can't do this. I truly can't." Previously, she had thought that the roller coasters and spinning rides at amusement parks were terrifying. But today, she realized they were nothing in comparison. Her head spun, and her vision blurred, taking several seconds to refocus in that brief time. Her clothes had soaked through with sweat, revealing her delicate curves, making her appear strikingly beautiful. Li Huan, feeling a pang of compassion, suggested to Zhang Lin, "Perhaps we should all work together to gently lower her down." His intentions were good, yet as soon as he finished speaking, he caught the emotionless gaze of Zhang Lin, who replied with a tone devoid of sentiment, "That is an option, but while we may lower her gently this time, what about in the future? Can you guarantee to care for her every time? She must learn certain skills to ensure her survival in this world." Li Huan wished to retort, but was silenced by Zhong Lu tugging at his sleeve, urging him to remain quiet. Li Huan may have lacked extensive social experience, but Zhong Lu clearly possessed enough. Zhang Lin's harsh methods were not intended to harm Fong Bing, but rather to train her, to equip her with the means to survive in this harsh reality. Moreover, this seemed to be a matter between two individuals with a history. He and Li Huan were not intimately connected to them, and excessive interference would only provoke disdain. Remaining silent was indeed the wisest course of action. Observing their silence, Zhang Lin looked down at Fong Bing's pleading face and spoke slowly. "The distraction of the zombies will not last long, and your stamina does not permit you to hesitate for too long. You have 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, if you have not descended, I will pull you back up and leave you to your own devices." Fong Bing wept. The woman who had maintained a cold facade now shed tears, revealing her emotional depth, yet her sorrow did not sway Zhang Lin's resolve. 1, 2. As Zhang Lin counted, Fong Bing closed her eyes, her grip on the rope slackening slightly, and she plummeted, like a stone, downward. After falling only 3 meters, the rope binding her was caught by Zhang Lin. Anger flickered across his face. "Foolish woman, push your legs against the wall with force to make the rope slide. Slide down 2 or 3 meters. Grasp the rope and push off the wall again. Repeat this process. If you dare to loosen your grip again, I will let go and allow you to fall." Fong Bing's tears flowed more freely as she clumsily slid down. Upon reaching the ground and freeing herself from the ropes, she crumpled to the floor, her hands covering her face as she sobbed. Following her descent was Li Huan. Though his fall was ungainly and his body trembled, he descended with determination. Next came Zhong Lu, a nimble figure, who fell swiftly. However, the one who fell the fastest was still Zhang Lin, who descended like a madman. Each push against the wall propelling him down at least 1 floor, often dropping 2 floors at a time. Upon landing, Zhang Lin drew his pistol and shot a zombie rushing towards him, then gestured for Fong Bing, Li Huan, and Zhong Lu to ready their weapons and follow closely behind him. As they moved through the street, Zhang Lin fired his gun, striking distant cars to draw the attention of the zombies. He then unleashed a torrent of bullets upon those that remained unaffected by the alarms. 1 by 1. The zombies fell, as if they were mere targets, their heads exploding under Zhang Lin's precise aim. After entering a backpack store and emerging with a pack slung over his shoulders, he appeared as if he had an endless supply of ammunition, firing with reckless abandon. Zhang Lin turned into a relentless killing machine. slaughtering the novice zombies with fervor. Those following behind him, including Fong Bing, had become utterly desensitized. They could scarcely fathom that the zombies they had feared so greatly within the building were being cut down like wheat before a scythe by Zhang Lin. They understood that it was not that the zombies were weak, but rather that Zhang Lin, seemingly armed with infinite bullets, was overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful that it exceeded their imagination. Chapter 21. Stimulants. They had heard tales of a soldier who had killed over 5,000 people, dismissing it as mere legend. Yet, witnessing Zhang Lin, as he reloaded his magazines and gunned down the zombies with fervor, they realized that it was indeed possible for a soldier to slay over 5,000 enemies on the battlefield. During the brief moments of reloading, Zhang Lin cast a glance at the three stunned individuals, quickly stating, "Only in the initial days after the apocalypse, before the zombies underwent large-scale evolution, could I harness the cacophony of car alarms to facilitate such rampant slaughter. In truth, had it not been for the star network, the star space, and the opening of the civilization circle, Zhang Lin would not have been able to engage in such frenzied extermination of novice zombies. Nor would he have been able to amass points so recklessly. His most likely scenario would have been to evade the zombies like a typical survivor, cautiously setting off car alarms to divert them. Before making his move, from the outset, the actions of Zhang Lin and his companions caught the attention of numerous teams. These groups doubted that such reckless individuals could survive for long. However, as time passed and the number of zombies Zhang Lin dispatched continued to rise, those makeshift teams grew restless. They recognized that in this coastal city teeming with millions of zombies, they might temporarily gather sufficient supplies or evade danger for a time. Yet, once the food ran out, and if the zombies evolved, their chances of survival would be extinguished. They were unwilling to meet their demise. Thus, upon confirming the efficacy of Zhang Lin's methods, these temporary teams began to abandon their hiding spots and initiate their own breakout from the coastal city. In addition to the teams, individual survivors unwilling to band together with others were also on the move. These individuals posed significant challenges for Zhang Lin and his group. He had no way of knowing when a survivor might burst forth from a nearby building, leading a throng of zombies in their wake, or when they might emerge from the structure directly ahead. Their progress was excruciatingly slow, with Li Huan and Zhong Lu being scattered by the ineptitude of the survivors. Fong Bing leaned against Zhang Lin, firing several rounds and barely managing to dispatch a single zombie, her body trembling violently. Those survivors are utterly hopeless. Even the mightiest generals in history would likely perish here. Fong Bing's voice, now raspy, came through as if she had been torn apart. Moreover, I'm nearly incapacitated. We need to rest in a nearby building. Zhang Lin cast a fleeting glance at Fong Bing's condition, surveying the surrounding environment before pulling her into a residential building. He shut the door behind them and, feigning a search in the kitchen, exchanged 1 point from the starry space for 10 sausages the size of an infant's arm and another point for a bundle of bottled water. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, Zhang Lin leaned against the wall and inquired, "How many basic points do I have left?" A notification chimed in his mind. Host points x 360, having expended no fewer than 100 magazines. He still possessed over 300 points, indicating that he had dispatched at least 600 zombies along his path, an astounding feat accomplished in less than 4 hours. This meant Zhang Lin had obliterated over 150 zombies each hour. Such a record, in his previous life before reincarnation, had only been matched in the 3rd year after the apocalypse when he was fully armed and dubbed a basic zombie-killing machine. Redirecting his focus from the sheer quantity of his kills, Zhang Lin began to scour the exchange list in starry space for anything useful and within his means. After a thorough search, he spent 100 points to obtain 10 doses of a stimulant. This type of stimulant could enhance respiratory function, improve circulation, increase oxygen supply, elevate mental alertness, bolster physical strength, and amplify attack power. It was, in the most primal sense, a performance-enhancing drug. However, the side effects were considerable. Excessive use could lead to rapid, shallow breathing, elevated blood pressure, and, in severe cases, respiratory paralysis and death. Zhang Lin intended to use the stimulant himself, but primarily for Fong Bing, as a pampered young lady. Fong Bing had reached her limit, and without the stimulant, she might lack the capacity to continue. Casting a glance at Fong Bing, whose legs were still cramping, he gently asked. After running for so long, can you still endure the soreness in your thigh muscles? On her pale face, the cold demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a hint of pain. It feels as though my thighs are no longer my own. I fear I may not be able to take another step. Zhang Lin pretended to rummage through his backpack and produce the stimulant, handing it to Fang Bing. This is a stimulant. If you truly cannot go on, administer it to yourself. Without hesitation, Fang Bing took the syringe and injected the stimulant into her body. She was experienced. She knew that her leg pain wouldn't be remedied in just a couple of hours, but would require several days to heal. She had no luxury of time for recovery, and Zhang Lin could not afford to waste days by the seaside. If she wished to stay by Zhang Lin's side and survive under his protection, she needed to inject the stimulant immediately. There was no other choice. After withdrawing the syringe and discarding it aside, Fang Bing looked at Zhang Lin with a pleading expression. Please believe me, I am not merely a pretty face. My endurance is strong. My will to live will surpass the pain in my body. I will keep up with you. I will not be a burden, so, whatever happens, do not abandon me. Zhang Lin nodded without uttering further words. As Fang Bing's breathing quickened and a flush appeared on her cheeks, invigorated by the stimulant, they burst forth from the building. That moment, numerous survivor corpses lay strewn across the pavement. Zombies meandered aimlessly. Upon encountering a car, Zhang Lin abruptly turned his head, directing his gaze towards another small group rushing towards him, his fingers slowly tightening on the trigger. The group targeted by Zhang Lin decisively altered their course. They had no desire to meet death. Similarly, other small teams opted to distance themselves from Zhang Lin and Fang Bing, as they too wished to survive. Zhang Lin shifted his aim away from them, methodically dispatching the zombies one by one. As they approached the police station, a horde of zombies congregated at its entrance. However, these undead creatures were soon transformed into a sieve by the bullets that poured forth from the office building within the station. When the last of the zombies fell and the gunfire ceased, Zhang Lin approached the door, intending to enter the police station. Yet, gunfire erupted once more from within the office building. The bullets that rained down aimed to shred Zhang Lin and Fang Bing to pieces. The occupants of the building were intent on eliminating them. Had Zhang Lin not reacted swiftly, pulling Fang Bing to roll behind the adjacent wall for cover, they too would have been reduced to mere targets like the zombies. Nonetheless, even in this narrow escape, 2 bullets had embedded themselves in Zhang Lin's bulletproof vest. This super special forces soldier, reborn in the post-apocalyptic world, had narrowly avoided death. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Zhang Lin's lips as he chuckled darkly. Just some trash that finds pleasure in slaughtering zombies and humans? I expected such filth to appear after some time, yet here they are already. Such detestable beings are utterly unforgivable. Chapter 23. Connecting to the circle of civilization, he retrieved a sufficient number of magazines and handed them to Fang Bing. Do you know how to protect yourself? Fang Bing pressed her lips together and nodded. I have said before, I will not be a burden to you. With this many bullets, I can defend myself here. I will take care of the people inside. Zhang Lin darted forward like a nimble cat, confirming that a large tree within the police station could shield him from the view of the snipers on the 4th floor of the office building before he grabbed the surrounding wall and effortlessly vaulted over it. Inside the police station, there were no living zombies, nor were there any survivors aside from the office building. Upon confirming this, Zhang Lin entered the office building. The 1st floor was strewn with zombies clad in police uniforms, all lying motionless on the ground, each with a gaping hole in their skulls. In addition to these undead officers, Zhang Lin also observed numerous bodies of survivors along the corridors. The 2nd floor of the office building mirrored the same grim scene. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor, he encountered a change. 2 survivors were patrolling. One muttered curses under his breath. I hate this world filled with zombies, the other scoffed. So what if it's crawling with zombies? We've taken over the police station, seized the armory. We have plenty of guns and ammunition. We won't allow anyone from outside to enter. They absolutely can't. The first speaker pondered for a moment before sneering. Anyone who tries to enter the police station, the men will be killed, and the women must comply with our games to survive. We could even turn some into slaves to fetch us food. Or else we'll kill them. Haha. I suddenly realize, this damned world isn't as cruel as it seems. It's more like what the boss said. We can do as we please. the other person still looked disgruntled. It's just the two of us. And in the eyes of those 11 others, we're like a couple of dogs. It's infuriating. The first speaker's expression darkened. We need to find out what the boss likes and curry favor with him, so he pays us some attention. Just as they turned to the stairs, they spotted a figure in camouflage combat attire charging out. This person was, of course, Zhang Lin. With a swift motion, Zhang Lin's dagger sliced through the throat of one, while he covered the mouth of the other with his left hand, silencing his scream and severing his windpipe. Zhang Lin discarded the two individuals, who were gushing blood from their throats and convulsing, into the pile of zombies. After tossing their submachine guns into the starry space, Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes. If he had heard correctly, there might be 11 more individuals on the 4th floor. These 11 individuals likely possessed similar submachine guns, and charging in recklessly could lead to him being riddled with bullets. Reaching the edge of the 4th floor staircase, Zhang Lin caught a glimpse of 5 people in the corridor. After a moment of contemplation, he spent 50 points to exchange for a nag, which could not serve as a warhorse, and stabbed the dagger into the nag's hindquarters, prompting it to emit a pained whinny. A second later, the 5 individuals in the corridor were left dumbfounded. They could not comprehend why a horse had appeared in the police station. Particularly, they were baffled as to how this horse could be on the 4th floor of the office building. This was utterly illogical. Yes, it was illogical, severely so. They had swept through the police station and found no horse. Even if there were a horse in the station, it shouldn't have been able to ascend the stairs to the top floor. The 5 individuals instinctively thought of a conspiracy. However, after Zhang Lin stabbed the nag, it bolted forward at a frenzied pace, leaving them no time to consider anything else. They could merely press against the wall to avoid being charged by the horse. They had no understanding of what a nag, a worn-out and inferior horse, or a warhorse was. They only knew that if the horse charged at them, they would either die or be severely injured. Yet, as they attempted to evade, each received a gaping hole in their heads. Suddenly, a door on the 4th floor swung open, and a foul-mouthed individual emerged. What the hell is going on? Who's firing recklessly? Before this individual could grasp the situation, Zhang Lin's bullet struck him in the head. After this person was dispatched, the 4th floor of the police station fell into a hushed silence. The 5 individuals hiding in a room turned pale. They realized they had been attacked by an enemy. The enemy had swiftly eliminated the 2 from the 3rd floor and slain the 6 others on the 4th, indicating that the assailant was not one but a group. Thus, the 5 were not only pale with fear, but also dared not utter a sound. They were terrified, truly terrified. They gripped their weapons tightly, aiming them at the door, vowing that if anyone kicked it open, they would unleash a barrage of bullets to turn them into a sieve. Thus, they remained intently focused on the door. With each passing minute, the sweat on their foreheads increased, as did their panic. They absolutely did not believe that the entity responsible for the majority of the deaths would allow them to live. Never. Their leader, at that moment, regretted his earlier leniency. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, he should not have been so indulgent. Had he not been, such a situation would not have arisen today. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. When they heard the glass behind them shatter, their taut nerves snapped, and they spun around to unleash their bullets. Yet, they failed to hit anyone. The object that shattered their glass was not a person, but the tip of a 3-meter-long spear. After their ammunition was expended, a smoking object was thrown in through the window, accompanied by a voice. "Since you're so thrilled to shoot, here's a little toy for you to play with." The voice belonged to Zhang Lin, and the toy he threw in was anything but amusing. It was a high-explosive grenade. The 5 individuals in the room were terrified. No, they had completely lost their minds. The high-explosive grenade that Zhang Lin tossed and left them no time to evade. It exploded the moment it landed. The shockwave from the blast sent a powerful gust of air, scattering the remaining shards of glass from the window. The shrapnel from the grenade turned the 5 individuals into mere targets. Zhang Lin climbed through the window. Holding onto a rope, he paid no heed to whether the 5 were truly dead. He shot each of them in the head. Collecting their weapons into the starry space, Zhang Lin opened the door and gathered the firearms from the individuals in the corridor before heading towards the armory. As the municipal police station, the armory contained a plethora of firearms, including numerous handguns, a fair number of submachine guns, and even several sniper rifles, along with smoke bombs and incendiary grenades. The only thing lacking was high-explosive grenades. After securing these weapons and ammunition into the starry space, Zhang Lin issued a command in his mind. First connection to the Circle of Civilization. Chapter 24. The Civilization of Steel. A prompt resonated in his mind. Host's first connection to the Circle of Civilization. This connection is a random one, and upon successful connection, the linked civilization will become one of the host's fixed civilizations. Each subsequent connection to this civilization will cost half the points. The random connection to the first-level civilization began. As the prompt echoed in his mind, Zhang Lin felt a surge of anxiety. In the post-apocalyptic world, he had faced zombies of B-level caliber capable of effortlessly demolishing several floors of buildings without flinching. Yet now he felt a palpable tension. Please, let it not be a technological civilization. All first-level technological civilizations should share the same traits as the contemporary civilization I currently inhabit. It is best to explore ancient martial or cultivation civilizations. If those are not available, a magical civilization would suffice, and a mechanical civilization would be passable as well. Even a biological civilization, particularly one dominated by insectoid species, could be acceptable, for they likely possess many remarkable attributes. Perhaps Zhang Lin's prayers have borne fruit, as this connection is indeed not with a technological civilization, but rather with a civilization of evolution, the Steel Civilization. This civilization resides within the cosmic ether, constantly striving to withstand the relentless cosmic winds. Consequently, the sentient beings of the Steel Civilization evolve their very bodies, with the ultimate goal of being impervious to the buffeting of these cosmic gales. Upon hearing the grand nomenclature of the cosmic winds and the designation of this civilization as the Steel Civilization, Zhang Lin suddenly felt as though the weapons he had acquired from the police arsenal might find no application whatsoever in this context. The mental prompts continued. At birth, infants of the Steel Civilization must be administered Steel Evolution liquid to survive. By the age of 10, they must hunt steel beasts to procure the second stage of Steel Evolution liquid, thereby earning the right to venture beyond their homes. At 20, failure to ascend the sacred Steel Mountain would preclude one from being recognized as a citizen of the Steel Civilization. Should one fail to accumulate sufficient merit by 30, the opportunity to utilize the third stage of Evolution liquid would be revoked. Listening intently to the mental notifications, Zhang Lin commanded in his mind. What is the lifespan of beings in the Steel Civilization? What resources do they lack? How can I communicate with their sentient life? If I, as a human, were to acquire Steel Evolution liquid from them, could I also utilize it? How formidable are the strongest beings of the Steel Civilization? Please elucidate all these matters. The mental prompts resumed. The maximum lifespan of a Steel Civilization being is 1,398 years. They are deficient in food, and the civilization's cosmic translator will facilitate communication with them. Any life form can utilize Steel Evolution liquid, and the most powerful beings of the Steel Civilization can survive in the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Their offensive capabilities are contingent upon the weapons they wield, with no upper limit specified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was overtaken by a surge of frustration, as he now realized that the multitude of weapons he had amassed would be utterly ineffectual against the sentient beings of the Steel Civilization. It seemed likely that even bullets fired from a sniper rifle would pose no threat to them. The mental notifications persisted. Connection to the Steel Civilization has been established, linking randomly to a sentient being of that civilization. This connection will last for 30 minutes. After this period, the connection will cease, and the next connection will require 50 D-level points. At this moment, Zhang Lin found himself severed from the primary world. Emerging in a realm of stars, before him loomed a vast display screen, revealing a dark brown planet. From the depths of space, a terrifying wind occasionally swept past, dislodging clouds of dust from small meteorites. Witnessing the destructive potential of this dark wind, Zhang Lin became utterly convinced that the firearms he had procured from the police arsenal would be of no use to the Steel Civilization. Zhang Lin began to inquire, "Can this connection be paused?" The mental prompt responded clearly, "Once interrupted, the connection will terminate." This notification made it abundantly clear to Zhang Lin that the connection could not be broken. Internally, he felt as though 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Nevertheless, he steeled himself in the apocalyptic world. He had once transformed a mere blade of grass into a coveted item, bartering it for a wealth of resources. Despite being pursued for months thereafter, that instance remained a shining example of successful deception. This time, he aimed to leverage the scant firearms he possessed to see if he could obtain the evolution liquid from the sentient beings of the Steel civilization. Securing the liquid would be ideal. If not, he could always trade food for it during the next opportunity for intercivilizational exchange. However, the thought of food sent another herd of alpacas racing through his mind. Who could possibly know what sustenance the sentient beings of the Steel civilization require? Zhang Lin issued a series of commands, yet received no prompts in return, making it clear that to ascertain the food sources of the Steel civilization's sentient beings, he would need to inquire directly. As he pondered this dilemma, the planet on the display grew larger, revealing its full visage. As the image magnified, a city emerged before Zhang Lin's eyes. The city was adorned with towering stone pillars, each crowned with intricately carved beast heads. It appeared that the higher one's status, the thicker and taller their pillar, and the larger the beast head that adorned it. The city's image flickered past, and the display shifted to focus on a diminutive stone pillar bearing a lesser beast head. Then, Zhang Lin beheld the sentient beings of the Steel civilization. Contrary to expectations, these beings were not black, but rather gray. Possessing human-like arms, legs, necks, and heads, clothed in black armor. The most striking difference lay in their bodies, which resembled cracked stone, riddled with fissures that suggested they might shatter at the slightest touch. At this moment, the sentient being appeared exceedingly anxious, praying on the other side of the display. I told my mother that I found an interstellar trading box, but she did not believe me. Now that an interstellar merchant has finally contacted me, I must acquire something that cannot be found in Steel Forging City. I must astonish her. Hearing the term interstellar merchant, Zhang Lin was taken aback for a considerable time. He had not anticipated that this starry network of civilizations would be so formidable, even providing him with a pretext for interaction with the sentient beings of the Steel civilization. Perhaps if he traded his firearms, he would also receive a manual belonging to the Steel civilization in return. Suddenly, the praying sentient being jolted, gazing at Zhang Lin. You are the interstellar merchant? You look so strange, so ugly. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Please forgive me. Zhang Lin's lips twitched as his voice, transmitted through the cosmic translator, morphed into the language of the Steel civilization. There is no need for apologies. While I may be considered quite handsome among most civilizations, particularly within human culture, I may indeed be deemed unattractive in others, as aesthetic standards vary widely. Feeling somewhat unsteady, Zhang Lin continued. Shall we proceed with our transaction? The Steel civilization being eagerly nodded. Yes? Yes, I am Zhuan Yun from Steel Forging City. For this transaction, I have prepared many treasures, all of which are dear to me. Zhuan Yun eagerly presented his treasures for display. A stone carved into the shape of a fierce beast, a stone fashioned into a mountain, a lump of indiscernible black substance, a longbow made of bone, a suit of armor that matched his stature, and a small toy he had fashioned. Observing these items, Zhang Lin cautiously inquired, Zhuan Yun, may I ask your age and gender? Zhuan Yun replied, I am 7 years old. In 2 years, I will be able to hunt steel beasts and obtain the second stage of evolution liquid. I am male. Zhang Lin issued a mental command. What is Zhuan Yun's height when converted to Earth's measurement system? The response echoed in his mind. 1.83 meters. Zhang Lin was astonished to discover that a being of the Steel civilization, at merely 7 years of age, was comparable in height to an adult on Earth. Zhang Lin then stated, the items you have presented are indeed remarkable. However, what I most urgently wish to trade for is the evolution liquid of your Steel civilization. Zhuan Yun shook his head. That is impossible. The steel beasts are controlled by the elders of our civilization, and I can only hunt them when I turn 10 to acquire the evolution liquid. The higher-tier evolution liquid is entirely in the hands of the elders, and I cannot obtain it. He gazed at Zhang Lin with an expression of intense yearning. Are you truly not interested in any of the items I possess? Zhang Lin initiated the trading process, and suddenly, a wealth of knowledge regarding trade flooded his mind. He produced a handgun and inserted it into the display, On Zhuan Yun's side, the handgun sprang forth from a box. Accompanying the firearm was indeed a manual pertaining to the steel civilization. Zhang Lin addressed Zhuan Yun. Try this and see if it proves useful to you. Zhuan Yun examined the manual for a moment before cautiously aiming the gun at the armor he wore and pulling the trigger. The result was a gray mark left upon his armor. Zhuan Yun nodded enthusiastically. If you provide me with more bullets for this handgun, I can offer you my little toy in return. Hearing Zhuan Yun's words, Zhang Lin felt a sinking sensation in his heart. As he had predicted upon learning about the steel civilization, their defensive capabilities were indeed extraordinarily formidable. His handgun was merely a toy, and he suspected that even a sniper rifle would be regarded as merely a larger toy. Zhang Lin inserted numerous handgun magazines into the display and told Zhuan Yun, "Consider this a gift." "Thank you. You are truly a good person." Zhuan Yun, wielding a handgun, fired haphazardly while expressing his gratitude with unrestrained joy. Zhang Lin, the recipient of this gratitude, twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth and inquired, "I have heard that your steel clan is facing a food shortage. Could you enlighten me about what constitutes your sustenance?" Zhuan Yun carefully secured the handgun as if it were a treasured possession and nodded vigorously. "Indeed, our steel clan is in dire need of provisions." He then opted for a trade, handing over a dark, unappealing substance to Zhang Lin, declaring, "This is what we consume." Upon receiving the grim offering, Zhang Lin's brow furrowed, and, gritting his teeth, he took a bite that was utterly repulsive. Zhang Lin had never encountered such a distasteful morsel. Prior to biting into it, it bore little flavor, yet once bitten, it emitted a stench far worse than anything imaginable. With Zhang Lin's formidable resilience, he nearly retched. However, to expel the food of the steel clan before their eyes would be exceedingly disrespectful. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the horrid bite and asked Zhuan Yun, "What exactly is this food?" Zhuan Yun replied, "It is the excrement of the steel beast. By the grass of the heavens." If it were possible for Zhang Lin to leap through the screen at that moment, he would have done so to confront Zhuan Yun. He had never been so thoroughly deceived. Observing the drastic change in Zhang Lin's expression, Zhuan Yun's demeanor grew somewhat disheartened. In the past, our steel civilization was not so deprived. But ever since our planet veered off its orbit and drifted into the cosmic tempest, our former food sources have become mere legends. On this planet, only the excrement of the steel beast, which consumes or allows us to survive. Realizing that Zhuan Yun was not attempting to deceive him, Zhang Lin understood that the inhabitants of the steel civilization relied on the feces of the steel beast for sustenance. He had surmised that their food might be composed of or steel, yet the notion that it was, in fact, the excrement of the steel beast had never crossed his mind. In Zhang Lin's perspective, the steel clan was undoubtedly the most unfortunate race in the universe, without exception. Simultaneously, he comprehended why the evolution liquid of the steel clan was so stringently regulated, as it was intrinsically linked to their means of survival. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Zhang Lin asked, "Is there truly nothing else besides the steel beast that can be used to produce evolution liquid?" Zhuan Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation, rummaging through his room for an extended period until he unearthed a darkened plant. Exclaiming in delight, "I nearly forgot. This steel grass can also be used to create evolution liquid. However, the efficacy of the evolution liquid derived from this steel grass is diminished by 100-fold. Those of our clan who have not slain a steel beast rely on the evolution liquid extracted from this steel grass to barely survive." A moment after the test, Zhang Lin, accompanied by Fang Bing, departed from the police station. The time was approximately 3:40 in the afternoon, and the streets were filled with the chaotic sounds of car alarms, alongside the relentless presence of weary zombies. Zhang Lin pulled Fang Bing into a shop, reaching into a fitting room to retrieve a package, which contained a submachine gun and a bulletproof vest. Fang Bing, bewildered, accepted these items and questioned Zhang Lin. "You actually keep such things in a fitting room? Aren't you afraid that customers will see them while trying on clothes and report you?" Zhang Lin chuckled, responding, "That's not your concern. Just know that possessing a submachine gun and a substantial supply of ammunition significantly enhances your ability to protect yourself." Fang Bing pressed her lips together and suddenly leaned closer to Zhang Lin, leaving a kiss mark on his cheek as she whispered, "Thank you." In that moment, her tone was no longer cold but imbued with warmth. Zhang Lin took a few steps forward, turning his back to her, and said, "There's also a combat suit in the backpack. You should change into that as well." Fang Bing, standing behind him, softly replied with a hoarse voice, "You don't need to turn around. I've already decided to be yours. I want you to watch me change." She truly wished for Zhang Lin to see her nearly perfect body, wanting him to remember her vividly, but it was evident that she felt disappointed. After changing into her new attire, donning the bulletproof vest and slinging the backpack, Fang Bing passed by Zhang Lin, coldly scoffing, "I truly doubt you are a real man." Behind her, Zhang Lin reached out, his fingers gently lifting her chin. "Woman, now is not the time to play with fire. Once we reach a truly safe location, I will show you what kind of man I really am." Fang Bing's voice carried a hint of frivolity. "Very well. I await the day you prove your manhood." The two emerged from the shop, stepping in unison as they aimed their weapons at distant cars, triggering alarms and adding to the already chaotic ambience of the seaside city. As Zhang Lin passed a vehicle, someone grasped the hem of his pants, prompting him to immediately aim his gun at the individual. However, upon recognizing the person, Zhang Lin shifted his aim. It was Zhong Lu. Zhong Lu bore numerous scratches from zombies, and his complexion had begun to take on a purplish hue. He forced a grim smile at Zhang Lin, saying, "It's good to see you alive. Unfortunately, I won't last much longer. I will become a zombie. I didn't want you to see me in such a pitiful state." But ahead of you, there's a group of over 30 survivors. They will deceive the trusting survivors, drug them, and strip them of their gear, forcing those stripped of their equipment to scout ahead. Refuse to comply, and they will perish. You must be cautious of them. Zhang Lin locked eyes with Zhong Lu, and after a moment, smiled. "Who says you will die? I won't let you die. Not even death itself can take you." Chapter 27. Zombie Grass becomes a zombie. Zhong Lu gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "I'm not joking. I hope you aren't either." Crouching at the front of the car, Zhong Lu pointed to his head and said to Zhang Lin, "I don't want to become a zombie, so please, grant me a swift end and shoot me in the head, if possible. Please bury me. I am not joking either. I won't let you die. Not even death itself can take you." Zhang Lin hoisted Zhong Lu up, disregarding his protests, and dragged him into a nearby shop. As soon as he set Zhong Lu down, Zhang Lin seized a zombie that charged at them, violently smashing its head against the wall, splattering brains everywhere. From his backpack, Zhang Lin retrieved a peculiar herb that resembled a zombie poised to leap. Shaking this herb in front of Zhong Lu, he smiled and said, "In this world, every entity has its nemesis. Those zombies are formidable. The legendary creatures known as Jiangshi are even more powerful. Even this zombie grass is capable of eradicating the zombie virus, preventing a person from turning into a zombie." Zhang Lin exaggerated the effectiveness of the zombie grass. In reality, the herb held only a chance of preventing someone bitten by a zombie from succumbing to the transformation. The true remedy for the zombie virus was a concoction made from the zombie grass. However, Zhang Lin lacked the time to brew the antidote, so he inflated the herb's efficacy to reassure Zhong Lu. Upon seeing the strange herb, Zhong Lu's eyes widened with curiosity, ultimately looking up at Zhang Lin. "I never knew such a plant existed in this world. It didn't exist before, but after the cosmic storm struck Earth, in some perilous places, life-saving zombie grass began to grow." Zhang Lin pressed the herb into Zhong Lu's hands. Regardless of its efficacy, hurry and consume it. 2 tear streaks slid down Zhong Lu's purpling face. "Thank you. If I manage to survive, my life will belong to you." If given a choice, no one wishes for death, and neither did Zhong Lu. Thus, despite knowing that Zhang Lin might possess only this single herb, he shoved the zombie grass into his mouth and chewed vigorously. 3 minutes after consuming the zombie grass, Zhong Lu's seated body began to straighten. Subsequently, his hands raised, and his face turned an ashen hue. Panic gripped Zhong Lu. "Zhang Lin, what is happening?" Observing this, Zhang Lin let out a sigh of relief. "It's all right. The zombie grass is taking effect. You will not become a zombie. From now on, you will transform into a zombie for an hour, and after that, you will regain your mobility." Zhong Lu's expression was peculiar. "So after eating the zombie grass, I'll turn into a zombie for an hour?" Zhang Lin nodded. "Exactly that." He glanced at his watch and informed Zhong Lu, "It's now 4 p.m. Before nightfall, we must travel 2 more miles west to exit the city center. We don't have time to wait for your recovery, so you'll just have to hop along behind us like a zombie. Zhong Lu grimaced and asked, do I have any other options? Zhang Lin shook his head. None. With a sigh, Zhong Lu attempted to move his body. To his surprise, he found that he was already adeptly hopping, as if he were born to be a zombie, destined to leap. Zhang Lin turned to leave the shop, retrieving a bell and a piece of yellow paper from his backpack. He shook the bell, declaring, zombies on the move, living beings beware. Both Fang Bing and Zhong Lu understood that Zhang Lin was jesting, yet they pondered one question. Is Zhang Lin mentally unwell? Otherwise, why would he carry a bell? They soon realized that perhaps Zhang Lin had anticipated such a scenario and had prepared in advance. After Zhang Lin stowed the bell and paper, Zhong Lu breathed a sigh of relief. However, this relief was short-lived, as his zombie-like leaps not only drew the bewildered gazes of numerous survivors, but also risked attracting zombies. As he bounced along, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. After covering about a mile, a voice from a building called out to Zhang Lin and Fang Bing, Hey, you three. We've seen your gallant figures, but I imagine you must be quite fatigued. Why don't you rest with us for a while? People in the building leaned out, their enthusiasm palpable. Zhong Lu's face darkened as he glanced at Zhang Lin. These are the people I mentioned. Countless survivors have perished at their hands. Zhang Lin paused momentarily and asked Zhong Lu, do you wish to take revenge? Zhong Lu shook his head. I do wish for revenge, but this is my personal matter. I don't want to involve you, so let us ignore them and continue on our way. Zhang Lin nodded. Then we shall disregard them and proceed. If they survive, you will handle them yourself. Zhang Lin skirted the building, continuing down the left side of the street. Just as he passed the building, a half-grown boy burst out, holding 3 bottles of nutritional drinks and running towards Zhang Lin. Uncle, Auntie, have some nutritional drinks to replenish your strength. Go on, kill those zombies. His eyes conveyed sincerity in response to his earnest gaze. Zhang Lin accepted the 3 bottles, tossed them into his backpack, and ruffled the boy's hair. Thank you, young man. It's dangerous outside. You should hurry back. The boy hesitated, his finger fidgeting. They said I can't go back until I see you drink them, or they'll beat me. Zhang Lin asked, then why do you still follow them? Come with me. I will protect you. The boy's face lit up with joy. Thank you, uncle. The adolescent boy bent forward, resembling someone bowing in gratitude. However, as he straightened up, he brandished a spray bottle with a nozzle in his right hand, aimed directly at Zhang Lin and his companions, ready to unleash the liquid within. His movements were swift, but even swifter was Zhang Lin. The moment the boy produced the spray bottle, Zhang Lin had already pressed the muzzle of his handgun against the boy's forehead. Before the boy could even press the nozzle, the bullet from Zhang Lin's gun had already penetrated the boy's skull. This boy was the first child Zhang Lin had killed since his rebirth. Yet he showed no mercy, for if he hesitated, it could very well be his own life on the line. The boy clutched the spray bottle in one hand while retrieving a packet of powder from his pocket with the other. Even if his right hand's actions were detected, the powder thrown from his left hand could still ensnare others. The consequences of such an entrapment could lead to death. Zhang Lin had no desire to perish. Thus, the boy had to die as Zhang Lin shot the boy. The occupants of the building seemed taken aback by such an occurrence, momentarily stunned for 2 seconds, before erupting in fury. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you kill our people after being granted mercy? You seek death. Chapter 28. The evolution of zombies. Several individuals surged out of the building, wielding knives and clubs, on the second floor. A few gunmen took aim at Zhang Lin and opened fire. Zhang Lin seized the submachine gun from Fang Bing's hands and bellowed at Fang Bing and Zhong Lu, take refuge in the nearby building. He then counterattacked. Unlike Fang Bing, Zhang Lin aimed for the heads of the zombies with the submachine gun. Though he could not achieve perfect accuracy, he was remarkably efficient at killing. The gunman on the second floor fired a few shots, but Zhang Lin's bullets shattered the glass of the window, one of the assailants receiving a fatal shot to the head, while the remaining gunman ducked behind the window ledge. Zhang Lin then unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the assailants, charging at him with knives and clubs, turning them into a sieve. After replacing the magazine, Zhang Lin continued firing as he entered the building. In the 15 years of the apocalypse, Zhang Lin had lost count of the countless killings he had committed. His experience in slaughter surpassed the imagination of many. Among those he had killed were numerous humans. Thus, once Zhang Lin resolved to kill, he never exhibited an ounce of hesitation. He would eliminate his enemies in the shortest time possible. Especially after consuming hardened grass, Zhang Lin's physical defenses had been enhanced, along with his reaction capabilities, making his killing speed terrifyingly swift. Blood erupted from the bodies of the survivors, one life after another extinguished by Zhang Lin's hands. When Zhang Lin's gun was leveled at the last living little girl in the 3-story building, she asked, "Why did you kill my father?" "What wrong did he do?" Zhang Lin retorted. "And what have I done wrong?" "Your father and his companions sought to kill me." The little girl defiantly raised her head. "My father harmed you because he wanted to survive with me. He did nothing wrong." Zhang Lin nodded. "Indeed? You all may do anything to survive, including taking lives. Therefore, for my survival, I too can do anything, including exterminating all of you." Zhang Lin pressed the submachine gun against the little girl's forehead. "In truth, I truly wish I did not have to kill a child like you. However, having killed your father, I must inevitably eliminate you as well. This is the apocalypse, a world where a moment's carelessness can spell death. It is not a television drama, nor a film. I will not grant you the opportunity to grow up and seek revenge on me. Moreover, that homemade bomb you ignited has extinguished. The fuse is wet and no longer ignited, leaving you without the chance to perish alongside me." Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled the trigger. Silently gazing at the girl's lifeless body, he turned away after a few seconds and exited the building. Finding Fang Bing, Zhang Lin tossed the submachine gun back to him. "Continue forward. I wish to leave the city center before sunset." From that moment until the sun hovered low on the horizon, Zhang Lin remained silent until he encountered another D-grade zombie. This zombie was unlike the alabaster zombie Zhang Lin had previously faced. Although it was still D-grade, its evolutionary direction had diverged entirely. This zombie's skin, once human, was gradually becoming bone-like armor. It was named the Bone Zombie, and the most formidable bone zombies could evolve to be level. To combat such bone zombies, shooting their heads would prove futile. Their Achilles heel lay in their hearts. Only by shattering their hearts, the source of their power, could one hope to completely destroy them. The bone zombie had several bullet holes in its head, and a cleaver protruded from its eye socket, penetrating its brain. Yet this still could not halt its rampage against humanity. A survivor screamed in despair. "What on earth is this thing? Why can't it be killed?" This shouting survivor was subsequently pierced through the chest by the bone zombie, meeting a tragic end. Zhang Lin once more seized Fang Bing's submachine gun and advanced toward the bone zombie, pulling the trigger as he walked, unleashing bullets upon its chest, shattering its already ossified body into fragments. When Zhang Lin ceased fire and tossed the submachine gun back to Fang Bing, the bone zombie's chest had been riddled with holes, revealing a fist-sized cavity once it fell to the ground. Zhang Lin's earlier barrage had emptied the bone zombie's chest. He retrieved his handgun again, continuing to set off car alarms and shoot zombies, but he spoke. Primary zombies can evolve, and there are various directions for their evolution. This bone zombie is among the most common types of zombies, and unlike ordinary zombies, many evolved zombies have their vital weaknesses located elsewhere. The weakness of this bone zombie lies in its heart. Only by obliterating its heart and destroying its source of power can it be killed. Zhang Lin flashed a terrifying smile at Fang Bing and Chong Lu. "Before long, you will discover that this damned apocalypse is far more terrifying than the movies you've seen about biohazards. Sometimes, you may have to dismember a zombie into pieces and then incinerate the remains to ensure its demise." As soon as Zhang Lin finished speaking, his actions to shoot the zombies paused momentarily, his expression becoming increasingly grave, for he had spotted yet another D-grade zombie. This zombie's evolutionary direction was not defense, perception, or speed, but rather strength, immense, overwhelming strength. This type of zombie was dubbed the muscle zombie, and the strongest muscle zombies could reach heights of over 10 meters, attaining A- level, making them one of the most perilous types of zombies in the apocalypse. The D-grade muscle zombie boasted powerful muscles capable of withstanding bullets. Its vital weakness still lay in its head, but its head was also shrouded in formidable muscle, rendering ordinary handguns ineffective against that layer of muscular defense. Upon seeing the muscle zombie, Zhang Lin realized that the apocalypse he had returned to had indeed deviated. Zombies were not evolving a week later. They had begun evolving immediately after the cosmic storm. Zhang Lin holstered his handgun and drew his dagger, addressing Fang Bing and Chong Lu as the muscle zombie charged toward them. Before long, we will no longer be able to use firearms recklessly as we do now. If we continue this way, the evolved zombies will tear us to shreds, Zhang Lin continued. At that point, most battles against zombies will be close-quarters combat. Even children must learn to wield melee weapons. Zhang Lin surveyed the surroundings with a serious gaze and swiftly declared, "Now that we have exited the city center, let me show you how to swiftly kill zombies in close combat and demonstrate how to fight against powerful zombies." Zhang Lin, after speaking, charged directly at the muscular zombie, swiftly maneuvering past the creature. He angled his body and extended his leg, tripping the muscular zombie, which caused it to leap several meters into the air before crashing to the ground with a thud. Zhang Lin then quickly pivoted and circled to the front of the fallen zombie. Just as the creature lifted its head, he plunged his dagger into its eye socket, twisting it violently. Releasing the dagger, Zhang Lin stepped back, raising his leg high before bringing it down forcefully onto the shoulder of the recently risen muscular zombie, causing it to topple once more. Following this, Zhang Lin's foot landed heavily on the zombie's neck. The dagger embedded in the creature's eye socket was driven through its skull by the tremendous impact of its head striking the ground, resulting in its complete demise. Zhang Lin turned to Fang Bing and Chong Lu, stating, "The vast majority of zombies lack intelligence and primarily attack humans with their hands and mouths, making their lower bodies a significant weakness. Furthermore, their ability to change direction while running is quite poor, allowing for easy evasion and counterattacks from behind." Just like this. This time, Zhang Lin approached a basic zombie empty-handed, charging at it with bare fists. Chapter 29. Emptying the supermarket, Zhang Lin bent low to slip past a basic zombie, wrapping his arms around its legs while simultaneously stepping on its neck. As he released his foot that was supporting him, he spun around twice, and with a series of sickening cracks, the zombie's cervical vertebrae were shattered. Though its mouth continued to move, the creature was rendered completely immobile. Letting go of the zombie, Zhang Lin darted beneath another zombie's armpit. Grasping its neck from behind with his right hand, he delivered a swift kick to the heel of the advancing zombie, and as it lost its balance, he forcefully smashed its head against the ground. In a city filled with concrete, that impact was sufficient to obliterate the basic zombie's brain matter. Next, Zhang Lin gently kicked a basic zombie's collarbone with his combat boot, while his other foot soared through the air, delivering a terrifying blow that shattered the zombie's skull. Subsequently, with gloved hands, Zhang Lin seized the forehead of another zombie from behind, slamming its head against the adjacent wall. After dispatching 4 zombies, Zhang Lin withdrew his handgun, observing the astonished Fang Bing and Chong Lu. Zombies, particularly the basic ones, are not as challenging to kill as you might think. After all, basic zombies are merely frenzied, and their mobility is inferior to that of a normal human. Fang Bing's voice remained raspy. "Perhaps only you believe basic zombies are easy to kill. The survivors we've encountered on the streets fought desperately to slay those zombies, recovering from the side effects of zombie grass." Chong Lu's voice was bitter. "If the basic zombies you speak of were indeed easy to kill, Lin Hai wouldn't be overrun with them." Zhang Lin quietly replied, "If a person cannot even kill a basic zombie, then once zombies regain their sight and begin to evolve, they will be unworthy of survival in this apocalypse." Zhang Lin rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a pistol and several magazines, tossing them to Chong Lu. He pointed towards an apartment building. "Go to the top floor and find a room to rest. I will search the supermarket for food." Having said this, Zhang Lin set off on his own. He believed that Fang Bing, armed with a submachine gun, and Chong Lu with a handgun, could manage to eliminate the few zombies within that apartment building. As he neared the large supermarket, Zhang Lin glanced back at Fang Bing and Chong Lu entering the building. "If you can't handle them, let the zombies take care of you." With that thought, Zhang Lin stepped into the supermarket. Inside the vast supermarket, few people had been shopping at the time of the cosmic storm. Additionally, some survivors had fought with the scant zombies present in their quest for food, resulting in many zombies being killed. Therefore, only 30 zombies remained in the supermarket. Had Zhang Lin's body not been enhanced by the steel grass, he would have had no energy left to deal with those 30 zombies after nearly a day of cautious hiding and fighting. However, Now, those 30 basic zombies posed little threat to him. Like a nimble weasel, Zhang Lin slipped between the shelves. When a zombie wandered nearby, he swiftly drove the dagger, which he had just exchanged for 1 point, directly into its eye socket. Gently lowering the zombie to the ground, Zhang Lin exchanged for another dagger. After utilizing 30 points to acquire 30 ancient daggers, he dispatched all remaining zombies within the supermarket. Zhang Lin proceeded to the farthest end of the supermarket, beginning to collect items into his star space. To gather these items, he need not lift them. Mere contact with his hands sufficed. Since most items were located on the shelves, he could gather long rows or large piles of goods with a single touch. With rapid hand movements, Zhang Lin swiftly cleared shelves, collecting items into his star space. Within a mere 5 minutes after eliminating the zombies, he had emptied half of the supermarket. In just 15 minutes after dispatching the zombies, Zhang Lin had cleared the entire supermarket. All the items from the supermarket occupied only a corner of his star space, which measured 100 meters in length, width, and height. After casting a final glance at the emptied supermarket, Zhang Lin exited and ventured into a nearby shop to continue his looting spree. Before darkness fell and the moon rose, Zhang Lin had cleared dozens of shops, including a grain store and a water station. He then scaled the wall to enter the apartment complex where Fang Bing and Chonglu had gone. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhang Lin exchanged some points in his star space for a bundle of bottled water, a box of bread, and a box of packaged meat. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhang Lin had yet to speak when the door on his left swung open. Revealing Chonglu, he took the items Zhang Lin was carrying with a sigh of relief. "We thought you'd run into trouble while you were in the supermarket for so long. If Fang Bing hadn't insisted that you would be fine, I would have gone looking for you." Entering the room, Zhang Lin closed the door behind him and produced a thick red candle. Igniting it with the flame from his fingertip before placing it on the table, he remarked, "In the days following the cosmic storm, I won't encounter any issues, but after a week, or perhaps 10 days to half a month, that may become uncertain." After Chonglu set the items down, Zhang Lin used a new dagger to cut open a cardboard box. Extracting a pack of chicken legs, he took a bite, saying, "Stop staring. Eat quickly. Afterward, let's get some proper rest. This isn't the central area of Lin Hai, and the number of zombies here isn't particularly high, so we should be able to rest well tonight." Zhang Lin ate rapidly, finishing before Fang Bing and Chonglu, who were still taking their time. Leaning back on the sofa, Zhang Lin closed his eyes and reported his achievements. A notification from the Star Network echoed in his mind. Host has hunted D-Class Zombies X2. Earning D-Class points X2. Current basic points X1680. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Lin realized just how many zombies he had eliminated that day. Despite having exchanged for numerous items and spending a substantial amount of points, he still had over 1,600 points remaining, indicating that he had dispatched over 2,000 zombies today. This was an astonishingly terrifying figure. Even in the apocalyptic world before his rebirth, where he was known as a killing machine, he had only managed to eliminate a maximum of 1,000 basic zombies in a single day. However, before his rebirth, he had used cold weapons to achieve that. Whereas now he wielded firearms, it was likely only in the days immediately following the cosmic storm, before vehicle battery power ran out and before zombies regained their sight and began to evolve, that he could exploit such conditions to achieve this level of success. Henceforth, killing over 2,000 zombies in a single day would be virtually impossible. Once Fang Bing finished eating, Zhang Lin rose and instructed her to the bedroom. Upon hearing his words, Chonglu's face revealed a hint of ambiguity, while Fang Bing appeared momentarily stunned before nodding expressionlessly. Entering the room, once Zhang Lin closed the door, Fang Bing began to undress, fully prepared to offer herself to him. Chapter 30. A misunderstanding. Zhang Lin told Fang Bing, "There's no need to undress." Fang Bing's hands froze, confusion evident in her eyes. Although she had heard from the woman who taught her about such matters that most men, being creatures of instinct, preferred straightforwardness, some possessed unique preferences. Fang Bing withdrew her hands from her clothing, her pale complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. In a shy voice, she said, "Whatever you wish to do, I will comply." Her hand yearned to caress Zhang Lin's chest, yet it hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. Although she had received education in this regard and was prepared to give everything to Zhang Lin in exchange for his protection, it was her first time. Would being too forward leave a negative impression in his heart? Despite the barrier of clothing, she could still feel her heartbeat quicken. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Zhang Lin had no intention of pursuing her, but rather, he was firmly pinching her calves and thighs, causing her already sore muscles to ache even more intensely. Zhang Lin was, in fact, helping her legs. She had misinterpreted his actions, recalling her past, where she was seen as an ice queen, making several advances only to be repeatedly rejected by Zhang Lin. A wave of humiliation surged within her. Yet, this only strengthened her resolve to become Zhang Lin's woman. For a man who could remain unmoved despite her advances, he would surely survive longer in the apocalypse. That was as far as her thoughts went. If running during the day allowed her to endure the soreness in her calf and thigh muscles, being pinched by Zhang Lin was unbearable, prompting her to cry out, "It hurts." Zhang Lin eased his grip slightly, replying, "I can't fully control my strength. If it's too much, just tell me." After a few seconds, Fang Bing exclaimed again, "It really hurts? Go a bit slower." When Zhang Lin's hand reached her thigh, her voice became somewhat off-key, mingled with peculiar sounds of pain. Outside, Zhong Lu rummaged through drawers until he found a pack of cigarettes. Lighting one, he took a deep drag, his mouth twitching slightly. He felt an urge to knock on the door. Asking Zhang Lin and Fang Bing to keep their voices down during such activities. After all, he was a man, and such sounds were bound to stir feelings within him. Scenes of men and women began to flash through his mind, and he shook his head vigorously, opening the balcony window to let in the cool breeze. For the remainder of the time, Fang Bing's cries did not cease, her sounds reverberating and intensifying, driving Zhong Lu's mood to a state of irritation. Had it been before the apocalypse, he would have certainly spent money to find a woman. Half an hour passed, 30 full minutes, before Fang Bing finally quieted down, while Zhong Lu felt he was on the brink of exhaustion. Leaning against the sofa, he opened a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Just then, he saw the bedroom door swing open, and Zhang Lin emerged, fully dressed. Zhong Lu remarked oddly, "Zhang Lin, you really needn't worry about my feelings. You should have stayed inside with Fang Bing." Zhang Lin leaned back on the sofa, stretching his shoulders before retrieving a pack of Chinese cigarettes from the starry space. After tearing it open and extracting one, he tossed the pack onto the coffee table, saying, "Fang Bing was from the Wei's group. She has never had to evade zombies as frantically as during the day, nor has she ever run this much. Her muscles are at their limit. If I don't help her relax and alleviate her soreness, she may struggle to walk tomorrow." At this point, Zhong Lu realized he had misjudged the situation. He quickly shifted the topic. There was a prophecy from an old man regarding the arrival of the apocalypse. Surely he must have foreseen some aspects of the post-apocalyptic world? Zhang Lin nodded. Indeed, he did foresee some things, which is why I have knowledge about certain zombies. He then shrugged. To be honest, I didn't believe the old man at first, but it seems everything he said is true. And our preparations have been quite necessary. Zhong Lu guided the conversation further. Did the old man predict when this apocalypse would end? Zhang Lin looked up at Zhong Lu, shaking his head. This apocalypse has no end. It will ultimately transform into a planet inhospitable to human life. If humanity cannot leave this planet, death is the only outcome. Not receiving the answers he sought from Zhang Lin, Zhong Lu redirected the conversation. Your innate ability is fire. Why not use other abilities to defeat enemies? Is it too weak? Zhang Lin, having only acquired the fire ability last night, hadn't he had time to contemplate how to enhance it? Upon Zhong Lu's reminder, Zhang Lin nodded, "Yes, it is indeed too weak, and I have no idea how to elevate this innate ability. Currently, I can only use it to ignite fires." Zhong Lu gazed at Zhang Lin. "I am quite adept at analysis. If you don't mind, I would like to help you analyze how to enhance your innate ability." Seeing no objection from Zhang Lin, he continued, "Your ability is fire. Have you considered whether being burned by fire could pose a problem for you?" Upon hearing this question, Zhang Lin realized he had not thought of it, not even for a moment. Zhong Lu chuckled. "Why not try placing your hand in the candle flame and see if it gets burned? You can also check if your ability changes in any way. If it does, then my hypothesis may be correct." Zhang Lin regarded Zhong Lu intently, now grasping his train of thought. Slowly, he extended his finger towards the candle flame. His expression grave, even tense. Chapter 31. The innate fire ability. As Zhang Lin's finger fully entered the candle flame, the burning flame suddenly dimmed, as if it were about to extinguish in that flickering light. A look of joy spread across Zhang Lin's face. He was not afraid of the flame. Rather, he could absorb it, storing it within his body. Retrieving his finger from the flame, he nodded at Zhonglu. Your speculation was correct. I am not harmed by ordinary flames, and I can absorb them. A fireball the size of a fist erupted from Zhang Lin's fingertip, but it only lasted for a few seconds. In his mind, a notification rang. The host has activated the first stage of the fire innate ability. Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback, then inquired of the Starry Network. Innate abilities are categorized into stages? The voice in his mind responded. All innate abilities are graded similarly, divided into 9 stages. The Starry Network provided no further information, regardless of Zhang Lin's probing, reiterating. Information regarding innate abilities is classified as a level confidential. The host level is insufficient for disclosure. Zhang Lin looked up at Zhonglu. Thank you for your suggestion. I believe I have an idea of how to enhance my ability. He pointed to another smaller room. That room is the kitchen. Take the sofa cushions in there and lay them down. You will sleep in the kitchen tonight while I ignite a fire in the living room. Zhonglu nodded with a smile. All right. After Zhonglu closed the kitchen door, Zhang Lin spent 50 points to exchange for a large stove and another 10 points for a generous supply of charcoal. By the time it reached 1 in the morning and all the charcoal had burned out, Zhang Lin discarded his bulletproof vest. Suddenly, a massive inferno erupted from his body, incinerating his clothes and transforming him into a towering human torch. The flames were ordinary, and given his current physique, he could only store a limited amount of fire. Yet this was merely the first stage of his innate ability. What kind of terror would his power unleash if he reached the 9th stage? Zhang Lin's excitement surged, and the flames around him expanded, engulfing a 2-meter radius in a raging blaze. Containing the flames, Zhang Lin donned a new combat suit, putting on the bulletproof vest before tossing more exchanged charcoal into the stove, extending his hand into the flames to absorb them. The next morning, Fang Bing walked into the living room to find Zhang Lin's hands submerged in the roaring fire of the stove. Her face paled, and she rushed to Zhang Lin's side, grabbing the back of his collar in an attempt to pull him away from the stove. However, as her fingers brushed against his collar, a sharp dagger was pressed against her throat. Zhang Lin withdrew the dagger, looking at Fang Bing's ashen face, and calmly said, "In the future, do not approach me casually. Under normal circumstances, when I am asleep, I will kill anyone who comes near." Zhang Lin's hand then ignited in a fierce blaze. "And you, foolish woman, did I not tell you before that I possess the ability of fire? How could I possibly be burned by flames?" Fang Bing sighed softly, her emotions complex and tumultuous. The moment Zhang Lin had placed the dagger on her neck, she realized that although she held a place in his heart, it was far from significant. She was certain that unless her position improved, should she ever harbor intentions to betray Zhang Lin, he would not hesitate to end her life. She did not desire such an outcome. She wished to attain a higher standing in Zhang Lin's heart, a status where even if she made a foolish mistake or betrayed him, he would forgive her, even at the brink of death. Despite the improbability of such a scenario, she still yearned for that position. She was a woman. Fang Bing bit her lip and asked Zhang Lin, "May I wash up with some mineral water? I haven't cleaned myself in 2 days, and I fear I smell that if possible. I would also like to take a hot shower." Taking a hot shower? Fang Bing was aware that it was merely a dream. However, Zhang Lin responded, "There is a bucket of pure water behind you. You may use it to wash up. Once we leave Linhai and reach the town, you will be able to enjoy a hot bath." A mysterious smile graced Zhang Lin's face as he added, "I cannot promise much, but I can assure you that I can find an inexhaustible supply of water." Zhang Lin was not boasting. Within the realm of the starry expanse, pure water was available at the rate of 1 bucket per point, with thousands of buckets replenished each month as long as there were zombies left to defeat. Zhang Lin would continue to earn points for exchange. Fang Bing stood up and planted a kiss on Zhang Lin's cheek, whispering playfully in his ear, "I truly wish to feel fresh and clean for you." After Fang Bing struggled to bring the pure water into the bathroom, Zhang Lin shook his head and chuckled. a woman who loves to play with fire but is utterly unprepared. He picked up the remote control and tossed it towards the kitchen door, declaring, "Get up, wash up, eat something, and then we shall set off again. Today, our goal remains daunting. We must strive to leave Linhai." Zhong Lu's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Once we leave Linhai, will life be any easier?" Zhang Lin chuckled. "Are you still dreaming? Since the cosmic storm struck Earth, there have been no easy days in the city. We are constantly threatened by hordes of zombies. In the town, while the numbers may be fewer, we must still contend with those colossal mutated insects and animals." Zhong Lu grumbled as he rose. "Have the creatures evolved as well? Damn it. If that is the case, I can only imagine the miserable existence that awaits us." As he opened the kitchen door, he inquired of Zhang Lin, "Can you tell me how many things that old man actually foretold? I want to know everything and devise a plan for our survival in this apocalypse." Zhang Lin, with a languid tone, replied, "I've forgotten much. Once I recall, I shall tell you." Zhong Lu emerged with a sullen expression, glancing at the extinguished hearth in the living room, his lips twitching slightly. After Fang Bing finished washing up, he nonchalantly entered the bathroom at 6 in the morning. Shortly after the sun had risen, Zhang Lin, Fang Bing, and Zhong Lu departed from the top floor of the building. As they reached the ground floor, they encountered a young man, approximately 19 years of age, clad in athletic gear and wielding a baseball bat, who exclaimed, "Fortunately, I arrived quickly. You haven't left yet." Without waiting for Zhang Lin to speak, he clarified, "I am Su Yumpong, a junior at Linhai University. Last night, some of us saw flames coming from this building, realizing there were survivors here. Early this morning, our leader sent me to find you and invite you to join our group so we can leave Linhai together." He continued, "Our group consists of over 300 people. By joining us, your chances of surviving and escaping Linhai will significantly increase. Moreover, one of my senior classmates knows of an exceedingly secret valley surrounded by sheer cliffs, making it easy to defend." Zhang Lin rubbed his forehead and inquired, "Is your senior named Lian Tai?" Su Yumping's face displayed a look of astonishment as he blurted out, "How do you know?" Zhang Lin smiled. "He may not know me, but I am well acquainted with him." Zhang Lin's knowledge of Lian Tai stemmed from the fact that Lian Tai was a man of great loyalty. They had established a safe haven named Lianyun Valley in that very valley, where Zhang Lin had spent some time during his past life in the apocalypse and had received shelter from Lian Tai while being pursued. Additionally, it was the place he initially wished to stay. Their destinations aligned, so he said to Su Yumpong, "Lead the way. I will follow you." Chapter 32. The good man Lian Tai. Zhang Lin turned to Fang Bing and Zhong Lu, stating, "Lian Tai is a good man." His assertion was not unfounded. Lian Tai was indeed a man of immense virtue, often sacrificing his own needs to ensure the well-being of those in the community. He was also a figure of trust, always leading the charge against zombies in the chaotic world of the apocalypse. He acted as a benevolent Meng Chong, assisting any survivor in need to the best of his ability. Unfortunately, Lian Tai's good nature did not lead to a fortunate end. He was betrayed by Fu Cheng, whom he considered a brother, who seduced his wife and poisoned him to seize control of Lianyun Valley. Later, Fu Cheng shifted his affections to two other women, abandoning Lian Tai's wife and disregarding her. In turn, she revealed the truth about Lian Tai's murder. When Zhang Lin learned of this, he rushed to Lianyun Valley in a fury. But by the time he arrived, it was too late. Fu Cheng had been slain, and the valley had been destroyed by a B-class zombie. However, this time, things would be different. Zhang Lin reiterated to Fang Bing and Zhong Lu, "Lian Tai is a good man, a truly good man." His repetition seemed excessive, yet Su Yumpong, walking ahead, wholeheartedly agreed. What this brother says is true. Lian Tai is indeed a good man, a remarkable one. If he had not stepped forward, such a large group could never have been organized. Many in our ranks suffered oppression before the apocalypse. They formed various teams, refusing to yield to anyone, yet they hold respect for Lian Tai. Su Yumpong continued, "You may not be familiar with Lian Tai's name, but anyone in Linhai in need has received assistance from the Lian Bu Shi Rescue Home, which is funded entirely by Lian Tai." Fang Bing, Zhong Lu, and Zhang Lin were all aware of the Lian Bu Shi Rescue Home, a well-known establishment in Linhai, especially among those who had worked there for over a year. Although they remained unaware that Lian Tai was the owner behind it all, Zhang Lin was willing to wager that Lin Tai summoned Su Yunping not for their assistance, but rather to offer help, to ensure their survival. Despite Zhang Lin's dark view of humanity in the apocalypse, he considered Lin Tai an exception, as he could not perceive him as selfish, and no one labeled Lin Tai as such. Instead, they called him a fool. Su Yunpeng, observing the expressions of Zhang Lin and his companions, felt a swell of pride. Immensely proud of Lin Tai, he guided Zhang Lin and the others through a maze of narrow alleys. His caution eliciting an amused response from Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin reached into his backpack and retrieved a high-definition map of Linhai from the Starry Realm, placing it before Su Yunpeng. Show me where the 300 people led by Lin Tai are located. Su Yunpeng, perhaps having never encountered such a detailed map of Linhai, hesitated momentarily before pointing not to the map but to a large supermarket less than 300 meters away. All of us are located there. Zhang Lin regarded Su Yunpeng with a bemused expression. What time did you set out this morning to come here? Su Yunpeng chuckled awkwardly. As soon as dawn broke, I made my way here. It took me over an hour to arrive. Zhang Lin raised a finger. In 10 minutes, no, even less than 10 minutes, I can bring you there. He drew his pistol and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon a car 100 meters away. Triggering its alarm, as a throng of zombies was drawn away, Zhang Lin swapped out the magazine and began dispatching the zombies obstructing their path, one after another. Su Yunpeng was left speechless by Zhang Lin's audacious display. Upon reaching the supermarket, Su Yunpeng snapped back to reality, clapping his hands. I've brought 3 people with me. They are exceptionally strong. Before Su Yunpeng could introduce Zhang Lin, Fang Bing, and Zhong Lu, a burly man, approximately 1.7 meters tall and exuding an intimidating aura, emerged from the crowd with an outdated rifle aimed at Zhang Lin. He chastised Su Yunpeng. Yunpeng, do not introduce these 3. People who recklessly fire their weapons and draw zombies towards us could attract even more danger. We must protect this large group. After reprimanding Su Yunpeng, he fixed a furious glare on Zhang Lin. You 3 should leave at once. You are not welcome here. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Lin's gaze shifted to Fu Cheng, who was deliberately hiding among the crowd, and he chuckled. This individual, while perhaps a leader of a small faction within the group, was undoubtedly being manipulated by Fu Cheng. Before Zhang Lin could respond, Su Yunpeng defended. Su Hu, put down your weapon. They acted as they did because they wanted to reach us more quickly, and their actions did not attract a single zombie. Su Hu glared at Su Yunpeng. Enough, Yunpeng. You may admire them, but we must prioritize the safety of this large group. Moreover, take a look around. How many people among us truly welcome them? Su Yunpeng cast a glance at the assembly, his countenance paling as he beheld a gathering of unfriendly visages. Just then, a soothing voice rose above the clamor. Enough, everyone. These 3 individuals are here at my behest to invite Yunpeng. I trust that they come in good faith. From the throng emerged a figure, towering at around 6 feet 3, his physique a tapestry of muscle, and a specially crafted broadsword slung across his back. He directed a faint smile towards Zhang Lin. You wouldn't come here with ill intentions, would you? Zhang Lin returned the smile. With you here, of course, I would not. The amiable man nodded affirmatively. I believe in you. This man, known as Lin Tai, was the organizer of this group, and his faith in others was unwavering. However, despite his virtuous nature, most of those around him were bounders, including his beautiful university girlfriend, who would eventually become his wife, yet was far from virtuous. The university student approached with a radiant smile, welcoming Zhang Lin and his companions. First, I extend a warm welcome to your inclusion. Secondly, I must outline our regulations here. Our protocol dictates that resources and equipment are allocated based on necessity. Thus, upon joining, all individuals must surrender their supplies. The firearms and bulletproof vests you possess must be handed over to be entrusted to those of greater strength. Her sweet smile belied the malice in her words. Please relinquish your belongings. I assure you that with so many capable individuals here, your safety will be guaranteed. Chapter 33. I wish to become a person of privilege. She first dismissed Zhang Lin's prowess, then sought to strip him and his companions of their gear. Believing that 3 unarmed individuals could stir no significant upheaval, no matter their strength, as she spoke, she nodded subtly towards Fu Cheng. Zhang Lin's expression turned peculiar. as he suspected that this woman might have entangled herself with Fu Cheng prior to becoming Lien Tai's wife, perhaps orchestrating Lien Tai's acquisition of a substantial refuge for the ulterior motive of ultimately betraying him and seizing the fruits of his labor. If this were true, Lien Tai had unknowingly donned many a green hat before marrying her. Though Lien Tai was a good man, he epitomized tragedy. Zhang Lin fixed his gaze upon the woman and inquired, "Who do you consider to be the strong? Could you have them step forth for a contest with me? If they prove superior, I shall willingly relinquish my equipment." The university student turned to look at Fu Cheng, solidifying Zhang Lin's belief in Lien Tai's tragic fate. Fu Cheng pointed towards Su Hu, and the university student's smile returned. "We have many strong individuals here. Any one of them could surpass you. However, to spare you some embarrassment, let one of our stronger members engage in a contest with you." She gestured towards Su Hu. "Brother Su, step up for the duel. If you win, all his equipment will belong to you." Su Hu, having realized that he could not prevent the trio from joining the group after Lien Tai's remark, simmered in frustration. Yet upon hearing the university student's words, he straightened, his expression transforming into one of delight. He advanced, lifting his chin slightly to meet Zhang Lin's gaze. "I am Su Hu, formerly a coach at a martial arts academy. I look forward to your guidance." Su Hu was supremely confident, convinced that his prowess in unarmed combat far surpassed that of the man before him, who wielded a firearm. Lien Tai did not intervene, for it was indeed a rule of their group that stronger individuals should safeguard the others, ensuring the survival of more people. Lien Tai cast an encouraging glance at Zhang Lin. "I believe in you." Zhang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. "I too believe in myself." He turned to Su Hu, raising a finger. "One strike. If you can evade my attack, I shall give you my equipment." Su Hu's lips twitched in fury. He was nearly driven mad by the audacity of this insolent fool, who regarded him as naught but an insect. This was intolerable. Su Hu bellowed. "Since you hold me in such disdain, I shall not hold back. You shall perish with that." Su Hu's leg soared into the air, aimed at Zhang Lin's head. His kick was swift, yet Zhang Lin's speed eclipsed it. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick to Su Hu's abdomen, sending him flying over 5 meters, crashing into a shelf and toppling 2 individuals before finally coming to as the onlookers, incited by a few individuals, began to jeer and vocally assail Zhang Lin. He surveyed the crowd with a cold demeanor and remarked, "I can provide every individual with a weapon of murder. I wonder if such a contribution qualifies one for the status of a privileged person?" Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The majority of them possessed no weapons, and they could only dream of acquiring one, if this individual could indeed supply an abundance of arms. And they were to drive him away, they would be nothing short of foolish. One voice broke the silence. "If you can furnish us all with weapons, then you undoubtedly deserve the status of a privileged individual, free from the constraints of our team's regulations, and able to act as you please, provided it does not harm the interests of the group." Once this voice was heard, others chimed in. "If you can equip us all, then it is entirely permissible for the 3 of you to attain privileged status." Among the crowd, Fu Cheng's expression turned exceedingly grim. For if Zhang Lin and his companions were to become privileged figures, their renown would rival that of Lien Tai, the highest among them. Should Lien Tai manage to establish a significant stronghold, even if he were to eliminate Lien Tai, the position of leader would remain unattainable for him. Thus, he regarded Zhang Lin, Fang Bing, and Chong Lu with a gaze rife with malice. However, he refrained from stepping forward, continuing to manipulate others. Under his encouragement, a survivor scoffed, "However, if the weapons you provide us are merely kitchen knives or slaughtering blades, I would deem you a fool. With such a demeanor, even if you were strong, we would not welcome you." Upon hearing this, Chu Hua felt invigorated and exclaimed, "Exactly, moreover, you had best expedite the provision of weapons. Otherwise, I shall conclude that you cannot deliver on your promises, and your lies are merely a ploy to join our ranks and seek our protection without offering anything in return." The others nodded in agreement. "Yes. Provide us with weapons swiftly." Amidst these aggressive voices, Zhang Lin exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he nodded and declared, "I can provide you with weapons right now." He advanced towards the crowd, parting them with ease. "Make way." Fong Bing and Chong Lu followed closely behind, their expressions peculiar. The countenance of the others was equally strange. Chu Hua felt a tightness in her chest, nearly suffocating her. Fu Cheng's expression was equally grim. If Zhang Lin were to unveil an arsenal within the supermarket, he could hardly articulate his emotions. It would be a sentiment far more stifling than sheer frustration. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Lin entered the dimly lit warehouse of the supermarket, rummaging through boxes until he reached a clearing. From the starry space, he exchanged for over 400 assorted weapons, the majority being wooden spears. After kicking aside the boxes, Zhang Lin turned to the crowd and announced, "This is what I can provide you. An array of cold weapons suited for slaughter." The assembled individuals felt a wave of nausea wash over them. They were on the brink of acquiring weapons, which should have brought them joy, yet they could not find happiness in the moment. Had they searched more thoroughly earlier, they would have unwrapped these weapons themselves and risen to privileged status. Rather than remaining bound by the constraints of the group, Chu Hua and Fu Cheng, the pair of treacherous lovers, turned pale as ghosts. Among them, the most exhilarated was Lien Tai. He clung tightly to Zhang Lin, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you three need not adhere to the Team's regulations. You may enjoy equal treatment alongside me." Zhang Lin smiled and replied, "You may call me Zhang Lin." Lien Tai expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He then called upon several individuals to distribute the weapons. As the weapons were being distributed, Zhang Lin suggested to Lien Tai, "I recommend gathering some formidable individuals to draw the zombies away. This would greatly enhance our chances of survival." While making this suggestion, his gaze drifted towards Fu Cheng. After all, those who are powerful should contribute accordingly. Lien Tai nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, Brother Zhang." But Zhang Lin, recognizing Lien Tai's inherently soft-hearted nature, interrupted him. "You have seen for yourself that some zombies have already evolved. If more of them continue to evolve while we linger in Linhai, we will all perish. Therefore, organizing a team to divert the zombies is imperative." His tone turned cold. If the so-called strong within this team lack the courage for such a task, they should abandon any thoughts of enjoying high status and simply retreat into cowardice. Lien Tai furrowed his brow in contemplation, then nodded vigorously. "Brother Zhang, you are correct. Thus, I ask you to select a few individuals to form a small team to lure the zombies away." He lamented, "If not for the fear of a sudden zombie attack on our team, I would have eagerly joined you in this endeavor." With Lien Tai's consent, Zhang Lin surveyed the crowd and called out 8 individuals, eventually pointing at Fu Cheng. "You two, step forward." Fu Cheng, amidst the throng, fixed his gaze on Zhang Lin with intensity. A man of deep calculation, despite his athletic prowess, he harbored no desire to confront the zombies directly. For if he were to be bitten, he would inevitably become one of them. He did not wish to die. Hence, over the past day, he had appeared brave in slaying zombies, yet had always hidden behind others, using them as shields, refusing to engage directly until the last moment. Yet now, he was summoned by Zhang Lin. If everyone reluctantly followed Zhang Lin to lure the zombies, and he alone refused, the 300 members of the team would regard him as a coward. Earning their disdain and contempt, he had no choice but to accompany Zhang Lin. Thus, he harbored an intense desire to eliminate Zhang Lin, wishing to tear him apart. As Zhang Lin's gaze swept over him, a mocking smile playing on his lips, he asked if anyone was afraid. Fu Cheng's desire to turn Zhang Lin into mincemeat intensified. Zhang Lin unfurled a detailed map upon the ground, beckoning the other 9. The main road at the supermarket's entrance leads directly outside Linhai. From here, we have approximately 10 miles to travel, with multiple forks along the way. After allowing the group to examine the map, Zhang Lin began assigning tasks. "You two will lead the zombies down this road, endeavoring to lure them as far as possible. You two will direct the zombies down another path, while the remaining 4 will form 2 groups to follow behind and ensure their protection." Lastly, he turned to Fu Cheng with a smile. "You shall accompany me at the forefront." Upon witnessing Zhang Lin's smile once more, Fu Cheng gasped for breath. His eyes locked onto Zhang Lin. The old-fashioned rifle he clutched felt as though it longed to be pressed against Zhang Lin's head, to blow a hole through it. Yet, he could not act on such impulses. Although Zhang Lin was unaware of Fu Cheng's exact thoughts, he understood the general sentiment. Zhang Lin patted Fu Cheng's shoulder and assured him, "I will protect you." You can count on it. He placed significant emphasis on the word protect. Upon exiting the supermarket, Zhang Lin instructed the remaining 8, "You should first seek out ropes and then follow me, searching for buildings along the sides of the forks that are as tall as possible. From the rooftops, use your guns to trigger the car alarms of vehicles far enough away from the main road. Should too many zombies infiltrate the building, you may utilize the ropes to slide down from the top." Zhang Lin had articulated his plan in such straightforward terms that if they failed to comprehend it, their demise at the hands of the zombies would be a testament to their incompetence. The 8 individuals, upon hearing Zhang Lin's directives, squinted their eyes and nodded vigorously. Understood. As the group of 10 departed the supermarket, they refrained from firing bullets to trigger the alarms on the vehicles along the main road, advancing silently instead. Once they were detected by the zombies, they swiftly dispatched them using cold weaponry. These individuals were indeed the strong among the 300. Several had military backgrounds, executing their kills with precision, while one displayed a speed in slaying zombies that was nearly half that of Zhang Lin, indicating he was likely a special forces operative. However, despite their combined efforts, the number of zombies they had slain paled in comparison to Zhang Lin's tally. He could effortlessly eliminate primary zombies with both fists and daggers. Following Zhang Lin were 9 individuals who witnessed not a grueling slaughter, but rather a crude form of artistry. They were filled with dread. For anyone capable of elevating murder to the realm of art was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to confront. They were certain that, even combined, they would not stand a chance against Zhang Lin without firearms. With a sharp dagger, Zhang Lin pierced a zombie's eye socket, then casually walked past, lifting the knife to sever a portion of the creature's skull. He turned to 4 of them and said, "There is a fork in the road ahead. You go prepare and draw the zombies away shortly." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, after Zhang had dispatched over 30 zombies and the others had eliminated a similar number, they arrived at another fork in the road, about 100 meters distant. At this juncture, the other 4 were left behind. Zhang Lin glanced at Fu Cheng and said, "Next, the 2 of us will reach the next intersection and do as they did." "Are you afraid?" Fu Cheng indeed felt fear, particularly of the way Zhang Lin regarded him, like a corpse, fearing that he might strike him down in secret. Therefore, while he could still be seen by those in the supermarket, he decisively declared, "Indeed, I am afraid. I do not intend to proceed with you. I wish to stay with them." Upon uttering this, Fu Cheng turned to catch up with the 4 who had been left behind. Zhang Lin, softly behind him, warned, "If you wish to follow me now, you might still survive. If you insist on parting ways, death awaits you." Fu Cheng scoffed, "I know you are aware of my reluctance to let you join the group. If I continue with you and reach a point where they cannot see us, you will surely strike me down. I am not so foolish." Zhang Lin chuckled lightly, then earnestly replied, "Turn around now. Come to me immediately, and you may live. Otherwise, you shall truly perish." Fu Cheng grimaced and retorted, "We are still in the line of sight of the supermarket's observers. I do not believe you would dare kill me. If you were to do so, you could never remain within this group. It is not I who will kill you, but rather the zombies," Zhang Lin stated just before his voice turned urgent. "Hurry, take cover." Zhang Lin was the first to dash into a shop, and the 4 who had been left behind, hearing his call, hesitated not a moment before rushing into the building at the fork. At that moment, only Fu Cheng remained in the middle of the intersection. When Fu Cheng observed 4 pale, blood-red-eyed zombies charging from the fork, he was utterly paralyzed with fear. He had genuinely been scared to the point of losing control. He had encountered such zombies before. Though he did not know their name, he was fully aware of their terror. 2 of his classmates from the sports department had been slain by one of these white jade zombies. Regret washed over him. If fate granted him another chance, he would certainly choose not to follow Zhang Lin, opting instead to be a coward in the safety of the supermarket. Though cowards may be scorned, they would certainly avoid death. With a blank mind, he turned and fled toward the shop where Zhang Lin had taken refuge, determined to drag someone down with him if he were to die. He shouted frantically, "Zhang Lin, if I die, you shall not live either." Zhang Lin's voice went unheard by the 4 inside the building, but Fu Cheng's desperate vow to perish alongside Zhang was distinctly audible to them. As they peered through the windows and saw Fu Cheng frantically leading the 4 white jade zombies toward Zhang Lin's shop, they shook their heads in dismay. They had long suspected Fu Cheng was no good. But never had they imagined him to be this malicious. Upon bursting into Zhang Lin's shop, Fu Cheng, oblivious to their judgment, frantically searched for Zhang Lin's figure, only to lose it completely. "Zhang Lin, you bastard. Where are you?" he yelled. "Get down." Suddenly, Fu Cheng spotted the muzzle of Zhang Lin's gun. His pupils dilated in instinctive response as he dropped to the ground just as Zhang Lin fired. In a mere 2 seconds, Zhang Lin emptied his magazine, obliterating the skulls of 2 white jade zombies. He then shoved a clothing rack aside to obstruct the path of the remaining zombies. As they charged again, Zhang Lin swiftly reloaded and resumed firing, until he had riddled the last 2 with bullets, only then ceasing his assault. After reloading, Zhang Lin cast a sidelong glance at Fu Cheng and murmured, "Had I let you die the first time we acted together, no one would ever want to ally with me again. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, I must save you. But tell me, are you not disappointed that you did not perish alongside me?" Fu Cheng indeed felt a twinge of disappointment. But more so, he was elated to be alive. He was still breathing. The better news was that Zhang Lin had explicitly stated he would not kill him, but would save him. With such assurance, he envisioned countless ways to tarnish Zhang Lin's reputation, even plotting to turn the entire group against him and orchestrate his demise. The mere thought ignited a thrill within him. Before he could rise, Zhang Lin whispered again, "However, if I expose that Chu Hua was actually your pawn, meant to get close to Lien Tai with the intent to eliminate him once a secure stronghold was established, do you think Chu Hua would keep your schemes a secret? Do you believe the others would not beat you both to death?" Fu Cheng, who had been about to stand, abruptly collapsed once more. He had not anticipated Zhang Lin's knowledge of this affair. Chu Hua was his woman, and he had planned to have her marry Lien Tai once a stronghold was established, biding his time to gain the survivors' trust before treacherously killing Lien Tai and seizing control of the stronghold. This scheme was known only to him and Chu Hua. Now, however, it was being unveiled by Zhang Lin. Fu Cheng intended to harm Zhang Lin, but Zhang Lin would never conceal this revelation for him. If exposed while in the group, he would undoubtedly be beaten to death. Fu Cheng gasped, his eyes filled with malice. "There is no turning back for me. I can no longer associate with Chu Hua. I must find a new group." He kicked over a clothing rack in a fit of rage, growling lowly, "Zhang Lin, you've ruined my plans. One day, I will make you wish you were never born." At that moment, Zhang Lin's voice rang out from outside the shop, "Fu Cheng, I can save you once, but if you do not come out now, I will not be able to save you a second time." Fu Cheng snorted coldly, stepping out of the shop, only to be met with a shocking sight. Over 100 zombies, drawn by the earlier gunfire, were rushing toward him, and they were perilously close, the stench of death palpable in the air. Glancing at the distant Zhang Lin, Fu Cheng went mad. "Zhang Lin, you bastard! If I die today, I will drag you down with me." His cries were heard by the 4 nearing the top of the forked building, who watched in outrage as Fu Cheng summoned a horde of mutated zombies to assault Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin had saved him from the zombies before, yet now Fu Cheng sought to endanger him again. He was nothing short of a monster, worse than an animal. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin continued to fire desperately while shouting instructions to Fu Cheng. "The building to your left has no zombies. You can survive by rushing inside." In stark contrast, Zhang Lin appeared as a saint while Fu Cheng descended further into depravity. "Stop with the pretense. This entire scenario was your design. You orchestrated everything to kill me," Fu Cheng roared. "Today, I will bring you down with me. I want you dead. You are so strong, aren't you? Then keep killing zombies. Keep killing." No sooner had Fu Cheng finished speaking than the car alarm in the distance was triggered, diverting a significant number of zombies that had been pursuing him. The few zombies still on his tail were quickly dispatched by Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin approached Fu Cheng, lowering his voice. "How does it feel to be outsmarted? Are you furious? Do you wish to tear me to shreds?" He chuckled darkly. "I have saved you twice, yet you have repeatedly sought my demise. The people above have heard everything. Even if you are killed by zombies now, it will not tarnish my reputation in the slightest. Thus, you will die, and it will be a most gruesome death." Fu Cheng's face reddened, consumed by rage. He had always believed himself to be clever. Yet today, He found himself a mere pawn, likely to be toyed with until his last breath. His fury escalated, his eyes glowing with rage. He drew his large knife and lunged at Zhang Lin like a madman, shouting, "You will die! I will kill you! I must kill you!" While Zhang Lin deftly evaded, he shouted, "Fu Cheng, what has happened to you? Calm down, stay calm, calm down, to hell with your calm." After Fu Cheng uttered those words, Zhang Lin's expression darkened, and evading the swing of the large blade, he delivered a resounding slap to Fu Cheng's face before the other zombies could close in. This slap drove Fu Cheng utterly mad. He had never been struck in his life, not even by his parents, and now, compounded by the force of Zhang Lin's blow, he experienced a momentary blindness. He was uncertain whether Zhang Lin would kill him, and in his frenzy, he wildly swung the large blade, shouting, "I will kill you! Kill you!" Zhang Lin dodged Fu Cheng and swiftly dashed down a side path, covering dozens of meters in a series of bursts. Then, like the wind, he evaded several zombies and dashed into a building adjacent to the side path. He ascended to the rooftop and, aiming at the cars parked along the side path, fired frantically to draw the zombies away from the main road. As for Fu Cheng, Zhang Lin would not spare him another glance, for Fu Cheng was as good as dead. Moreover, his demise would be chronicled in detail, painting him as worse than a pig or a dog. While Zhang Lin would emerge as a figure worthy of reliance, of course, Zhang Lin was inherently dependable, provided others did not view him as an enemy. And when it came to dealing with foes, Zhang Lin's approach was one of total annihilation. Standing on the rooftop, Zhang Lin cast a glance toward the direction of the supermarket. "Lin Tai, I have dealt with Fu Cheng for you, thus repaying part of the favor from before my rebirth. Once I leave Lin Hai, I will ensure you see the true nature of Chu Hua." He then let out a bitter smile. "However, given your disposition, even if you are not harmed by Fu Cheng or Chu Hua, you will eventually fall victim to someone else. This apocalyptic world is truly unsuitable for a saintly character." After a brief lamentation, Zhang Lin exchanged a point for some rope and swiftly descended from the rooftop point. 10 minutes later, Zhang Lin found himself atop a bell tower, at least 200 meters off the main road. Retrieving a sniper rifle. Although he was not a sniper during his time in the military, any special forces soldier would inevitably become a master marksman over 15 years in the apocalypse. Zhang Lin was no exception. After assessing the external factors, he began to survey the surrounding environment through the sniper scope. After a thorough scan, his expression grew noticeably grave. Within his hunting range, numerous D-class zombies appeared, indicating an alarming rate of zombie evolution, far surpassing his expectations. Perhaps by tomorrow, D-class zombies would be rampant throughout Lin Hai, and at that point, escaping would be nothing short of a pipe dream. From the starry space, he retrieved a silencer and affixed it to the sniper rifle, taking aim at the head of a jade-white zombie. After a brief pause, he pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed the head of the jade-white zombie. The wind was stronger than he had anticipated, and the police sniper rifle differed significantly from the one he had used in the previous apocalypse. After a slight adjustment, Zhang Lin fired again. This shot shattered the head of the jade-white zombie, effortlessly dispatching a creature that was notoriously difficult to kill. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Host has killed D-Class Zombie X10. Current D-Class points X10. As the notification faded, Zhang Lin targeted a skeletal zombie, his brow furrowing slightly before shifting his gaze away. To kill a skeletal zombie, one would need to blast a gaping hole in its chest. And accomplishing this with a sniper rifle while the skeletal zombie was in motion was a daunting task, even for a master marksman. Zhang Lin's scope soon locked onto a zombie that appeared as though it had just emerged from water, and he inhaled sharply in surprise. He had not expected to encounter such a zombie so soon. Initially, this type of zombie was also D-Class, but its maximum evolutionary potential reached A-Class, a true monstrosity. Capable of annihilating a large settlement, it did not rely on hearing, smell, or sight. This zombie utilized infrared sensing to locate its enemies. When it was still at D-Class, any entity encroaching within a 10-meter radius would be detected by its infrared perception. Upon reaching A-Class, it could emit terrifying rays of heat, and for Zhang Lin, who had survived 15 years in the apocalypse before his rebirth, Spotting such a giant zombie mandated an immediate flight response. For to linger would mean certain death. However, while it was still at D class, its attack methods were akin to those of ordinary low-level zombies. This particular zombie was known as the Ray Zombie. Zhang Lin suppressed his astonishment, focusing intently on aiming at this creature and pulling the trigger. The notification from the Starry Network chimed in his mind. Host has killed D-Class Zombie X11. Current D-Class points X11. With his D-Class points now totaling 15, Zhang Lin hastily stowed the sniper rifle and exchanged for a Desert Eagle, wielding one in each hand as he fixed his gaze on a zombie crawling up the edge of the building. This zombie was nicknamed the Sniper Undertaker. The reason for this moniker was that it was devoid of skin, its body covered in red muscle and bulging veins, resembling the crawlers from the Resident Evil films, as if it had evolved specifically to hunt long-range attackers. This zombie also began at D-Class, standing 2 meters tall when not crawling on the ground. Its maximum evolutionary potential was A-Class, with a height reaching 5 meters, at which point it would gain the ability to become invisible. An A-Class Sniper Undertaker was a nightmare for all, capable of silently dispatching one powerful survivor after another. Yet, even a newly evolved D-Class Sniper Undertaker was not to be trifled with, for despite its recent evolution, its speed far exceeded that of an average human. As the Sniper Undertaker reached the rooftop, it lifted its head to look at Zhang Lin, revealing a seemingly eerie smile. Much like a Special Forces soldier skilled in tactical evasion, racing toward Zhang Lin in a series of S-shaped maneuvers. Zhang Lin's eyes blinked rapidly. The running Sniper Undertaker appeared to him as a sequence of still photographs. And he fired just as the Sniper Undertaker leaped into the air. The bullets erupted like rainfall upon the Sniper Undertaker's neck, tearing through its muscles and subsequently obliterating its head. Returning the handgun to its holster, Zhang Lin conjured a ball of flame the size of a human head and casually tossed it onto the Sniper Undertaker. Upon contact, the flames ignited as if they had encountered gasoline, consuming the Sniper Undertaker until it was reduced to charred bones and ashes. Zhang Lin was not showcasing his pyromancy for ostentation. Rather, he understood that this D-Class Sniper Undertaker ranked 36th on the list of hardest zombies to kill. Even if its head was obliterated, it would not truly die. A substance secreted within its body allowed it to lie motionless like a corpse for 30 seconds. After that duration, it could still move for approximately 3 minutes. During those 3 minutes, firearms posed no threat to it. Even if its remaining body was riddled with bullets, it would not be genuinely killed. Throughout Zhang Lin's 15 years of rebirth in the apocalypse, countless survivors had met their demise during those 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the Sniper Undertaker would finally perish. To circumvent that terrifying 3-minute window, one would need to sever its limbs immediately after blasting its head. Or, like Zhang Lin, incinerate the Sniper Undertaker. Even with his rebirth, this cursed apocalypse remained a realm where he could not run rampant. He then expressed a modicum of relief. Fortunately, I encountered only the Sniper Undertaker. Had I encountered the Sniper Butcher, which evolves into C-Class, I might have been killed without a chance to resist due to initial carelessness. As Zhang Lin passed by the Sniper Undertaker, he stood at the building's edge, drawing his Desert Eagle once more, and shot at another Sniper Undertaker that was climbing the wall like a gecko, causing blood to spray everywhere. After exchanging for a bundle of rope, he secured it atop the building and then leaped down. Before the Sniper Undertaker, whose skull had been shattered, could rise again, Zhang Lin ignited a ball of flame and hurled it onto the creature, transforming the Sniper Undertaker, which bled a substance akin to gasoline, into a massive torch. Inhaling the burning flames, Zhang Lin evaded a rushing zombie, swiftly grasping its neck and forcibly yanking it back to slam it onto the ground. He delivered a powerful kick to another zombie's knee, shattering its leg, and as the zombie collapsed, he crushed its skull beneath his foot. After Zhang Lin entered a room and dispatched 3 ordinary zombies within, the battle concluded. With the fight over, the notification sounded. Host has hunted D-Class Zombies X17. Current D-Class points X17, possessing a total of 1,350 primary points. Upon hearing the prompt from the Star Network, Zhang Lin deftly retrieved his sniper rifle and with a single shot, obliterated the head of a distant white jade zombie, elevating his D-level points to 18, with 18 D-level points accumulated. At this pace, By tomorrow noon at the latest, I should be able to gather enough points to reconnect with the Steel Civilization's forging cloud. However, it was only last night that I re-established the connection with the Steel Civilization. To reconnect within such a short span of less than 2 days seems excessively hasty. I can only wonder how many strands of hardened grass the forging cloud has managed to collect. I sincerely hope that the pace of collecting hardened grass accelerates, as I must enhance my own abilities. That awkward woman, Fong Bing, also requires strengthening. She needs the means to survive in this apocalyptic world. Although Zhong Lu is a nimble, hefty man, he would possess little resistance against swarms of zombies, and thus, he too needs fortification. Additionally, there is Lien Tai, who, despite his inevitable demise at the hands of others, also requires enhancement. Expending hardened grass on him would be tantamount to waste. I require more hardened grass. I must connect with other civilizations. I need more D-level points. Leaping through the window, Zhang Lin dispatched over 20 novice zombies with a combination of punches and kicks before returning to the main thoroughfare. At this moment, the 300-strong team had reached the location where he had last diverted the zombies, seeking refuge in the lobby of an office building. The atmosphere among the group was heavy with despair. Over 20 individuals were quietly weeping. They were all young and robust, yet while defending the team from the zombie onslaught, they had sustained injuries that would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Zhang Lin had witnessed countless such individuals in the world before the rebirth. Yet he had never extended a hand to assist them, for, whether it be zombie grass or the concocted potions derived from it, such items were exceedingly precious in the apocalypse, directly tied to Zhang Lin's survival. He would not squander life-saving resources on strangers who might later become adversaries. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such actions would have been condemned by the self-righteous, labeled as inhumane. Yet in this new reality, those not intimately connected, those lacking deep ties, would never offer zombie grass or potions to others. As Zhang Lin scanned the lobby, he could not find any trace of Zhong Lu and Fong Bing, which instilled within him a sense of foreboding. Before he could continue his search, one survivor after another stood up, brandishing their wooden spears at Zhang Lin. Halt, surrender, or do not blame us for our hostility. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lin drew the grenade hanging from his waist, disengaged its safety, ensuring he could detonate it at a moment's notice to obliterate these individuals. Upon seeing the grenade in Zhang Lin's hand, their pupils dilated with fear, and they recoiled in panic, no longer daring to approach him. Nevertheless, the murderous intent in their eyes remained undiminished. Zhang Lin's voice was icy. I have armed you, granting you the ability to combat the zombies. And I have drawn the zombies away, affording you the chance to survive without engaging in a frenzied battle. I consider myself to have been benevolent towards you, and I have not wronged you in any way. Why then, do you treat me thus? Tell me. Chapter 38. Speak, and I shall strike Chiu Hua. Why? Why do we treat you in this manner? Do you not understand? Don't speak of gratitude. It only amuses us. You, a butcher, to have scum like you clear our path. We are truly taken aback. One by one, the survivors in the lobby hurled scornful jibes at Zhang Lin, deepening the furrow in his brow. He was now certain that the behavior exhibited by this group of survivors was connected to the absence of Zhong Lu and Fong Bing. They must have been framed. The one with the motive to frame Fong Bing and Zhong Lu was clearly Fu Cheng's woman. Chiu Hua, with Fu Cheng's demise, she had lost a pillar of support and a strategist. She sought to frame Fong Bing and Zhong Lu to incite the survivors' wrath, thereby achieving her own aims. I do not wish to listen to your nonsense. Tell me what transpired. Zhang Lin's fingers slipped into the grenade's pull ring, making it clear he was prepared to pull the pin. He turned to Lien Tai. Silence them. And then you will tell me what occurred, or I fear I may inadvertently pull the pin and toss it into the crowd. The survivors, who had threatened Zhang Lin with their wooden spears, were evidently unprepared for such a strong show of force. They were thrown into disarray. Just as Lien Tai attempted to speak, a voice rang out from the crowd. He is merely trying to scare you. One man against so many of us. If he doesn't want to die, he wouldn't dare pull the pin on that grenade. The speaker was a robust individual, his words fueled by a desire to impress a female college student he had long regarded as Lien Tai's girlfriend, who had promised him a week of her company should he succeed in killing Zhang Lin. He was a man, a thoroughly normal man, driven by base desires. Thus, he had agreed. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Lin, a terrifying intent flickering in his eyes, yet his words betrayed no malice, as if he were attempting to persuade Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin, do not resist. Surrender, and you may yet live if you oppose us. Your fate is sealed. Even if you pull the pin and detonate the grenade, you will hardly take many of us with you, but you will surely be pierced by our blades. His words found favor among the other survivors, and the once tense crowd began to encroach upon Zhang Lin once more. Zhang Lin scoffed, having expended 1,000 points from the star space to exchange for 10 grenades, which he placed in his backpack. He unzipped the backpack, allowing the encircling survivors to glimpse the grenades within, and sneered. Even if one grenade detonates, it won't take many of you down, but I can trigger all the grenades inside this bag, sending everyone in this lobby to their demise. So step back. Zhang Lin grinned menacingly at the other survivors. Do not presume that I value my life highly. I have executed countless missions for my country, fully aware of the lethal risks, yet I proceeded regardless. Therefore, if you wish to live, refrain from making any sudden movements. Zhang Lin's gun was aimed at Qiu Hua. You, step forward. As he spoke, his finger tightened on the trigger. Counting slowly, 1, 2, Zhang Lin's motions clearly indicated to Qiu Hua that he was counting down, and if she did not emerge, he would shoot her. Qiu Hua's face drained of color. This was far from her expectations. In her plans, Zhang Lin should have been bound by the members of this team. Once restrained, his weapons would be stripped away, and she would have ample means to ensure his demise. Yet Zhang Lin threatened the entire group without hesitation. Did he not care for this team at all? Her pale face turned to Lien Tai, seeking his assistance. However, Zhang Lin merely smirked. When I command you to step forward, you will do so. Do you think Lien Tai can save you? I will count again. If you do not appear, I will shoot you. Of course, you may gamble that I will not. Qiu Hua gazed at Zhang Lin's cold visage, her body weakening. She dared not gamble, not in the slightest. She feared death. Thus, she stepped forward, and Zhang Lin's firearm pressed directly against her head, inducing a state of sheer terror. A foul liquid trickled down her leg, soaking her pants, eventually pooling at her feet. Trembling, she questioned, I have done nothing to you. Why target me so? Zhang Lin shot her a frosty glance, offering no reply as he turned to the now enraged Lien Tai. Bring my 2 companions here. Zhang Lin's finger tightened slightly on the trigger. I do not wish to hear any more from you. If you do not wish for your woman to meet her end at my hands, it would be wise to follow my commands. In truth, Zhang Lin wished to avoid speaking to Lien Tai in such a manner. Yet he had no choice. Lien Tai was not merely a naive idealist, but rather a simple-minded one, easily deceived and swayed by the majority opinion. Otherwise, during the process of luring the zombies away, Zhang Lin would not have needed to go to such lengths to put on a show. He could have simply allowed Fu Cheng to be killed by the zombies from the outset. However, his prior theatrics had been in vain. Lien Tai now viewed him as an enemy. Lien Tai fixed a fierce gaze on Zhang Lin. Brother Zhang? This is the last time I shall call you that. You are despicable, Lien Tai shouted towards a specific direction. Bring Zhong Lu and Fong Bing out. Let Zhang Lin take them away. And from this moment forth, should we meet again, we shall be foes. Zhong Lu and Fong Bing were promptly brought forth. Upon seeing their severely swollen faces, nearly unrecognizable, Zhang Lin wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap to Qiu Hua's face. Rendering it puffy, Qiu Hua, stunned by the blow, protested. Their injuries were not inflicted by me. Why do you strike me? Because I wish to. Zhang Lin articulated this reasoning with great clarity and strength. In this world, the motivations behind every human action can be categorized into what I wish to do and what I do not wish to do. This rationale is utterly flawless and cannot be refuted. Upon observing the filthy garments and the limping legs of those before him, Zhang Lin retaliated by striking Qiu Hua across the face. The force of the blow left Qiu Hua dizzy and disoriented. She refrained from inquiring about the reason behind his actions, for even if she did, the response would merely be, I wish to hit you. As Zhong Lu and Fong Bing approached, Zhang Lin surveyed the surrounding survivors and declared, word by word, next, I shall unveil the truth of this matter. Lien Tai roared in defiance. What truth do you know? The truth is that your two companions intend to slaughter everyone here. You all can leave. Zhang Lin, noticing Lien Tai's face twisted in fury, delivered another sharp slap to Chu Hua's face. Chu Hua was left utterly bewildered and helpless. Zhang Lin coldly scoffed, I permit you to speak. Should anyone utter another word, I shall strike Chu Hua again. His words were devoid of reason. Chapter 39. The truth unveiled. Zhang Lin diverted the muzzle of his desert eagle, aiming at the man who had just shouted, and shot through his arm. You, step forward. I shall not count. If I see you attempt to evade, I will kill you. The shouting man's face contorted in pain, and as he prepared to scream, the icy visage of Zhang Lin compelled him to step forward in trepidation. He had never anticipated that Zhang Lin would dare to fire a weapon. Under the siege of so many, he had shot without hesitation. However, upon seeing the 10 grenades lying in Zhang Lin's backpack on the ground, he realized that Zhang Lin possessed the confidence to do anything at that moment. Regret surged within him. He should not have let his impulses guide him into attempting to aid Chu Hua in eliminating Zhang Lin. He was aware of Zhang Lin's prowess, but he had never imagined that Zhang Lin would have a cache of high-explosive grenades. Had he known, he would never have spoken out. He covered his arm and scanned the onlookers, his face a mask of despair. He understood that none of those surrounding him would dare to risk their safety to speak in his defense, including Lien Tai, who was apprehensive about Chu Hua being struck again. He fell to his knees before Zhang Lin with a thud. I was wrong. Please spare my life. With his uninjured hand, he stealthily reached for the backpack on the ground, hoping to seize a grenade. If successful, he would possess the same leverage as Zhang Lin to threaten anyone. At worst, he thought, he could perish alongside everyone present. However, before his hand could touch the backpack, a bullet from Zhang Lin pierced his shoulder blade. Zhang Lin pressed the muzzle against his cheek and pulled the trigger, tearing apart one of his ears. As pain surged through him and he instinctively began to scream, Zhang Lin forcefully closed his jaw, and what loomed before his eyes was the gaping muzzle of the desert eagle. Move again, and I will kill you. At that moment, Zhang Lin addressed the swollen and battered faces of Zhonglu and Fang Bing. What transpired? Zhonglu spat out blood, wiped his mouth, and with a muffled voice explained, You need to divert the zombies on the main road. After someone witnessed Fu Cheng being killed by the undead, they asked us to help carry a barrel of purified water to facilitate drinking while eating. Fang Bing and I had nothing else to do, so we complied. However, that barrel of water was poisoned, leading to the poisoning of 20 or 30 people who drank it. Some claim that Fang Bing and I were acting on your orders, intending to poison everyone in the group. Such a ludicrous accusation, yet they all believed it. Zhang Lin surveyed the crowd, his eyes filled with disdain. Indeed, this group was comprised entirely of fools. Even if a wise individual existed among them, they likely relished the notion of everyone else believing such absurdities. Returning his firearm to its holster, Zhang Lin struck Chu Hua, whose face was streaked with tears, across the face. Wretched woman, I never imagined you would resort to sacrificing numerous innocents to exact revenge upon me. Where is your humanity? Chu Hua nearly lost consciousness from the force of the slap. However, what truly rendered her almost faint was Zhang Lin's words. She frantically scanned her surroundings, meeting the suspicious gazes of those around her and the ashen face of Lien Tai. Exclaiming in panic, He is slandering me, utterly slandering. I did not poison the water. How could I be so malevolent as to harm everyone? Lien Tai shouted furiously. Enough, Zhang Lin. Although I am grateful for the weapons you provided and for diverting many zombies, our group no longer welcomes you. Please leave immediately. His words clearly indicated his belief that Zhang Lin's companions were indeed the poisoners. He did not wish to hear any further arguments. He simply wanted Zhang Lin gone. Among the onlookers, some scoffed. Zhang Lin, we do not wish to hear your ridiculous claims. We can allow you to leave unharmed and promise not to attack you from behind, but from this day forth, we shall be enemies. Voices rose in condemnation of Zhang Lin, growing ever more numerous. Zhang Lin hauled the kneeling man to his feet, delivering numerous slaps before tossing him back to the ground, followed by another strike to Chu Hua's face, drawing blood. Did I permit you to speak? Witnessing this, Lien Tai was nearly driven to madness. Silence. Then, fixing a fierce gaze upon Zhang Lin, he continued. You are something else. Very well, from now on, you and I shall be enemies. Zhang Lin shrugged indifferently. Suit yourself. I care not how you perceive me. Anyone who dares to attack me shall meet their end. Remember that. Zhang Lin drew a dagger, pointing it at the man sprawled on the ground, near his bleeding wound, and coldly stated, This is a knife that has pierced countless zombie skulls, now smeared with their virus. I shall offer you two choices. 1. Tell the truth, and I will not touch you with this knife, allowing you to leave. Point 2. Lie to me, and I will press this knife against your wound, leading you to become a zombie in 10 to 12 hours, consumed by fear. His voice was chilling. I will determine the veracity of your words. You have 10 seconds to choose. 1, 2. Under the weight of Zhang Lin's icy countdown, the man on the ground broke down, shouting, I will speak. Just let me go. He raised his gaze, filled with hatred, towards Chu Hua, making her skin crawl as she stared back at him, panic-stricken. What are you looking at me for? Do you intend to slander me? Then, Chu Hua beheld Zhang Lin's hand coming towards her. Did I permit you to speak? Zhang Lin commanded the man. Continue. The man hastily recounted. After learning of Fu Cheng's death, Chu Hua approached me, using her body to entice me, claiming that if I assisted her in killing Zhang Lin, I would be allowed to indulge in whatever I desired for a week. Chu Hua erupted in a fit of hysteria. Lies, he is lying. Even with her bloodied face, she felt compelled to speak. Lien Tai had feelings for her. He would find a way to protect her. But if he believed the man's words, even Lien Tai, no matter how good-hearted, could not tolerate being cuckolded. At that moment, even if Lien Tai did not kill her, he would surely abandon her. In such a scenario, she would have no escape. The man on the ground smirked. You all must think this is a fabricated lie to save my life, right? Wrong. The aloof Chu Hua you see is actually a wretched woman. When we spoke, she was entirely unaware that several of my brothers were eavesdropping. My words are true, and my brothers can attest to that. As his words echoed, several voices among the crowd chimed in. It's true. After Chu Hua left, we discussed whether to toy with her. Such matters were not something they could easily forget. Amid the chaotic outcry, Chu Hua collapsed onto the ground, her once flushed face now devoid of color. She knew she was utterly doomed. When she saw Zhang Lin presenting the virus-laden dagger before her, she lost her sanity and sprang to her feet. Observing Chu Hua's frantic display, Zhang Lin understood that he need not utter another word. The now crazed and fearless Chu Hua would reveal everything in her madness, leading to her own destruction. Chapter 40. Division. She screamed at Zhang Lin. Indeed. I used my body as bait to have him kill you. You have your confirmation. Are you satisfied now? As her words echoed, Lien Tai's face grew increasingly pale, his gaze toward Chu Hua filled with profound sorrow and disbelief. Why? Why? Lien Tai's voice was barely a whisper. So faint that he could scarcely hear it himself. In her frenzy, Chu Hua continued to rage at Zhang Lin. Fu Cheng was my man. He followed you to slay zombies and perished. Who else am I to blame? I poisoned the purified water to frame your two companions, inciting the other survivors to bind you as well. Once you were restrained, I had countless ways to end your life. But I never anticipated you would not play by the rules. How infuriating! The frenzied cries of Chu Hua plunged everyone into a profound silence. They were overcome with shame, feeling like fools, manipulated at her whim. After a long pause, their anger erupted like a volcano. You wretched woman, how dare you toy with us so cruelly, intent on harming dozens within our ranks? You are unworthy of existence in this world. Malicious woman, why do you persist in living? You deserve nothing less than hell. Kill her. Amidst the chaotic cacophony, Zhang Lin zipped up his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder, and, pulling along Zhong Lu and Fang Bing, remarked calmly, in this apocalyptic era, devoid of legal constraints, the harm humans inflict upon one another is a frequent occurrence. Therefore, whatever you choose to do from now on, exercise caution, especially you. Zhong Lu, wasn't your analytical prowess supposed to be strong? How does it feel to be played for a fool by a mere woman? Zhong Lu, His face swollen, nodded. I understand. At that moment, Lien Tai finally exploded. Shut up. All of you. Just shut the hell up. He pushed through the crowd, his towering figure striding forward, locking his gaze on Chu Huad. A year ago, you became my girlfriend. You professed your love for me. Everything you've said is a lie. Isn't it? You have no connection with Fu Cheng, do you? A mocking expression graced Chu Hua's pig-like face. For the past year, I have been deceiving you. Fu Cheng is my true man. The only reason I agreed to be your girlfriend was because Fu Cheng wanted to use me to swindle all your wealth to usurp it for ourselves, after which we would escape together. Why would I ever fall for someone like you, a saintly fool? As Chu Hua continued to mock him, retreating from Lien Tai, she added, after the cosmic storm struck Earth, I was still willing to follow you. Not because of your charm, but because a self-righteous fool like you might eventually establish a large settlement. At that point, I could effortlessly eliminate you, and the settlement would fall into the hands of Fu Cheng and me, allowing us to do as we please in this apocalypse. With a ferocious lunge, she charged at Zhang Lin. I love Fu Cheng, and you, bastard, killed him. I'll kill you. She attempted to leap at Zhang Lin, hoping to detonate the grenade still in his hand, but her collar was seized by Lien Tai. His face pale, Lien Tai exclaimed, You're lying to me, aren't you? You must be deceiving me. I refuse to believe you could treat me this way. He struggled to accept that their past vows were mere fabrications. Chu Hua, her eyes glistening with rage, tore her sleeve to reveal a tattoo on her arm that read, I love Fu Cheng. See this, you saintly fool. This is why I insisted on our nighttime intimacy and avoided bathing with you. Lien Tai, confronted with the 4 words inked on her arm, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Staggering back until Zhang Lin caught hold of his collar, Zhang Lin asked from behind, If you can't bring yourself to kill her, do you need me to do it? Lien Tai shook his head in anguish. No need. Tears filled his eyes as he addressed the other survivors, his voice piercing. I know you've all whispered behind my back, calling me a saintly fool, plotting to use me. Yet I never exposed you because I wanted everyone to survive. But I never imagined the one I loved, the one I vowed to marry, would betray me like this. Damn it. From this day forth, I care for no one. I will save no one. I will live solely for myself. With that declaration, he turned to leave, seeking to distance himself from this heartbreaking group and the woman who had extinguished his hope. Zhang Lin coldly regarded Chu Hua. This time Lien Tai spares you. I shall do the same. If you manage to survive until we meet again, I will end you then. Turning to Zhonglu and Fang Bing, he said, Let us go. The 3 of them moved in the direction Lien Tai had taken. Behind them, Chu Hua unleashed a wretched wail, soon fading into silence. Her actions drove Lien Tai away, nearly poisoning those who sought water. Such a venomous woman, though possessing a decent physique, would be swiftly eliminated by anyone aspiring to lead this nearly 300-strong group. In order to gain favor with the other survivors, Chu Hua had no chance to barter her life for survival. Thus, she met her demise in the 15 years prior to his rebirth. Zhang Lin had witnessed such events unfold before him more than once. From the moment he decided to intervene and save Lien Tai, he had anticipated this outcome. Although Lien Tai perhaps needed no rescue from Zhang Lin, he acted regardless, for he owed Lien Tai from his previous life in the apocalypse. However, he hadn't foreseen Lien Tai's resolute departure from the group after being provoked. Zhang Lin and his companions quickly caught up with Lien Tai, advancing behind him as he furiously dispatched the zombies, occasionally taking down any that posed a threat to him. At a corner, Lien Tai abruptly turned, aiming a specially crafted machete at Zhang Lin. Don't follow me, or I won't hold back. Zhang Lin extended a hand toward Lien Tai. Join my team, become my ally, I will help you survive in this apocalypse. Lien Tai coldly retorted, I've misunderstood you all. You would only use me as cannon fodder. I don't need to join your team. I want you all to leave my sight immediately. This world has no one worthy of trust. I just want to live quietly alone. Go. Zhang Lin tossed his backpack to Lien Tai. If you refuse to join, I want to insist. Here's a pack for you, filled with grenades, a pistol, and a multitude of magazines. He gazed deeply at Lien Tai. Stay alive. We're leaving. He beckoned Zhonglu and Fang Bing to follow him in another direction. Wait, Lien Tai called out from behind, tossing the backpack back to Zhang Lin. I don't need your bag. After catching it, Zhang Lin's voice turned bitter. I don't know where to go or what to do. For now, I'll just follow you. Chapter 41. The strongest series of zombies. Zhang Lin hurled an ancient dagger, obtained through a point exchange, piercing the skull of a low-level zombie. With his backpack secured, he shrugged at Lien Tai. As long as you're okay with it. As they walked, Zhang Lin remarked, the injuries on Fang Bing and Zhong Lu need to be tended to. Otherwise, they won't be able to continue. Lien Tai, your emotions seem fragile, making you susceptible to zombie attacks. Plus, we're not far from the coastal suburbs. Even with double the evolved zombies, I believe I can lead you all out of the area by tomorrow. So tonight, let us find a place to rest. Zhang Lin casually sought a resting spot, entering a clothing store. However, upon opening the sliding door, a chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively retreated from the store. Zhang Lin turned to Fang Bing, Zhong Lu, and Lien Tai, shouting, don't ask why, just get out. If you don't want to die, leave now. He shot them a bewildered glance, pressing his lips together. If you want to leave. I will. Without hesitation, Zhang Lin sprinted away. Out from the store emerged a little girl, no more than 10 years old, clutching a Rubik's cube, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She chased after Zhang Lin with comparable speed, cheerfully calling out, Big brother, let us play a game, shall we? With each distance she covered, she sweetly repeated, Big brother, let us play a game, okay? Strangely, as she advanced, all the zombies fled in panic as if they had encountered a formidable enemy. Witnessing this, Zhang Lin broke into a cold sweat. This zombie aligned with his suspicions. It was a rule zombie. Newly evolved, it was rated D-. However, unlike ordinary D-level zombies, attempting to slay this one with blades or firearms would yield almost zero success. The simplest way to eliminate such a zombie was through energy weapons. In the 15 years of his previous life in the apocalypse, Zhang Lin had faced several rule zombies, nearly driven to despair by their peculiar rules. During his first encounter with a rule zombie, he nearly became charred in its flames. Had he not been rescued, he would have perished. From that moment on, Zhang Lin narrowly survived to reach the formidable Thunder Mountain in the apocalypse, where he acquired Thunder Stones. Whenever he encountered a rule zombie, he would throw a Thunder Stone to trigger a violent explosion of lightning, incapacitating the rule zombie, allowing him to escape. Throughout his 15 years in the apocalypse, he had never truly killed a rule zombie. Rule zombies were renowned as the most troublesome among the strongest series of zombies in the apocalypse, within the labyrinths and enigmas crafted by the rules of the so-called zombies. Although they do not pose a direct threat to humanity, they ensnare individuals within the intricate mazes or puzzles they generate. Most of those trapped within succumb to despair, often resorting to suicide. Zhang Lin is convinced that the little girl zombie pursuing him is a maze zombie, for in her hands she clutches a Rubik's Cube, despite her classification as a mere D-level zombie. Zhang Lin harbors little confidence in his ability to escape the labyrinth she conjures. His current strength has yet to reach the prowess he possessed a decade after the apocalypse in his previous life. Furthermore, he is devoid of any thunderstones at present. Zhang Lin hurriedly ran. His pace suddenly faltered. A sense of disorientation swept over him. During the 15 years of the apocalypse before his rebirth, his instinctual reaction upon encountering a rule zombie was to flee. However, after his rebirth, on the very first night of the cosmic storm's assault on Earth, he had acquired the greatest boon of the apocalypse, the power of flames. He possessed the strength to vanquish rule zombies. Abruptly halting, Zhang Lin drew his Desert Eagle, igniting it with fierce flames. The bullets he fired surged forth like tongues of fire, striking the little girl zombie's head and leaving behind a charred hole. Yet, the wound on the little girl zombie healed with alarming speed. This terrifying rate of regeneration is precisely why rule zombies are nearly impervious to physical attacks. Thankfully, the number of rule zombies in the world is quite limited. As the little girl sustained numerous charred wounds from Zhang Lin's gunfire, the speed of her recovery gradually diminished. After exhausting 3 magazines, when the little girl zombie lunged towards him, her injuries had yet to heal. With a sweet smile, she exclaimed, "Big brother, I've finally caught you. Let the games begin." No sooner had she spoken than her Rubik's Cube transformed into a translucent hue, and around Zhang Lin, a series of 3-meter cubic grids materialized. In a sugary tone, the little girl zombie continued, "The rules of the game are simple. You must navigate through each cubic grid and return to your current grid within 1 minute. Failure to do so will subject you to random fiery, arrow, or dagger damage. Big brother, I'm starting now." Though the little girl zombie could speak, it did not imply she possessed any intellect. She remained a zombie, her words akin to a pre-programmed response uttered regardless of the audience. Beyond these phrases, she was incapable of uttering anything else. This seemingly adorable little girl was, in fact, a terrifying rule zombie. Big brother does not wish to partake in this game. Zhang Lin retorted, flames erupting around him, his palm igniting the vast illusory cube. He approached the little girl zombie, bent down, and embraced her. "Big brother will hold you close, sending you off on your final journey." With an explosion of overwhelming flames, he ignited the little girl zombie, and the inferno surged again, forming a terrifying fireball 3 meters in diameter. As the flames he had stored within him dissipated, the little girl zombie was reduced to ash, scattering into the air. Zhang Lin, now devoid of his clothing, swiftly darted into the corridor of a nearby building. When he emerged, he wore a fresh combat uniform. The backpack he had previously tossed into the starlit space on his back, his left hand laden with a large bag of provisions and a white medical kit, while his right hand gripped a handgun. Upon his exit, several individuals rushed from the nearby buildings. They had recently witnessed Zhang Lin unleash a terrifying conflagration that reduced the little girl zombie capable of crafting large transparent cubes to mere ashes. Having endured the torment of zombies for a day or two, they were on the brink of madness, desperately seeking a powerful protector. Chapter 42. Under the skirt of a noble Zhang Lin was precisely the strong figure they yearned for, and they were willing to pay any price for his protection. Among the first group to emerge, a woman ran breathlessly towards him, vigorously wiping the dirt from her face. By the time she reached Zhang Lin, her visage was no longer sullied, revealing a striking beauty. With an alluring tone, she addressed him. "Dear brother, I was once the leading host of the Linghai radio station. You surely recognize me, and you must know I have remained virtuous all along. I have now fallen for you at first sight. You must take responsibility for me." The expressions of the other 2 women and 3 men in the group, along with 3 others approaching from the side, shifted slightly, secretly cursing the woman for her shamelessness. Another woman glanced at Zhang Lin's medical kit and sidled closer. "Big brother, since you possess a medical kit, it is clear your skills are exceptional. If I may, let's step into a nearby room so you can examine me, shall we?" This woman was even bolder, almost eager to push Zhang Lin into compliance. Zhang Lin paid them no heed. Instead, re-entering the stairwell, when he reappeared, he carried 20 wooden spears, tossing them into the crowd. "Each of you take one and follow me." His demeanor clearly conveyed to the 20 individuals that relying solely on his protection would not suffice. They too must take action to survive. The woman who sought to barter her body for Zhang Lin's protection felt utterly disheartened. Pouting, she protested, "How could you not see that I am a delicate woman? Incapable of even lifting a chicken?" Zhang Lin shot her a glance, replying coolly, "If you do not take a spear, then return from whence you came." The woman's face paled as she endured the scornful gazes of the others. Gritting her teeth, she begrudgingly picked up a spear, her eyes on Zhang Lin filled with a mix of resentment and seduction. She refused to abandon her attempts to allure him in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. No woman, inherently disadvantaged, could resist the temptation to attract a powerful man capable of providing sustenance and security, allowing her to sleep soundly through the night. Yet, in this grim world, few women's dreams could be realized. Zhang Lin surveyed the surroundings, addressing the group as he walked ahead. "The zombies, instinctively frightened by the little girl, will return in a few minutes. You must keep up with me. Otherwise, those who lag behind may fall victim to the zombies." Navigating through twists and turns, he swiftly led them back to the store, entrusting them to Lien Tai. Without waiting for Zhang Lin to speak, Lien Tai instinctively began organizing the 20 individuals, seeking to distract himself from the pain within. Zhang Lin handed the medical kit to Fong Bing. "I know you have never treated a wound before, but I hope you can learn from today I do not wish for you to be merely a pretty face. Fang Bing pursed her lips. I too do not wish to remain a mere ornament. Opening the medical kit, she meticulously studied the instructions for each item, attempting to identify the appropriate treatments for her and Chong Lu's injuries. As Zhang Lin prepared to venture out again after eating, Chong Lu inquired, "Could you tell me why you fear that little girl zombie so much?" Zhang Lin's footsteps hesitated momentarily as he replied, "If I am a power wielder among humans, then that little girl zombie is a power wielder among zombies. They possess bodies that are fundamentally immune to physical attacks, yet their abilities must adhere to certain rules. The little girl zombie with the Rubik's Cube wields a power based on a maze governed by the cube's rules. Other zombies also follow their own regulations. Such zombies are collectively referred to as rule zombies. And in normal circumstances, the likelihood of encountering them is minimal." There was an unspoken thought lingering in Zhang Lin's mind. The probability of encountering rule zombies under normal circumstances is low. Yet in the apocalypse following his rebirth, it seems there has been a deviation. Perhaps the number of rule zombies is not as scarce as it was prior to his rebirth. Chong Lu pressed on. "If there are rule zombies, does that imply the existence of zombies with powers that do not adhere to rules?" "Indeed," Zhang Lin responded succinctly. "That category of zombies has an evolutionary ceiling of at least A level. With the vast majority reaching S level, I once glimpsed the records of a formidable faction, wherein the most powerful zombie was classified as SS level. I have never personally encountered such a creature. As those who have typically met their demise, the mere thought of such terrifying zombies caused Zhang Lin to shake his head slightly. He then asked Chong Lu, "Do you have any further questions? If not, I intend to step out for a while. I shall return before nightfall." Chong Lu earnestly stated, "I wish to compile a dossier on zombies and create a puzzle of the apocalypse. Should you recall any pertinent information regarding zombies, please inform me at your earliest convenience." Zhang Lin regarded Chong Lu with a deep gaze, nodding. "After we leave Linghai, I will share some insights I possess about various zombies. Once we reach a safe location, I will procure a functioning computer along with a solar panel for you." After Zhang Lin finished speaking, he departed from the shop. The female host, who had been attentively observing him, swiftly brandished her rattan spear and rushed to his side, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" "I shall accompany you." She was acutely aware of her own fragility, recognizing that she was a woman utterly incapable of providing assistance. Rather, she feared she would only complicate matters, especially with the zombies lurking outside. Yet, her desire to engage more closely with Zhang Lin, who possessed the power of fire, compelled her to take this risk, hoping to cultivate various shades of intimacy and win his affection. However, the response she received was the ominous muzzle of Zhang Lin's desert eagle. "Get lost?" A look of disbelief washed over the beautiful host's face, quickly morphing into indignation. Had it been before the apocalypse, her fiery temperament would have led her to seize an object and unhesitatingly strike Zhang Lin on the head, while simultaneously seeking to gather information about him to orchestrate his downfall through her extensive connections. Yet, the world had changed. She found herself unable to act as she once would. When Zhang Lin dismissed her, she forced a smile, saying, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I promise I won't dare again." Once Zhang Lin exited, the female host seethed with rage. "There is no man that by he cannot conquer, Zhang Lin. Remember this. One day I will have you kneeling at my feet, serving as my loyal subject." "You scoundrel!" Bai He then approached Fang Bing and Chong Lu, who were nursing their injuries, and unceremoniously seated herself among them, asserting her position as Zhang Lin's woman. "You two have been with Zhang Lin the longest. Can you tell me what kind of person he is? Rest assured, once I become his woman, I will reward both of you immensely." Chong Lu cast a peculiar glance at Fang Bing but remained silent. Fang Bing, lifting her head to meet Bai He's gaze, replied, "He is rather introverted and has never been with a woman. If you have the courage, when Zhang Lin returns tonight, you should assertively pursue him. He will undoubtedly take responsibility and treat you like a queen." Bai He pondered for a moment, rummaging through Fang Bing's medical kit until she unearthed a particular potion, her eyes lighting up. "Although this medicine is potent for treating bruises and wounds, it also has a hallucinogenic effect. If I slip this into his water tonight, once the deed is done, he will have no choice but to regard me as his queen." She rose to leave, causing Fang Bing's pupils to constrict. Her previous words had been intended to ensnare Bai He, hoping to instill a sense of aversion in Zhang Lin towards her. However, should Zhang Lin discover this, he would surely resent Fang Bing instead. Thus, she hastily added a cautionary note. What I just told you was a ruse. Consider this a warning. Do not drug Zhang Lin, or he will kill you. Do not employ underhanded tactics to seduce him either. He will do the same. Bai He scoffed dismissively. Men, they are merely creatures of base desire. As long as one provides them with pleasure without causing real harm, they will forgive any transgressions. She described men in a derogatory manner, her experiences tainting her perspective. Bai He swung her fist, declaring, I am convinced that Zhang Lin is the type of man who is cold on the outside yet passionate within. Once I share his bed, he will be bound to take responsibility, and I shall have a powerful protector. Fang Bing regarded Bai He with pity, urging, believe me, it would be wise to keep your distance from him. He truly will end your life. Bai He surveyed Fang Bing from head to toe, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Though your face is swollen and your figure concealed, I see you are a woman too. Your words reveal your desire to capture Zhang Lin's heart. Yet, with your looks, what do you possess to contest me? I have set my sights on him, no matter the cost. Fang Bing shook her head, reiterating, this is my final warning. Do not resort to such methods. Otherwise, he will genuinely kill you. Bai He laughed. I do not believe a word you say, not even a single syllable. Leaving Fang Bing behind, Bai He requested a bottle of mineral water from Lien Tai, washing away the grime from her face. From her small bag, which she refused to abandon even amidst the zombie apocalypse, she retrieved cosmetics and began to beautify herself. Half an hour later, the enchanting female host, capable of captivating a line of men, returned to the shop. The gazes of all the men within filled with a fervent desire, eager to claim this alluring woman for themselves. Yet, they were acutely aware that Bai He was Zhang Lin's woman. In a world overrun by zombies, the most beautiful women were destined to be possessed by the strongest. Zhang Lin, having left the shop, dispatched over 10 zombies with his star-gold staff. After traversing 2 streets, he ascended an unfinished high-rise apartment building, towering over 80 stories, reaching a staggering height of over 240 meters. At the pinnacle, Zhang Lin spent 50 points to exchange for a large furnace, followed by a significant amount of charcoal. Using his restored abilities, he ignited the charcoal, removed his combat boots, rolled up his trousers, and stood barefoot in the flames, absorbing the roaring blaze. Retrieving a sniper rifle from the starlit space, Zhang Lin resumed his hunt for zombies. The first undead he spotted was not a white jade zombie, nor a skeletal or muscular one, but a type he had not encountered since his rebirth, common in the world before the apocalypse. This zombie's left half resembled a desiccated corpse, while its right half was grotesquely larger than normal, with an arm that dangled horrifyingly to the ground. This creature was known as a right-hand zombie. In its initial evolutionary stage, it was rated D-, ultimately evolving to D, marking it as one of the lesser zombies. The right-hand zombie moved with excruciating slowness, yet once it steadied itself, its massive right hand could crush a car door or shatter the bones of an ordinary person with a single strike. Naturally, where there was a right-hand zombie, a left-hand zombie would follow. Unlike its counterpart, the left-hand zombie possessed terrifying evolutionary potential, with a final rating of A, and the destructive capability to demolish an entire building. The zombie Zhang Lin targeted was a right-hand zombie. As it ambled, pausing momentarily, Zhang Lin's sniper bullet erupted from the barrel, obliterating its shriveled head. Zhang Lin targeted the withered half of its head because the right-hand zombie's critical vulnerability lay in its desiccated cranium. After dispatching this creature, Zhang Lin swiftly eliminated several white jade zombies before encountering another type he had never seen in his previous life. This zombie's legs were covered in countless tendrils resembling tree roots. Its hands transformed into branches, and its skin had taken on a woody texture, moving with the rigidity of timber. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, pulling the trigger. The sniper bullet shattered the zombie's wooden head. Through his scope, he observed the disintegrating zombie's head sprouting countless fleshy buds akin to worms, quickly turning woody to shape a new wooden cranium. Zhang Lin attempted to command the star network. Identify this zombie and its weak points. The cold response from the star network came. items not included in the star space cannot be identified. Furthermore, due to the permissions required, the host is currently unqualified for identification. Upon receiving this result, Zhang Lin did not feel disheartened. Instead, he gleaned the name of the virus responsible for transforming Earth into a zombie paradise. The All-Life Enlightener. He mused that the term enlightener was a misnomer. Destroyer would be far more fitting. Muttering to himself, Zhang Lin continued to pull the trigger, repeatedly perforating the wooden zombie's body. As he fired, he made a new assessment. This type of zombie could likely be classified as a restorative zombie. However, due to its wooden nature, it could be easily dispatched by dousing it in gasoline and setting it ablaze. Zhang Lin's sniper bullets struck the zombie from its head down to its legs, confirming its weak points. The legs, if he severed both limbs, this wooden zombie would succumb to death. Yet, he noted that those legs seemed to persist in their movements, as if they still yearned to grow a torso. In Zhang Lin's line of sight, his two legs, which had been laboriously moving for no more than 10 meters, collapsed to the ground like desiccated tree roots. Retrieving his sniper rifle, Zhang Lin swiftly armed himself with 2 Desert Eagles. Targeting the bloodied, muscle-clad figure of the sniper's gravekeeper, whose limbs clung to the ground like suction cups. Without hesitation, he fired several shots, obliterating half of the gravekeeper's head. With a single hand extended, he conjured a fireball the size of a human head from his palm and hurled it onto the sniper's gravekeeper, igniting it. Zhang Lin then switched back to his sniper rifle, resuming his hunt for nearby D-class zombies. BY4. 20 p.m. Having changed his vantage point 5 times, Zhang Lin's D-class points had increased to 73. While his basic points rose to 540, his D-class points were now sufficient to connect with the Steel Civilization, yet he did not cease his slaughter. It was only when his D-class points reached 103 at 6:20 p.m. that he finally halted his hunting spree. Descending from the now extinguished fire pit, Zhang Lin reconnected with the Steel Civilization through the Stellar Network. Host connecting to the Steel Civilization, deducting D-class points x50. Connection duration, 30 minutes. Connection will terminate after 30 minutes. As the notification chimed, Zhang Lin found himself standing on the rooftop, entering the stellar realm before the monitor. Chapter 44. 10 Sprigs of Hardened Grass. The figure on the other side of the monitor, Duan Yun, appeared visibly astonished. Greetings, interstellar merchant. It has barely been a while since our last transaction, and you seek to trade again. I have mobilized my parents and many of their friends to procure 10 sprigs of hardened grass. Upon hearing the mention of 10 sprigs of hardened grass, a fleeting expression of joy crossed Zhang Lin's face. He had initially anticipated that such a swift connection to the Steel Civilization would yield only 2 or 3 sprigs from Duan Yun. But to his surprise, it was 10. Zhang Lin felt a surge of satisfaction. Without further ado, he directly traded a bag loaf of bread, which could typically be purchased for a mere $1, along with a bottle of mineral water. Here are samples of food and water. Please examine them, and afterward, we can discuss their prices to establish the standards for our future transactions. As the food and water emerged from Duan Yun's trading device, they were accompanied by a manual. As customary, Duan Yun, holding the manual translated into the language of the Steel Civilization, glanced up at Zhang Lin after a moment of study, his voice trembling slightly. I am still young and cannot assess the value of food and water alone. I would like to consult my parents for their opinion, if that is acceptable. Duan Yun felt a twinge of anxiety as he spoke these words. Although he was not short, he was merely 7 years old, and in comparison to the Steel Clan's members who could live for over 1,000 years, he was but a mere child. He truly lacked substantial opinions. Zhang Lin understood this and nodded without hesitation. Certainly. You can call your parents for their judgment. Duan Yun's parents, clad in immense, heavy armor, bore fewer cracks upon their bodies than the younger Duan Yun, resembling individuals adorned with countless tattoos. Their height was 3 times that of Duan Yun, standing at an impressive 5 meters tall in human terms. The father, with a prominent beast tooth hanging from his ear, tore open the bread's packaging and stuffed a piece into his massive mouth. Chewing slowly, with each passing moment, he chewed more deliberately, until tears of gray streamed from his eyes. Food. This is true sustenance. This is what we should have had before the steel planet shifted into the cosmic gale zone. He carefully twisted open the mineral water bottle and gulped it down. Within mere seconds, The cracks on his body began to visibly heal. Duan Yun's parents were in tears. This is the source of life. It possesses the same revitalizing effects as the blood of hardened beasts. Duan Yun's father suddenly looked up, gazing intently at Zhang Lin through the trading device, speaking earnestly. Whether it is food or the source of life, both hold immense value. However, this small quantity is insufficient for us Steel Clan members. Hardened grass is also a precious commodity for us, and its supply is not limitless. Therefore, 1 sprig of hardened grass will exchange for 10 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread. That is our bottom line. When one states their bottom line during a negotiation, it often indicates that they have not yet reached it. From their darting eyes and anxious expressions, Zhang Lin could easily discern that they were merely testing the waters. In reality, they stood to gain significantly. Yet, Zhang Lin refrained from excessive haggling, for he understood that only substantial benefits could compel Duan Yun's parents to mobilize all their connections to procure hardened grass for him, even a diluted version of the steel evolution liquid. However, if Zhang Lin did not negotiate, he would be perceived as easy prey. Thus, Zhang Lin raised 2 fingers. In my world, it won't be long before food and water become exceedingly scarce commodities. Therefore, 2 sprigs, 10 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water must at least exchange for 2 sprigs of hardened grass. Otherwise, this transaction cannot proceed. Duan Yun's parents stiffened, nodding repeatedly. Then it shall be 2 sprigs. Let this be an agreeable arrangement. Empowered by the trading privileges, Duan Yun swiftly placed 10 sprigs of hardened grass into the trading device, and after Zhang Lin offered 5 bottles of mineral water and 5 loaves of bread. The transaction was completed. Upon receiving the 10 sprigs of hardened grass, Zhang Lin also gifted them a bundle of mineral water, a box of bread, and a small box of ham sausages. He shrugged. Consider this a personal gift from me. Wishing for our friendship to endure, Duan Yun's parents nodded eagerly. May our friendship last forever. May it stand as unyielding as the steel planet itself. Amidst their mutual flattery, Zhang Lin voiced his request. Next time, I will trade you other more delectable provisions, but I hope you have sufficient hardened grass if possible. I would appreciate your assistance in crafting a diluted version of the steel evolution liquid. Duan Yun's parents nodded. By tomorrow evening, we can help you find 100 sprigs of hardened grass. If you are not in a hurry for the hardened grass, we can provide you with a diluted version of the steel evolution liquid in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin mentally inquired of the stellar network, how long, in terms of Earth time, is 1 day on the steel planet? The stellar network responded in his mind. 1 day on the steel planet is equivalent to 10 days on Earth. Zhang Lin's lips twitched. Indeed, a day on the steel planet was quite prolonged. Rubbing his forehead, he contemplated for a moment before addressing Duan Yun's parents. If I were to offer you a further discount, would you be able to procure more hardened grass and the diluted version of the steel evolution liquid more swiftly? Duan Yun's parents shook their heads in unison. We wish we could, but this is our limit. If we push for more or faster, our family may face danger. Zhang Lin understood the dangers they spoke of. Where there is life, there are hierarchies and disparities in status. Duan Yun's parents likely belonged to the lower echelons of the steel civilization. Should their dealings with Zhang Lin become known, individuals from higher tiers might not hesitate to strip them of their lives. To be frank, if viewed solely from the perspective of benefit, Zhang Lin felt an intense desire for Duan Yun to perish, yearning to engage directly with the upper echelons of the steel civilization. Naturally, if he could establish contact with a certain elder of the steel civilization, exchanging large quantities of hardened grass, diluted steel evolution liquid, or even the complete version of the steel evolution liquid, it would be an unparalleled boon. For in such a scenario, the strength of the survivors would significantly increase, allowing more to endure. However, for now, he was only connected to Duan Yun. Until Duan Yun's demise, he could not trade with anyone else. Most importantly, deep down, Zhang Lin was not devoid of compassion. He possessed his own gentleness and kindness. Zhang Lin smiled at Duan Yun and his family. Then, let this transaction conclude. Eagerly anticipate our next meeting. As the transaction came to an end, Zhang Lin glanced at his watch, confirming that there were still 10 minutes remaining of the link. Granting him a safe window, he thrust 1 sprig of hardened grass into a bottle of mineral water, shaking it vigorously until the grass dissolved, and drank it all in one go. Chapter 45. Indeed? You are a pervert. Zhang Lin braced himself for the pain of rolling over. Yet this time, he did not experience the sensation of being torn apart. Instead, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his stomach. Erupting like a volcano, rapidly filling his entire being, Zhang Lin sensed his body being gradually reinforced, his skin's defenses strengthening, while his vision, sense of smell, hearing, and even a mysterious intuition were all being enhanced. In just 5 minutes, a mere 5 minutes, Zhang Lin completed this round of reinforcement from the hardened grass. Without a moment's hesitation, he dissolved another sprig of hardened grass into the mineral water and consumed it once more. This time, the reinforcement took only 3 minutes. Zhang Lin then infused the third sprig of hardened grass into the mineral water and drank it down. This time, the strengthening process lasted a mere minute. The fourth sprig of hardened grass yielded only a negligible enhancement to Zhang Lin's body. After utilizing a total of 5 sprigs of hardened grass for reinforcement, Zhang Lin was certain that his strength had significantly increased. His gaze, now effortlessly capable of capturing the elusive sniper's burial, reflected a newfound acuity. His hearing could discern whispers within a 50-meter radius. His sense of smell was attuned to the scents wafting through the air. His skin, as resilient as well-tanned leather, could withstand the blows of less-than-sharp melee weapons. Every aspect of his being, strength, reflexes, speed, and more, was undergoing a remarkable enhancement. His true combat prowess had surged to at least threefold what it was before the cosmic storm's onslaught. The hardened grass could no longer fortify him further. Any subsequent transactions of this hardened grass would serve solely to empower those he deemed worthy, while the remainder would be stockpiled for trade with other civilizations. Henceforth, his aspirations lay in acquiring a diluted version of the steel enhancement liquid, as well as the complete formula. Emerging from the astral space, Zhang Lin inhaled the fresh air, raised his hand, and retrieved his sniper rifle from the celestial realm. After a few breaths, he fired a single shot, obliterating the skull of a muscular zombie a kilometer away. His calculations regarding air resistance, wind direction, and other external factors, along with his reaction time, had improved significantly, by nearly half. After stowing his sniper rifle, Zhang Lin departed from the 8th sniper point. As he made his way back to the store housing the little girl and the rule-abiding zombies. The sun had already set. The remaining vestiges of twilight painted the western sky a fiery crimson, a breathtaking sight. Tomorrow promised to bring yet another splendid day. Diverting his gaze from the burning clouds, Zhang Lin pushed open the store's door. Before he could survey the interior, an alluringly mature woman rushed towards him, a large bundle of items in her hands. Zhang Lin, you must be famished. This is food I procured from a nearby supermarket this afternoon, along with some water. Her eyes were filled with a pleading intensity. You will eat this, won't you? I beg you. This stunning woman was Bai He, who had maximized the natural advantages of her femininity to such an extent that it was nearly impossible to refuse her. I will not eat. Zhang Lin resolutely declined, surveying the others in the store as he spoke coolly. From now on, you need not prepare anything for me, neither food nor supplies. During the 15 years of apocalyptic rebirth prior to his resurrection, countless heroes had succumbed to poison due to basic necessities. Zhang Lin himself had narrowly escaped death from poison on several occasions during those 15 years. Now, endowed with the astral space, if he were to encounter poisoning again, he would prefer to end his own life. Thus, his refusal of others' food was entirely justified. However, Bai He was unaware. She pursed her lips, disbelief etched across her face. It's one thing to distrust others. But do you not trust me? Do you suspect I would poison your food? How could you be so unreasonable? Her performance was impeccable. Her expression of grievance would stir sympathy in any man. Yet, she was faced with Zhang Lin. Tilting his head to regard Bai He, he replied bluntly, Indeed, I am concerned you might poison me. Such a forthright response left Bai He utterly taken aback. Being rejected by Zhang Lin before her makeup was one thing, but to hear such words after she had adorned herself was quite another. Bai He gasped for breath, staring at Zhang Lin. You suspect me of poisoning you? Is this how you treat a beautiful woman offering you food? Are you even a man? Zhang Lin smiled and turned to look earnestly at Bai He. First and foremost, I do not know you. It is entirely normal to refuse food from a stranger, even in the pre-apocalyptic world. Secondly, I still do not know you. What gives you the right to address me in such a manner? Perhaps this tactic worked in the world before the apocalypse, but I'm afraid it holds no sway over me now. Lastly, I still do not know you. While I may provide you shelter, please do not mistake me for a fool now. I kindly ask you to step aside. He was nearly driven to madness. This insufferable man displayed no semblance of chivalry. She was a stunning beauty, brimming with allure. How could Zhang Lin treat her this way? It was infuriating. Hearing the suppressed laughter and ridicule from within the store intensified by his pallor, she felt a suicidal impulse as she recalled how she had regarded herself as Zhang Lin's woman that very afternoon. And now, she had been rejected by him. Rejected. She felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate everyone present. She raised her voice towards Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin, I will surely make you fall for me. Zhang Lin fixed his gaze on Bai He and stated, word for word, woman, if you wish for me to favor you, then become a formidable force that I respect. I hold in the utmost contempt those who are mere ornaments. Indeed, Zhang Lin's deepest disdain was reserved for such superficiality, as the term ornament had come to symbolize weakness, uselessness, and liabilities throughout his 15 years of survival in the apocalypse prior to his rebirth. Had it not been for Fang Bing's indelible impression and his admiration for her resilient character, he would not have continued to bear the burden of this baggage. Zhang Lin brushed past Bai He and addressed Lien Tai. You are still in charge here. I need to take Zhong Lu and Fang Bing upstairs for a matter. Lien Tai glanced at Zhang Lin with a blank expression, distractedly nodding. All right. Ascending to a room on the second floor of the store, Zhang Lin instructed Zhong Lu and Fang Bing. One lies at the head of the bed, the other at the foot. Zhong Lu and Fang Bing were unaware of Zhang Lin's intentions, but out of trust in him, they complied and lay down. When Zhang Lin produced ropes and began to bind them to the bed, Fang Bing stammered, Zhang Lin, I am not a cheap woman. You can't expect me to let Zhong Lu watch us be affectionate. That's impossible. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she cursed Zhang Lin in her mind. Only someone as twisted as Zhang Lin would think to do such a thing. Zhang Lin rubbed his forehead, chuckling wryly. Fang Bing, I truly wish I could open your head and see if a perverted spirit resides within. I am not a deviant, nor could I commit the acts you suggest. Chapter 46. Biological Mutation and Evolution. Fang Bing cautiously inquired. Really? Zhang Lin affirmed. Indeed. Fang Bing furrowed her brow further, her complexion paling. I don't believe it. What else would you do to us while binding us to the bed, if not that? Suddenly, Fang Bing turned to Zhong Lu, her face growing even paler. Under Fang Bing's scrutinizing gaze, Zhong Lu, who had appeared calm, suddenly changed countenance, stammering, Zhang Lin, I warn you, I am a straight man who likes women. I have no interest in men. If you intend to do anything to me, I swear I will die before your eyes. Zhang Lin was left speechless. Please, I am the most ordinary of men. I am attracted to women, just like you. What on earth are you thinking? Zhang Lin reached into his backpack, retrieving 2 pieces of hardened grass from the astral space, placing them into 2 mineral water bottles. Once the hardened grass began to dissolve, he addressed them. These are 2 pieces of hardened grass I acquired, which can enhance your frail bodies to the level of athletes. However, the process of enhancement is excruciating. I bound you to the bed merely to ensure you do not self-destruct amidst such torment. Zhang Lin's words instilled a sense of dread in both Zhong Lu and Fang Bing. They realized Zhang Lin would not lie to them, which meant that the pain of the enhancement would indeed be unbearable. Enough to drive one to wish for death. A cold sweat suddenly beaded on Zhong Lu's plump frame, while Fang Bing's delicate body trembled slightly. They were terrified. Nevertheless, they refrained from expressing their rejection to Zhang Lin, for they too desired strength. They wished to possess the capability to slay zombies and not become a burden to Zhang Lin. Their eyes remained fixated on the mineral water bottles, watching intently as the hardened grass gradually dissolved. When Zhang Lin picked up one of the bottles and grabbed a cloth to approach Zhong Lu, he shouted, Wait, let me write a will first. What will? You're not dying. Zhang Lin scoffed at Zhong Lu's expression, which resembled that of someone facing the king of hell, as he pried open his mouth and poured the water down his throat. quickly stuffing the cloth into Zhong Lu's mouth, having just swallowed the water. Zhong Lu's body turned as red as a boiled shrimp, thrashing violently in an attempt to break free of the ropes binding him, his head relentlessly seeking to crash into something, desperately trying to end his own life. Observing this, Fang Bing looked at Zhang Lin with pleading eyes. "I'll only drink a little at a time. Can I take multiple sips?" The hardened grass must be consumed in its entirety to achieve the enhancement effect. Zhang Lin brutally pried open the tightly shut mouth of Fang Bing, forcing water down her throat and stuffing a piece of cloth into her mouth. Sitting on a nearby chair, Zhang Lin observed the frenzied struggles of both Zhong Lu and Fang Bing, who were desperately trying to scream but found themselves utterly powerless. A flicker of compassion glimmered in his eyes. Having personally experienced unbearable suffering that ordinary people could not fathom, he understood that at this moment, both Zhong Lu and Fang Bing were singularly consumed by a desire for death. The compassion in Zhang Lin's gaze swiftly diminished, replaced by a tranquility as calm as still water, before the enhancement of Zhong Lu and Fang Bing by the hardened grass concluded. And before the sun's rays fully vanished amidst the rising moon, the streets erupted with cacophonous sounds. There were many cries of despair, a multitude of zombies roaring mindlessly, and the agonized wails of survivors facing imminent death. "Lin Tai, I know you are here. Hurry out and save us. Our people are being slaughtered by zombies. Lin Tai, we were wrong. We should not have secretly cursed you as a saintly bitch. Forgive us. We beg you." From the desperate shouts of this group, Zhang Lin discerned that the pleas for help were undoubtedly from someone within the 300-strong team. His brow furrowed deeply as he rose from the chair and drew back the curtains. The sight before him, illuminated by his exceptional vision, caused his expression to darken. On the street, around 20 survivors were desperately navigating through the dim light, seeking a path while evading obstacles, rushing madly toward the shop where Zhang Lin and the others were located. Trailing behind these survivors was a horde of over 300 zombies, among them seemingly 20 or so evolved zombies. Their cries were attracting an increasing number of zombies, a calamity in the making. Zhang Lin flung open the second-floor window, leaped down, smashed a car window, and opened the door. Employing a method of car theft, he started the vehicle and turned it around. Subsequently, he exited the car, wedged something against the accelerator, secured the steering wheel, and allowed the horn to blare incessantly. Finally, Zhang Lin shifted the gears and released the clutch. The car, with its horn blaring uncontrollably and without a driver, charged into the horde of zombies, colliding with several as it surged away into the distance. Zhang Lin's actions successfully drew the majority of the zombies away. The remaining zombies posed little threat to him, yet if they were to breach the shop, the surviving individuals would suffer grievously. Zhang Lin swiftly advanced a few steps, conjuring a wooden spear that he thrust into the skull of a zombie. With no time to extract the spear, he delivered a powerful kick to another zombie's abdomen, sending it flying, while his left hand seized the head of a muscle-bound zombie, using its momentum to slam it into the ground. Moments later, Zhang Lin drew his Desert Eagle and turned the muscle-bound zombie's head into a sieve, methodically dispatching one zombie after another. The majority of the zombies fell, and with more zombies drawn to the gunfire, Zhang Lin produced 2 high-explosive grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them forcefully in 2 directions. The terrifying explosions and brilliant flashes of fire attracted all the approaching primary zombies and the evolved ones with sight. Finally, Zhang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. He pushed open the shop door, seized a shouting individual, lifted him effortlessly, and slammed him against the wall with a resounding slap. Grabbing his head, Zhang Lin smashed it against the wall, not to kill, but to render him unconscious. Witnessing Zhang Lin's actions, someone shouted, "Who the hell are you?" As his words hung in the air, Zhang Lin swiftly stuffed the barrel of his Desert Eagle into the man's mouth. Without uttering a word, he delivered a fierce slap to the man's face, rendering him unconscious with a precise strike. Zhang Lin showed no hesitation. Regardless of the cries of the individuals or their curses, he continued to strike each one, knocking them out one by one. When he reached the last shouting individual, he seized him by the neck and delivered numerous slaps until he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Lin scanned the remaining survivors in the shop, his voice dripping with menace. "I cannot believe you. having survived for merely 2 days, are unaware that noise attracts zombies. If you are aware of this yet continue to shout loudly, I will assume you are deliberately luring zombies to harm us. This time, I have unexpectedly shown mercy, sparing your lives. Next time, should anyone dare to act so foolishly again, I will assuredly take their life. Trust me, Lin Tai, echoing Zhang Lin's sentiment, added with a tone steeped in bloodshed. Zhang Lin is correct. Next time, you need not lift a finger. I will take it upon myself to eliminate such individuals. They are not worth saving. Zhang Lin regarded Lin Tai with mild surprise before replying, You organize the night watch for the first half of the night, and I will take over for the second half. The cosmic storm has battered Earth for 2 days now. Certain entities are bound to emerge. Lin Tai, perplexed, inquired, What entities? Some evolved and mutated creatures, such as certain oversized rats, a few giant cockroaches, select oversized spiders, some enlarged bedbugs, and a handful of gigantic mosquitoes and flies. The mere mention of these creatures plunged all the survivors in the shop into despair. Chapter 47. The enormous serpent if it were merely humans transformed into zombies. The survivors in the small town would still have a fair chance of survival. If they could reach a village and eradicate the zombies therein, they might even cultivate crops and endure in this apocalyptic world. However, if creatures also underwent mutations, the safety of the town and village would not be much better than a city overrun by zombies. This world seemed to offer them no glimmer of hope. Observing the despair etched on their faces, Zhang Lin calmly stated, I have shared a few words with many, and I shall repeat them once more, though not harbor overly lofty expectations for this apocalypse. This world is destined to descend into hell. Do not think that simply having someone to protect you ensures survival. In this new reality, regardless of gender, the only individuals who will survive are the strong. If you wish to live, you must continuously grow stronger. Zhang Lin approached Bai He, speaking slowly. Even women, in this apocalypse, can only survive independently by becoming strong. Those who refuse to strengthen themselves, yet cling to the hope of finding a protector, will meet a tragic end. These individuals will become burdens, and when danger arises, the very protectors they sought will abandon them without hesitation, leading to their inevitable demise. Bai He's face turned pale as she gazed intently at Zhang Lin. Struggling to catch a glimpse of his face in the dim light, she asked each word with intent, If I were to become your woman, would you abandon me in times of danger? Zhang Lin let out a light chuckle, his tone devoid of warmth. In the apocalypse, a woman's body is worthless, and her life even less so. Zhang Lin did not directly answer Bai He's question, but his words conveyed the message clearly. She understood that even if she were to become Zhang Lin's woman, he would not hesitate to forsake her in the face of peril. Bai He was not Zhang Lin's type. Even if she used her body to entice him, she could not capture his heart. In this apocalyptic world, men and women devoid of genuine feelings would not take responsibility for each other's lives. In fact, even among those who truly had feelings for one another, when confronted with life-threatening danger, the instinct to survive could lead one to abandon the other. Oh, survive. These 3 words epitomize the primal instinct ingrained deep within humanity. Once an individual resolves to survive, they will naturally evade and fear certain death. This is the nature of humanity. It is for this reason that during the 15 years of his previous life in the apocalypse, Zhang Lin witnessed numerous men using their wives and children as shields, all in the name of self-preservation. In the apocalypse, humanity gradually loses its essence. Individuals, in their desperate fight for survival, unleash the primal instincts buried deep within, becoming scarcely distinguishable from beasts. In truth, humanity is merely another species, an intelligent primate. Zhang Lin refrained from voicing these thoughts, for the apocalypse had only just begun 2 days prior. No one could accept such grim realities. Even Zhang Lin himself took years to come to terms with this despairing truth before his rebirth. Bai He shook her head vigorously at Zhang Lin's words, Impossible. I have an excellent figure. My skills are unmatched. I know how to be charming. If you only take me, I assure you, you will fall in love with me. I guarantee you will not abandon me. Bai He had always been confident. And before the apocalypse, she was the one to discard men, never the other way around. She was convinced that even in the apocalypse, there would be men willing to fight for her. Her confidence had reached an almost pathological level. Hearing her words, Zhang Lin shrugged and pointed toward Lien Tai. Rather than wasting your time on me, why not see if you can become his woman? His heart has just been shattered into countless pieces by his girlfriend. If you can heal his wounds and become his woman, I guarantee he will fight to protect you. Even in the apocalypse, he stands out as a unique example, capable of fulfilling your desires, a saintly man. Enough! Lien Tai glared at Zhang Lin, enunciating each word with resolute determination. Do not refer to me as a saintly whore again. Since my departure from that group, I vowed never to embody such naivety again. With a disdainful huff, Lien Tai addressed by he, stating, indeed, I would fight fiercely for the woman I cherish, but you are the exception. Others may be oblivious to your ways, but I am not. I am no gullible fool whose ancestral graves have been disturbed. I could never accept a woman with such chaotic tendencies. Amidst by his pallid complexion, Lien Tai roared, from this moment onward, no one is permitted to speak, lest we attract a horde of zombies. Furthermore, those who snore in their sleep must only rest their eyes, not succumb to deep slumber. Once we leave Linhai and reach the town, there will be ample time for you to recuperate. Though Lien Tai permitted them to rest, many found it impossible to do so. Zhang Lin's assertion that creatures also evolve instilled profound fear, compounded by the roars of zombies echoing through the streets and the incessant blaring of car alarms. Further preventing any semblance of sleep, at 1 o'clock in the morning, a multitude of terrified souls gradually succumbed to exhaustion, their eyelids drooping as they drifted into slumber. By 2 o'clock, a cacophony reminiscent of shattered glass or porcelain erupted from the two-story store. The sound growing increasingly pronounced. Those awakened from their slumber, still dazed, felt a surge of rage upon hearing the disruptive noise within the shop, which was potent enough to lure the zombies outside. Do not let me discover who is responsible. If I do, I shall end their life. Scoundrel. Someone seeks to doom us all. Find them and turn them into mincemeat. A survivor, emitting a suppressed, guttural growl, rose to identify the instigator of the commotion. They swiftly pinpointed the restroom of the store, and Lien Tai, wielding a flashlight, led a group to forcibly kick open the restroom door. Those following Lien Tai attempted to surge past him to stab the source of the noise. Yet the sight that greeted them filled them with terror, prompting a scream. Survivors who glimpsed the scene were equally horrified. The restroom floor was littered with shattered porcelain. The toilet beside it cracked as if struck by a heavy hammer. From the fragmented toilet, a 2-meter-long serpentine tail emerged, and from the exposed section of the snake's body, it was evident that its girth was comparable to that of a normal human thigh. As the tail continued to writhe and grow thicker, it became apparent that the creature beneath was far larger than anyone could fathom. As Zhang Lin and Feng Bing descended from the second floor, they beheld the panicked crowd and the several zombies drawn to the store. Zhang Lin rushed to the restroom, witnessing Lien Tai's futile attempts to sever the snake's tail, thwarted at every turn. He whispered to Lien Tai, "Lend me your saber." Chapter 48. The inferno of ants. Zhang Lin seized the saber tossed his way by Lien Tai, and as the snake's tail shifted, he ferociously thrust it through a gap in the scales, executing a powerful slash. With this strike, he severed over 90% of the tail, leaving only a thin connection of flesh that could no longer enable the creature to thrash. Zhang Lin returned the hilt of the saber to Lien Tai, stating, "To slay a common snake, aim for the 7 inches or sever its head." However, when dealing with such gargantuan serpents, one must employ precision, as their scales possess formidable defense. Flames flickered from Zhang Lin's fingertips, illuminating the grim expressions of those around him as he urged, "The zombies drawn here are still few. We must relocate swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath the building trembled ominously, as if a colossal beast were thrashing about underground. Confronted with the bewildered and fearful gazes of others, Zhang Lin hastily clarified, "We are on the first floor. The snake is ensnared in the cesspool and sewage system. Although I cannot fathom how it remains alive, it will undoubtedly create a significant commotion there, and it may soon breach the surface." His words sent 30 survivors into a frenzy of panic. They could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue if such a massive serpent emerged, drawing countless zombies in its wake. Thus, they hastened to exclaim, We must move quickly. Even Lien Tai's expression grew exceedingly grim. Zhang Lin gestured to Lien Tai. You take the others and leave first. He then instructed Zhonglu and Fang Bing. You two stay behind. As the remaining survivors, under Lien Tai's leadership, dispatched zombies while quietly inching along the walls. Gradually retreating into a nearby residential building about 50 meters away, Zhang Lin addressed Zhonglu and Fang Bing. The reason I have kept you here is to impart this knowledge. While the means to preserve life may be limited, the methods of taking it are numerous. Just like now, a sphere of flame, no larger than a fist, materialized upon Zhang Lin's fingertip and was cast into the void left by the snake's retreating tail. Upon impact, the flame ignited a torrent of flames that erupted from the pit, followed by an explosion from the cesspool outside, sending debris soaring and showering the area in a rain of filth. A terrifying roar reverberated through the length of the sewage system, as powerful gusts of air surged forth, dislodging dozens of sewer covers that clattered to the ground moments later. Zhang Lin explained to Fang Bing and Zhonglu. Under normal circumstances, the methane concentration in a cesspool is insufficient to produce such an effect. However, this cesspool may not have been cleaned for an exceedingly long time, resulting in an excessive accumulation of methane. In their line of sight, a massive snake, broader than a human, erupted from one of the dislodged sewer covers, only to crash to the ground in several segments. Zhang Lin's mind was suddenly flooded with notifications from the Star Network. Host has slain an evolved D-Class serpent. Earning D-Class points X1, the Enlightened Ones have fully erupted, welcoming the host to frenzy through evolution in this era of infinite advancement. The Star Network issued the first stage ultimate mission. Hunt one S-Class zombie or evolved creature. Exchange the head of an S-Class zombie or evolved creature for a doomsday vessel. The second stage ultimate mission was to hunt one SS-Class zombie or evolved creature, granting the host a B-Class interstellar biological warship. The Star Network continued to announce a series of ultimate tasks. Yet, Zhang Lin's focus remained solely on the first stage ultimate mission. If he could slay just one S-Class zombie, he could obtain a vessel spanning several kilometers, complete with a self-sustaining ecosystem, capable of drifting through space for decades. Zhang Lin's brow furrowed. The mention of exchanging for a doomsday vessel serves as a reminder that even if I connect with higher civilizations, I cannot exchange for a spacecraft capable of interstellar flight. Star Network prompted. Host's assumption is correct. In the Star Network, spacecraft are classified as regulated items, with exceedingly stringent exchange requirements. The host must slay a C-Class zombie to unlock the secondary civilization tier, allowing confirmation through the wisdom of other civilizations. Following the Star Network's notification, Zhang Lin's mind raced with countless thoughts, generating several ideas, yet he ultimately shook his head. Many of his considerations were impractical, while others only served to increase his anxiety. His foremost priority was to reach the valley Lien Tai had mentioned, to establish a secure base for rest and evolution before contemplating further matters. Steadying his thoughts, Zhang Lin led the contemplative Zhonglu and Fang Bing to the residential building where Lien Tai awaited. Before long, hordes of zombies surrounded the area where the serpent had been. The following morning, as the group of over 30 survivors set out, the vast majority bore dark circles under their eyes, their spirits utterly depleted. This included Zhonglu, Fang Bing, and Lien Tai, while only Zhang Lin appeared vibrant and full of life. On this day, they encountered no throngs of evolved zombies and successfully departed Linhai. Upon leaving Linhai, they beheld scattered zombies wandering through the fields, prompting the original 30 survivors, along with an additional 20 who had joined, to collapse to their knees, weeping in joy. They had finally escaped the hellish city of Linhai alive. Zhang Lin exchanged for a military-grade binocular, meticulously observing the vast fields and the adjacent town. Exhaling a sigh of relief, though the town also harbored numerous zombies, there were still ample survivors, making it significantly safer than Linhai, as for the fields, apart from a swarm of fist-sized ants. There appeared to be no other evolved creatures, rendering it relatively secure. The swarm of ants Zhang Lin had mentioned soon came into view. Indeed, it was a multitude, a veritable sea of ants that seemed to obscure the very earth beneath them. They devoured all greenery, annihilating every form of life, even consuming the zombies in their path. Upon seeing Zhang Lin and his companions, this swarm of ants, excitement flickered in their direction. Both Reng Lu and Fang Bing changed their expressions. Bai He fixed Zhang Lin with a gaze that conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "Is this truly the band of ants you spoke of? This is what you deem safe?" Zhang Lin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, those that have just evolved are quite easy to kill. A normal human can eliminate dozens." Bai He was on the verge of tears, but this horde is boundless, numbering at least tens of thousands. Lien Tai inhaled deeply, poised to instruct everyone to flee when Zhang Lin interjected, "There's no need to run. They are faster than us. Escape is futile. Do you see that row of vegetable greenhouses nearby? I noticed one of them contains a substantial amount of oil. I require everyone's assistance to spread this oil across the area. I intend to incinerate the ant swarm." Chapter 49. A frenzied harvest of points in the 15 years prior to Zhang Lin's rebirth. Once evolved, the ants would grow to the size of human heads or even larger. Their exoskeletons were resilient enough to withstand flames, and a swarm exceeding 1,000 was enough to deter even B-class zombies. Only during their initial phase were these evolved ants the most vulnerable to extermination. Zhang Lin had inquired through the star network, and killing one of these freshly evolved ants would earn him a point. Thus, he was determined not to squander this golden opportunity for effortless point harvesting. To achieve this, he needed Lien Tai and the others' cooperation, so he shouted, "Those who wish to survive, follow me." Zhang Lin dashed swiftly into the nearby plastic greenhouse, exchanging all his initial points for iron barrels of gasoline, each approximately 1.3 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. Each barrel required 100 initial points for redemption, and Zhang Lin procured 8 barrels in total. Feeling it insufficient, he further utilized 20 D-class points, equivalent to 2,000 initial points, to acquire 20 additional barrels of gasoline. Thus, Zhang Lin was left with 59 D-class points. Zhang Lin rolled a barrel of gasoline out of the greenhouse. Lien Tai, who had been running fervently, finally entered, alongside another individual, to push out a barrel of gasoline. One by one, the barrels of gasoline were splashed onto the ground, forming a vast circle that enclosed Zhang Lin and his companions within a diameter of over 20 meters, isolating the ant swarm outside. Once the ant tide ventured into the gasoline-soaked area cluttered with debris, Zhang Lin hurled fireballs, igniting all the gasoline-laden spots, though the gasoline had absorbed some moisture from the soil. Causing the flames to burn less ferociously, they still leapt several dozen centimeters high, incinerating the ants that rushed into the fiery circle. To prevent the ant tide from retreating, Zhang Lin even exchanged for pheromones to lure the ants, shattering them within the fire circle. The seemingly endless horde of fist-sized ants became frenzied. Fearless of death, they charged into the inferno, seeking to breach the fire circle, but only death awaited them. Observing the burnt remains of the ants turning to ash, and inhaling the scent of gasoline, Zhang Lin's countenance flushed with exhilaration. Reporting the results, Zhang Lin was confident he would amass points in a frenzy. All the gasoline was acquired through his redemption, ignited by his innate fire abilities. The reality aligned with Zhang Lin's expectations. The Star Network notified, "Host has killed X-3600 primary evolved ants, earning X-3600 initial points. Host has killed X-4800 primary evolved ants, earning X-4800 initial points." Hearing this, and gazing at the still boundless swarm of ants, Zhang Lin bellowed to all, "As a token of my gratitude, once we reach the town ahead, whatever you wish to eat, I shall find a way to procure it for you. Furthermore, from this day forth, until we rest and depart from the town, the 10 individuals among you who slay the most zombies will receive 2 sets of replacement camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, and police handguns. 10 police handguns cost 1,000 points, 2 sets of camouflage uniforms merely amount to 200 points, and while bulletproof vests are slightly pricier, 10 would still only total 1,500 points. Adding in the promised food, the total expenditure would not exceed 3,000 points. Meanwhile, the assistance from these individuals would help him harvest at least several tens of thousands of points. With this substantial point gain, he could indeed redeem a city wall to seal off the entrance to Lianyun Valley. In doing so, Lianyun Valley would remain relatively safe until the zombies and other evolved creatures achieved significantly higher levels. Zhang Lin would then have a secure rear base. Such expenditures were entirely justified. Zhang Lin's words left the 50-odd survivors momentarily stunned, before they began to chatter excitedly. I want donkey meat. Can you get that? Zhang Lin replied. I can only procure it in packaged form. Do you want it? The questioner nodded eagerly. Yes. Another chimed in. I want to eat lobsters. The really big ones. Can you get those? Zhang Lin's expression darkened slightly. Yes, I can. Someone else asked. I want abalone, bird's nest, and shark fin. Can you procure those? Zhang Lin rolled his eyes. Are you intentionally trying to make things difficult for me? I'll tell you this. I can. Whatever you wish for, I can acquire it. Such opportunities are rare, so feel free to request whatever you desire. I want a whole roasted lamb. I want a Manchu Han imperial feast. I want dragon meat. Zhang Lin twitched at the mention of the Manchu Han imperial feast. Whoever wants the feast, step forward. Let me see if selling you would be worth it. Zhang Lin surveyed the crowd and declared, And you, who desires dragon meat, step forward. I promise not to harm you. In conclusion, Zhang Lin stated, donkey meat, lobster, whole roasted lamb, beef, and the rest, I will manage. After uttering these words, Zhang Lin shifted his focus back to the evolved ants. Once again hearing the monotonous yet immensely gratifying notification from the Star Network in his mind. Host has killed X16800 primary evolved ants, earning X16800 initial points. Zhang Lin felt as though he had consumed a miraculous fruit. Experiencing delight from head to toe, upon the complete annihilation of the ants, the Star Network notified Zhang Lin. Host has killed X45350 primary evolved ants. How exhilarating, Zhang Lin exclaimed. He was genuinely thrilled. A staggering 45,350 initial points. It would take him a month of slaying zombies to accumulate such a number of initial points, yet now, he had acquired them in such a brief span. If the creatures and zombies of this apocalypse ceased to evolve, he could incinerate hordes of these newly evolved beings and zombies, amassing an ocean of points. Regrettably, such opportunities for frenzied point harvesting would not be plentiful. Nevertheless, even so, I now possess the confidence to redeem anything. The entrance of Lian Yun Valley spans 100 meters. To redeem a wall measuring 100 meters long, 10 meters high, and 3 meters wide, I require 10,000 points. This sum, once considered a vast fortune, now seems trivial. Beyond redeeming the wall, I can also acquire a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, allowing me to effortlessly eliminate even the most resilient evolved creatures. Upon reaching Lian Yun Valley, I could also redeem 3 to 5 compact steel furnaces, each requiring only 500 points, to aid in crafting equipment for everyone. Additionally, I must tailor a suit of armor specifically designed for slaying zombies. When encountering gigantic evolved creatures, I could also redeem a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, as the ammunition is somewhat costly, but the launcher itself is not overly expensive. I shall restore my combat prowess to that of my time in the military. No, I will surpass it, for I have been reinforced by 5 strains of steel grass. I will track down the fiends responsible for leaking my information, leading to my parents' demise, and bring those who murdered my parents to their just end. Chapter 50. The anticipated betrayal. Zhang Lin's thoughts raced. His heart surged. After a moment of contemplation, he scanned the crowd, reached into his backpack, and retrieved a strain of steel grass, addressing the assembly. This grass is known as steel grass. It can enhance the physique of a frail individual to the level of an athlete. Remarkable, isn't it? Yet, perhaps you remain skeptical. However, I believe one among you will lend credibility to my claim. Lian Tai. Step forward. Zhang Lin tossed the steel grass into a water bottle, allowing it to dissolve before handing it to Lian Tai. Drink this. I trust you will endure the pain of the enhancement. Lian Tai gazed deeply at Zhang Lin, inquiring, Your kindness towards me seems excessive. Why? Zhang Lin shrugged. Consider it a repayment for your life-saving intervention. I am merely expressing my gratitude. Lian Tai consumed the liquid, his expression shifting dramatically as he collapsed to the ground, desperately pounding the earth with his fists, nearly succumbing to madness. Yet, true to his nature, Lian Tai persevered. When the flames from the burning gasoline finally extinguished, Lian Tai rose. He spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning at Zhang Lin with a bloodied grin. You never mentioned the enhancement process would be this agonizing. You intended to revel in my suffering? Didn't you? You wished to see me writhe in agony, to witness me tearing apart my own flesh, didn't you? Zhang Lin offered no further explanation, simply stating, "I believe in you. I trust you." These 4 words, once a frequent mantra of Lin Tai, now spoken from Zhang Lin's lips, enveloped Lin Tai in a suffocating sense of being trusted. He turned his head away, an unnatural expression crossing his face. "Forget it? Considering the immense benefits I have gained, I shall forgive you for concealing the fact that the enhancement nearly brought me to the brink of death." Lin Tai then addressed the others. "The enhancement of the steel grass is indeed genuine. A single stalk of steel grass can elevate a woman, once frail to the extreme, to a level comparable to that of an athlete." With Lin Tai's confirmation, the gazes directed at Zhang Lin were charged with fervor. He, with her alluring figure, drew closer to Zhang Lin, her face brimming with desire. "Zhang Lin, I would offer my body in exchange for this steel grass." Her words, though veiled, revealed her long-held ambition to share Zhang Lin's bed. Zhang Lin shook his head. "I possess only a few stalks of this steel grass." He produced a stalk resembling a leaping zombie plant and continued, "However, anyone who can procure this zombie grass may exchange it with me for steel grass. 1 stalk of zombie grass for 1 stalk of steel grass. I am the sole provider of steel grass, while zombie grass, albeit rare, is likely found in numerous locations." Before the others could inquire about the nature of zombie grass, Zhang Lin spoke directly. "Consuming this zombie grass alone carries a certain probability of preventing transformation into a zombie, even if scratched by one. When concocted into a potion, it guarantees 100% assurance against zombification." Zhang Lin articulated each word clearly. "You may also provide me with 2 stalks of zombie grass for me to prepare a zombie potion. Rest assured, this is not an exploitation of your goodwill. For the preparation of the zombie potion necessitates a multitude of precious herbs, and currently, I am the only one capable of such a task in Linhai." Zhang Lin concluded, "By revealing to you that this apocalypse harbors steel grass for enhancement and zombie grass for salvation. I have already shown you kindness. Should any of you foolishly attempt to seize my possessions, then I regret to inform you, those who dare to take from me must be prepared to face death." Everyone shook their heads in unison. "How could we possibly take your things? You have saved us time and again. If we were to harm you, would we still be human?" They expressed such sentiments. Yet their true thoughts remained known only to themselves. As the gasoline on the ground burned away completely, Zhang Lin tossed the binoculars to Lin Tai. "The path ahead poses no danger. This team is best managed by you, for your experience and leadership far surpasses mine, and I lack the time to oversee the group." Casting a deep glance at Zhang Lin, Lin Tai's lips moved as if to speak. Yet ultimately, no words escaped her. Grasping the binoculars, she surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards the northwest. "Let us proceed there. Beyond the town, there are factories and a fair number of small supermarkets. Making it a suitable place to settle, we move." The 50-strong team trudged through the fields, navigating uneven terrain and occasionally crossing ditches, stepping over the water plants clinging to the bottom of the irrigation channels. At 4:50 in the afternoon, the group cleared the zombies from the Great Wall Tool Factory, feeling a sense of relief as they sprawled on the ground, devoid of any semblance of composure. Leaning against an injection molding machine, Zhang Lin addressed the disheveled crowd. "Our ultimate goal is the valley Lin Tai mentioned. At the valley's entrance, we, the gifted individuals, have constructed a wall capable of repelling all zombies during the early days of this apocalypse. However, this does not imply that you may rest easy. The valley is not expansive and lacks arable land, compelling you to continue striving for survival, frequently encountering zombies and evolved creatures. Thus, you must learn how to combat zombies and face the mutated beings in this town, where the number of zombies is far fewer than that in Linhai." Zhang Lin let out a brazen whistle. "Now, I shall procure for you the delicacies you crave: donkey meat, lobster, whole roasted lamb, abalone, bird's nest, and shark fin." With that statement, Zhang Lin exited the factory, stealthily gliding along the walls, clearing out the contents of every shop in the vicinity, be it supermarkets, clothing stores, electronic shops, or general stores. An hour later, Zhang Lin returned from the starry space, laden with an abundance of prepared food and a handcart, having spent a total of 200 points. Yet, upon his return to the Great Wall Tool Factory, he found 2 groups in a standoff. One group comprised Lin Tai and her companions, while the other consisted of over 20 individuals, their bodies adorned with tattoos, exuding an air of arrogance. Among them, a few brandished police handguns, gesturing threateningly at Lin Tai and her group. Meanwhile, the handguns of Zhong Lu and the submachine gun of Fang Bing had also been seized. He stood trembling behind the 20-odd men. Panic etched across her face. Upon spotting Zhang Lin with the handcart, her complexion paled further. Recognizing the situation, Zhang Lin surmised that these 20 or so individuals were most likely drawn here by he. Before Zhang Lin could set down the handcart, one of the men approached, his eyes alight with greed upon seeing the contents of the cart. "So, you are Zhang Lin. To find such delectable items in this small town is quite fortunate for you. But your greater fortune lies in encountering us. That cart of goods now belongs to us." He reached out to shove Zhang Lin aside, but as he withdrew his hand, preparing to draw his gun to kill Zhang Lin, he found himself met with the cold barrel of a handgun. Zhang Lin regarded him with icy disdain. "Do you wish to die? I shall grant you that." As Zhang Lin drew his weapon, the armed men among the 20 displayed no hesitation in unsheathing their firearms. Zhang Lin let out a scoff and, with a swift motion, retrieved a high-explosive grenade from his backpack, sneering, "Put down your guns." The apparent leader, a middle-aged bald man, regarded Zhang Lin with a cold glare. "Zhang Lin, you possess quite the audacity." He then commanded his men, "Lower your weapons." After they complied, Zhang Lin pushed the handcart behind Lin Tai and addressed Fang Bing and Zhong Lu. "Remember this well. Should anyone attempt to seize your weapons, eliminate them. I will tolerate one instance of your weapon being taken, but never again." As Zhang Lin strode towards the man holding Fang Bing's submachine gun, he seized the weapon with one hand and tossed it back to Fang Bing, delivering a sharp slap to the man's face, swiftly followed by another. The two slaps left distinct imprints of his fingers upon the thug's cheek. Stunned for 2 seconds, the assailant erupted in fury. "How dare you hit me, you bastard?" The bald man seethed, leveling his gun at Zhang Lin. "Zhang Lin, do not push your luck." Zhang Lin had countless ways to navigate this situation, yet he opted for the most assertive approach. He pressed his finger against the grenade's pin, snorting coldly. "Do you dare to pull the trigger?" Zhang Lin unzipped his backpack, revealing the grenades within, and coldly declared, "My bag is filled with grenades. Do you reckon any of you would survive if I detonated the grenades in my possession?" The bald man relented, lowering his firearm, his teeth clenched. "Zhang Lin, you are ruthless. If I miss out today, I will surely kill you." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Lin's right hand drew a Desert Eagle, aiming without a glance, and pulled the trigger. The expression on the bald man's face as he met his end was one of sheer disbelief. It was true. He had intended to kill Zhang Lin once he was at a safe distance, having taken many lives without a second thought. He never anticipated Zhang Lin would execute him merely for his threats. He died with his eyes wide open. As the bald man collapsed, his 20-odd followers stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. They could hardly fathom that their leader had been so effortlessly dispatched. Not only could they not accept it, but apart from Zhong Lu and Fang Bing, no one could reconcile Zhang Lin's cold-blooded slaughter. Zhang Lin returned the grenades to the starry space and drew another Desert Eagle. The group of over 20 finally emerged from their stupor, those with firearms aiming directly at Zhang Lin, poised to fire. "You bastard! How dare you kill our leader? You will die." Those without guns charged towards Lin Tai and her companions, intending to leverage their lives to threaten Zhang Lin. "Even if you dare to detonate the grenades, I do not believe you care for their lives." As they made their move, Zhang Lin fired. The armed men, just raising their weapons, had barely begun to aim before bullets pierced their skulls. Those wielding knives were similarly gunned down as they took their first steps, and mere moments, Zhang Lin emptied the bullets from both guns, each shot claiming a life. He returned one handgun to his pack, reloaded the Desert Eagle in his right hand, and aimed at the last 3 trembling individuals, stating coolly, "Farewell." Amidst the frantic pleas for mercy from the 3 individuals, Zhang Lin pulled the trigger. He directed a smile that appeared benevolent yet was perceived by others as demonic toward the terrified Lin Tai and his companions, assuring them, "Rest assured, under normal circumstances, I am quite kind. However, should anyone pose a threat to my life, I shall eradicate that danger in its infancy. I will eliminate that person. Despite Zhang Lin's reassurances, how could they not tremble in fear? This man was nothing short of monstrous. His swiftness in taking lives was chilling. His resolve in killing, too decisive, too cold-blooded. Some among them, upon recollecting his intentions to pilfer Zhang Lin's hardened grass and zombie grass, were so frightened they wet themselves, trembling as if seized by nerves. The majority viewed Zhang Lin as a murderous tyrant, a deranged killer. Observing their expressions, Zhang Lin remarked, "From the moment I entered, I sensed the malevolence directed at me. While ordinary individuals are oblivious to such peril, I, who survived 15 years in the apocalypse before my rebirth, can perceive it clearly." He recalled entering the factory with a cart, when the middle-aged bald man had inquired of Bai He, and the subsequent glances from the others toward Zhang Lin were akin to those cast upon a corpse, all imbued with a palpable, unwavering intent to kill. Zhang Lin was certain that no matter how much he retreated, this group would still attempt to take his life. Thus, he acted without hesitation. This was how Zhang Lin had survived in the apocalypse for 15 years prior to his rebirth. However, Lien Tai and the others evidently did not believe him. Zhang Lin shook his head gently, offering no further explanation, nor did he turn around. He raised his right hand, pointing at the pallid Bai He, who was thoroughly terrified. "I hope that in your next life, even if you choose to be a mere ornament, you do not betray. For those who betray often meet a swift demise." Bai He fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, spare me, do not kill me. I can explain, I can clarify everything." She quivered with a neurotic intensity. "I did not betray you. I do not deserve death. I can explain. I beg you for a chance to clarify." Amidst her cries, Zhang Lin's finger on the trigger slowly tightened. Chapter 52. The Cold-Blooded Murderous Fiend. Bai He shut her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She had lost all hope of survival, awaiting Zhang Lin to end her life. Yet, she did not feel the bullet. She realized Zhang Lin was waiting for her explanation, and perhaps there remained a slim chance for her survival. Bai He forcefully suppressed her panic and spoke rapidly. "It is like this. I am a mere ornament, one who believes she can conquer all men with her body. I wish to conquer you, and Lien Tai as well, but before I could act, you all completely rejected me. The others could not protect me, nor listen to my words, so after arriving in this small town, I left the factory in search of other gatherings." Trembling violently, she continued, "There are not many zombies nearby. I was cautious and easily found these 20 or so people. I simply seduced their bald leader during casual conversation and inadvertently mentioned zombie grass and hardened grass. The bald leader and his crew forced me to bring them here. They intended to seize your hardened grass and zombie grass, claiming that normal folks who have been robbed of such things would inevitably harbor resentment and secretly desire to kill them. Thus, they planned to eliminate you before taking your possessions." Bai He wailed, "It was not me. I truly did not lead them here. You are a terrifying fire ability user, killing zombies as easily as crushing ants. I am certain that even combined, they would not be your match. I did not wish to bring them. They coerced me with guns. Spare me, spare me." Bai He genuinely did not wish to die. Not in the slightest. She did not want to face trouble because of Zhang Lin, nor did she want to betray him. Thus, Zhang Lin's finger continued to tighten on the trigger. His demeanor rendered Lien Tai and the others to view him as a thoroughly cold-blooded creature. Bai He crumpled to the ground, trembling incessantly, pleading, "Spare me. I promise I will not trouble you again." The bullet from Zhang Lin's gun grazed mere millimeters from Bai He's cheek, the heat from it leaving her mind blank. Zhang Lin returned the handgun to its holster, stating indifferently, "Such matters shall not occur again. Do you understand?" Bai He nodded fervently, "I understand. I will not only refrain from causing you trouble, but also from troubling this team. I swear by my parents, who have turned into zombies." Zhang Lin then turned to Lien Tai and offered a smile. "With this issue resolved, shall we continue to celebrate our escape from Linhai?" Lien Tai's lips twitched, yet he remained silent, while the survivors, nearly paralyzed by Zhang Lin's ruthless slaughter, trembled in response. "Yes, yes, let us celebrate." They spoke of celebration, yet for Zhang Lin, these delicacies were as tasteless as chewing wax. They derived not a shred of enjoyment, only enduring endless torment. They vowed that even if dragon meat were offered, they would never share a meal with this cold-blooded demon. After their meal, during the night of rest, Fang Bing sought out Zhang Lin first. Her vocal cords had improved somewhat. Her voice, though still icy, bore the tone of a woman. They fear you, yet I believe you are not a senseless murderer. After speaking, she lay down beside Zhang Lin, wrapped in a cloth. Soon after, Zhonglu also approached Zhang Lin. I believe in you. I understand your decisive killings are meant to intimidate the others in our group. But do you not think it excessive? They now regard you as a soulless murderer. Zhang Lin retorted, What is wrong with being seen as a murderer? He replied coolly, Being perceived as a ruthless killer has its advantages. First, they will not dare to covet my zombie grass and hardened grass. Second, they will refrain from bringing me trouble. Third, no woman will seek to climb into my bed, saving me considerable time in dealing with them. Fourth, they will comply with my commands without question. Zhang Lin concluded, with so many benefits, why should I not pursue this course of action? Indeed, the advantages were numerous. Zhonglu sighed in frustration, but by doing so, you will undoubtedly lose the hearts of the team, unlike Lien Tai. Zhang Lin fixed Zhonglu with a deep gaze. Remember this. In this apocalypse, we pursue the evolution of individual strength. While unity can move mountains, it is a rare occurrence in this world. Might is always right. Zhonglu smiled ruefully, but Zhang Lin interrupted, No buts. Let us rest. Though there are no zombies nearby, it does not guarantee a peaceful night. Zhonglu inquired, Are you referring to the evolved creatures? Zhang Lin nodded, Yes, not only evolved beings but possibly zombies that are currently evolving. Therefore, we must seize every opportunity to rest. After stating this, Zhang Lin fell silent, and mere seconds later, his breathing became remarkably steady as he drifted into slumber. That night, Zhang Lin slept soundly and comfortably. However, none of the others enjoyed a good night's rest. Around 10 at night, a colossal centipede measuring 5 meters long, akin to a train, brushed against the factory walls as it entered the town. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a section of the factory's corner collapsed, revealing a horde of gigantic rats the size of small pigs. At 3 in the morning, a person intending to visit the restroom stumbled upon a swarm of fist-sized dung beetles. At 4 in the morning, a bat the size of an adult hovered outside the factory, shattering several windows. As a result, none of them managed to sleep well, all bearing dark circles beneath their eyes, including Zhonglu. However, one person was the exception, Fang Bing. She heard the disturbances but believed that as long as she remained by Zhang Lin's side, even in slumber, she would be safe. Thus, her spirits remained relatively high. Zhang Lin glanced at Fang Bing, offering a slight smile. Thank you for your trust in me. He then addressed Lien Tai. I will investigate the situation. Once I ascertain the circumstances, we shall depart. Lien Tai stared at Zhang Lin for a few seconds before nodding. All right. After Zhang Lin's departure, the workers in the factory collectively exhaled in relief. The cold-blooded killer Zhang Lin had finally left, allowing them a moment to relax. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin had a clear purpose in mind. He intended to travel to Lianyun Valley, where he planned to exchange for a section of city wall to block the valley's entrance, as well as a substantial supply of disaster relief tents to create the appearance of a camp. This way, even if he were to produce something unexpected in the future, he could easily fabricate a pre-prepared excuse. However, if Zhang Lin recalled correctly, there were several unlicensed breeding farms on the outskirts of Lianyun Valley, one for chickens, another for rabbits, and yet another for foxes and minks. It was likely that the vicinity of Lianyun Valley was now infested with either zombie animals or mutated creatures. Chapter 53. The nauseating corrosive zombie. Lianyun Valley was situated far from the coast, and even from the nearby town, it was a considerable distance away. Upon leaving the factory and the town, as Zhang Lin set foot on the asphalt road leading to the next village, he spent 5,000 points to exchange for a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle and another 5,000 points for 100 magazines. The Barrett sniper rifle had a magazine capacity of 10 rounds, with a caliber of 12.7 mm. This firearm was specifically designed to incapacitate vehicles and destroy parked fighter jets and radar stations, rather than being primarily aimed at human targets. In the years before his rebirth during the apocalypse, this sniper rifle was the most coveted weapon among snipers. It could eliminate zombies ranging from the lowest C level to the highest B level. However, such sniper rifles were not only rare, but their ammunition was also difficult to produce, meaning very few were actually equipped with this weapon. It was only in the 7th year of the apocalypse that Zhang Lin managed to acquire a Barrett sniper rifle, albeit one with diminished accuracy, alongside a scant supply of ammunition, which he hesitated to use unless targeting B-level zombies. Yet, in the reborn apocalypse, Zhang Lin now possessed the resources to utilize this sniper rifle without restraint. After handling the Barrett sniper rifle, Zhang Lin used the high-powered military telescope he had exchanged for 100 points to thoroughly survey the vicinity of the road leading to the next village. Lowering the telescope, he raised the sniper rifle, calculated the humidity and wind speed, and fired a shot. The bullet struck a pet pig that had evolved to a length of 4 meters and a height of over 2 meters. Penetrating its eye and exiting from the back of its head, a notification from the star network echoed in Zhang Lin's mind. Host has killed C-level evolved pet pig X1. Received D-level points X1. Current D-level points X60. Current primary points 33, 400. The corner of Zhang Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Although this oversized evolved pet pig lacked speed and thus had little offensive capability, its thick skin and considerable mass meant that under normal circumstances, even with a police sniper rifle, he would require 2 shots to kill it. However, with the Barrett sniper rifle, it succumbed to a single shot. Raising the sniper rifle once more, Zhang Lin swiftly dashed forward approximately 50 meters, aiming at the chest of a wandering skeletal zombie, managing the recoil that would be uncontrollable for an ordinary person, and pulling the trigger. The bullet shattered the skeletal zombie's bony exterior, creating a large hole in its chest and killing it instantly. As Zhang Lin proceeded cautiously, he intermittently pulled the trigger of the Barrett sniper rifle, dispatching one C-level zombie after another to accumulate C-level points. When he was within 200 meters of the village, Zhang Lin stowed the sniper rifle, which could not be fitted with a suppressor, and switched to a Desert Eagle, also unable to accommodate a suppressor. The reason for this switch was that all visible C-level zombies had been eliminated, and each sniper bullet cost 6 points. Killing a primary zombie would result in a loss of 5 points, a wasteful endeavor Zhang Lin refused to engage in. Upon entering the village named Wuchong, Zhang Lin observed that it was filled with somewhat aged buildings and a factory of considerable size. Before the apocalypse, due to an influx of migrant workers, this small village had housed thousands. Following the outbreak, the extreme danger led most survivors to seek ways to escape the village. Consequently, Zhang Lin found no survivors within, only zombies. Continuously swapping magazines, he eliminated one primary zombie after another, as the number of zombies began to exceed his capacity to handle them. Zhang Lin leaped over the factory's outer wall, darting into the factory through a wide-open gate and swiftly exiting through a window at the back. Just as he emerged from the window, Zhang Lin spotted a zombie with an exceptionally pale complexion, an unusually corpulent body, and lips resembling orchids, slowly shuffling toward him. The moment he laid eyes on this zombie, his pupils contracted, and he cursed under his breath. Hastily retreating from the obese creature, this orchid-lipped zombie, having just evolved to a D level with a maximum potential of D, was indeed of low rank. However, underestimating this grotesque entity would lead anyone to regret it. Known as a corrosive zombie, it moved slowly, but once within 5 meters of a survivor, its orchid-like mouth would spew a toxic spray with a range of 5 to 6 meters. The act of spewing venom was not even the most repulsive aspect of this corrosive zombie. The truly revolting feature was that even upon being killed, the gas within its body, akin to methane, would explode, spraying its internal venom everywhere. The explosion of a D-level corrosive zombie would create a toxic cloud with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. Survivors caught within this area would have their skin corroded by the venom, their eyesight ruined, and the toxin would infiltrate their bodies. Although survivors would not turn into zombies, they would be relentlessly tormented by the venom unless they were injected with a special antidote targeting corrosive zombies. This antidote was not available for exchange in the star space. It could only be concocted by filtering the corrosive zombie's venom and combining the resulting liquid with specific chemical agents. Having never encountered a corrosive zombie nor created an antidote, Zhang Lin instinctively turned to flee. Just as he made his escape, the obese corrosive zombie opened its orchid-like maw and unleashed a chaotic spray of black liquid. Splattering across a wide area, Zhang Lin narrowly dodged the attack and then exchanged for 10 large plastic basins, each costing 1 point, which he continuously tossed near the corrosive zombie before swiftly scaling the wall to escape. Just before landing outside the wall, Zhang Lin fired several shots at the corrosive zombie. Once on the ground, Zhang Lin spent 10 points to exchange for a large ancient wooden tower shield, about 1.5 times his height, which he held above his head to shield himself from the toxic spray that might erupt from the factory yard. Hearing the explosive sound reminiscent of a tire bursting from the corrosive zombie's self-detonation, Zhang Lin shifted to a location untouched by the toxic liquid and climbed back over the wall. Observing the splattered black liquid and the repugnant remains of the corrosive zombie, Zhang Lin felt a twinge of nausea. Even after having survived 15 years in the apocalypse before his rebirth, he found the aftermath of the corrosive zombie's explosion somewhat revolting. Donning plastic gloves, Zhang Lin gathered the venom from the basins, and after allowing the upper portion of the liquid to clarify, he poured the clear liquid into a 50-pound plastic barrel, exchanging 100 points for a specific chemical agent to mix in. After the barrel settled, producing a substantial amount of murky liquid, he transferred the clarified portion into another plastic barrel. This process was repeated 5 times. Finally, pouring the last clarified liquid into a mineral water bottle, Zhang Lin added a white crystalline substance, shaking it vigorously before exhaling in relief. Although the liquid in the bottle appeared minimal, every 10 milliliters could be exchanged for a wealth of desired items from survivors suffering under the corrosive zombie's venom. In extreme circumstances, it could even be traded for zombie grass from desperate survivors. Chapter 54. Exchanging for a city wall, placing the bottle on a separate shelf in the star space. Zhang Lin climbed back over the wall and quickly exited the factory. Not long after, he maneuvered around to the side of the asphalt road and entered a supermarket. After emptying the supermarket of its contents, he furrowed his brow and placed 2 large boxes in a conspicuous location, filling them with 40 bags of rice and flour, each costing 5 points, along with a substantial amount of long-lasting food items. Additionally, Zhang Lin exchanged for 20 large barrels of bottled water. This expenditure totaled 250 points. His plundering of the supermarket was intended to use its provisions for trade with other civilizations, while leaving behind a comparable amount of rice, flour, water, and other food items to offer future survivors a glimmer of hope for survival. Ransacking several supermarkets in Linhai, however, felt somewhat excessive. Zhang Lin paused for a moment, reflecting briefly before resuming his looting endeavors. In this village, he plundered 4 supermarkets, leaving behind goods worth 1,000 points as for the items in the shops beyond the supermarkets. After his thorough pillaging, only one thing remained: an abundance of cold weapons. This was a gift for the survivors, an investment aimed at enabling them to earn substantial points through the use of these armaments. With a mere 2 miles left to Lian Valley, Zhang Lin halted and ascended a nearby telecommunications tower, setting up his Barrett sniper rifle at the pinnacle. Just as he had surmised, the vicinity of Lian Valley was teeming with wandering rabbits, chickens, foxes, and minks. Among them, approximately 1/3 had succumbed to zombification, and within that fraction, over 30 had evolved to degrade. The remaining 2/3 of the rabbits, chickens, foxes, and minks exhibited sizes at least double, some even 3-fold, among them. More than 50 had transformed into degrade giant beings. Under normal circumstances, these zombies and creatures would roam freely for a day or two, in the world that Zhang Lin had known before his rebirth. Lin Ti would have likely led his team to the valley under such conditions. However, Zhang Lin had arrived early this time, determined to eliminate these oversized entities entirely, preventing them from leaping over or flying past the walls he planned to erect, which would disrupt his much-needed respite in the rear lines. Starlight Network, prepare to report the results. Zhang Lin took a deep breath, steadied himself, and squeezed the trigger. Amidst the deafening crack of the sniper rifle, one after another, the degrade foxes, rabbits, minks, and chickens met their demise at his hands. The reason behind Zhang Lin's priority in targeting these creatures was his need for their corpses. Their pelts, when processed correctly, would prove more valuable than before the apocalypse. Their meat had also transformed, becoming exceptionally delectable, as the degrade creatures discerned their surroundings and charged within 100 meters of the telecommunications tower. Zhang Lin completed his sniping spree. The remaining creatures quickly converged at the base of the tower. Soon after, the evolved zombies also gathered below, encircling the tower in layers, all howling toward the sky. From his perch on the tower, Zhang Lin exchanged a vast array of firecrackers, igniting them and hanging them from the tower to lure even more zombies and gigantic beings with their sound. Taking a deep breath, he exchanged for barrels of gasoline, using an axe to split them open, allowing the gasoline to pour out in torrents. One barrel after another fell victim to his onslaught. As the barrels shattered upon impact, gasoline sprayed everywhere. Until he had exchanged the entirety of his monthly gasoline supply, Zhang Lin still felt it insufficient, ruthlessly exchanging an entire month's worth of white phosphorus shells. Of course, these shells were not missiles, but rather akin to landmines, requiring ignition to disperse the white phosphorus within. Casting one white phosphorus shell after another onto the gasoline-soaked ground, Zhang Lin inhaled deeply, stowing away his gear in the starlight space. Subsequently, he transformed into a blazing torch, launching fireballs that ignited the gasoline on the ground, setting ablaze the gasoline-drenched zombies, the colossal beings, and the white phosphorus shells, causing them to explode and scatter white phosphorus across an even wider area, resulting in countless lives extinguished in agony. Fire! Flames blazed everywhere. Wails echoed all around, the cries of the giant beings struggling in despair. The cacophony of these lamentations wove a tragic symphony in Zhang Lin's ears. The frenzied roars of the zombies, propelled further by the flames, added a discordant note to this mournful melody. Zhang Lin extinguished the flames enveloping him, donned his equipment once more, and placed a hand to his ear, feigning a listening posture. He wished to hear the lamentations of the dying, while also awaiting notifications from Starlight Network. Host has slain 260 zombie chickens, earning 260 primary points. As the air filled with the enticing aroma of charred flesh mingled with gasoline, and the flames dwindled, Starlight Network delivered its final notification. Host possesses D-grade points, 168, primary points, 32. 000. Atop the telecommunications tower, Zhang Lin's expression darkened momentarily. As expected, exchanging gasoline and white phosphorus shells to burn these scattered large creatures proved to be a deeply unprofitable venture. Not only had he failed to earn primary points, but he had also incurred significant losses. Fortunately, the D-grade points he acquired had compensated for all losses. It was only in the early days of the apocalypse that he could exchange items to incinerate zombies and giant beings. Once they had evolved even slightly, as was the case today, he would have to shoot and relocate, gradually eliminating them. Otherwise, should they be drawn too close, the black minks would swiftly scale the tower, while the giant foxes could topple the telecommunications tower, leaving him with nowhere to flee. With a slight sigh of reflection, Zhang Lin descended from the telecommunications tower. He drew forth 2 desert eagles, dispatching the wailing giant foxes and minks, collecting the D-grade evolved creatures into the starlight space as he proceeded along the asphalt road toward Li Nyin Valley. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, he surveyed the terrain and decisively spent 10,000 points to exchange for a grand wall, 100 meters long, 10 meters high, 3 meters wide, complete with a city gate. Host's exchanged item falls under the category of building materials. Please select a placement location. Before Zhang Lin appeared a virtual representation of Li Nyin Valley, alongside a virtual city wall that shifted with the motion of his finger. Once he positioned the ethereal wall at the valley's entrance, Zhang Lin nodded. Confirm exchange. In his mind, he heard Starlight Network's notification. Wall exchange complete. Before Zhang Lin, at the entrance of Li Nyin Valley, stood a majestic wall with a city gate, transforming from illusion to reality, as though it had existed for centuries. Chapter 55. Level 1 Cultivation Civilization. Starlight Network continued its notifications. The initial wall, aside from the normal defenses of the gate and gatehouse, possesses 0 defensive capabilities. Over time, the defense will gradually increase, restoring its original strength after 1 natural month. Upon hearing Starlight Network's announcement, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted, and his mind entered the starlight space to review the overlooked details. After finishing, his face turned a shade of green. The exchange instructions indeed contained the information provided by Starlight Network, and it further clarified that points could be spent to expedite the restoration of the wall's original defenses. For each day advanced, 3,000 primary points would be required. This meant that if Zhang Lin wished for the wall to exhibit defensive capabilities immediately, he would need to invest an additional 90,000 primary points. Initially, when he saw that a 1-meter segment of wall required 1,000 points for exchange, while a 100-meter wall only cost 10,000 points, he sensed something amiss, albeit failing to pinpoint the issue until now. This was where the trap lay. Infuriating, Zhang Lin kicked a stone away in frustration, darkly questioning Starlight Network. "Provide me with an explanation." Starlight Network replied succinctly. "These limitations are hidden conditions for exchanging the wall. They can be explored post-exchange." Zhang Lin furrowed his brow deeply. "Next time, if there are hidden conditions for exchanged items, I do not require you to specify the exact conditions. Merely inform me that there are hidden conditions." "If you please." In response to Zhang Lin's inquiry, Starlight Network remained cold and unyielding. "Host privileges are insufficient. Upon connecting to the civilization circle 10 times, you may spend 100 D-grade points to unlock privileges." Sighing in exasperation, Zhang Lin approached the wall beside the gate and pressed his hand against it, only to have his expression shift dramatically. The wall appeared imposing, yet it was entirely non-existent. Zhang Lin had confidently assured the survivors that a wall stood here. If they discovered that this wall was merely an illusion, one they could traverse freely, they might develop notions that Zhang Lin would prefer they did not entertain. With a grim countenance, Zhang Lin began to expend points to enhance the wall's defensive capabilities. 3,000 points, 0.6, 000 points, 0.20, 000 points. Only after investing 30,000 points did the wall's defensive strength equate to that of a dirt wall. Having spent such a considerable amount of points, Zhang Lin felt utterly despondent, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. The primary points he had frantically amassed in the early days of the apocalypse had dwindled to a mere 2,000. Passing through the open city gate, Zhang Lin ventured into the three-sided cliff of Li Nyin Valley. The valley extended for 2 miles, with its widest point measuring 300 meters and its narrowest only 20 meters. The ground was strewn with chaotic rubble, with a small stream coursing through the center. After exploring the entire valley, Zhang Lin exchanged for 100 disaster relief tents, sufficient provisions for 100 people for 10 days. A considerable quantity of cold weapons, various medicines, and a small-scale steel smelting furnace. The myriad exchanges thoroughly depleted Zhang Lin's primary points. He sighed, deciding to cease his scrutiny of the items and instead commanded Starlight Network. "Connect to the civilization circle once more." The Star Network prompts. This connection costs 100 D-level points, and the host currently possesses D-level points x68. This connection is a random link. Connection initiated. Connection successful. The host has successfully connected to a level 1 cultivation civilization. Note: cultivation civilization levels range from the lowest to the highest. And this level 1 civilization is a primitive cultivation world, devoid of individuals capable of breaking through the atmosphere, lacking teleportation arrays connecting to other cultivation civilizations, and absent of advanced cultivation beings descending. Representing a primordial civilization of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted, and his heart soared with joy. Who cares if this civilization is a primitive cultivation civilization? He only knew that within this cultivation civilization, he might acquire powerful cultivation techniques, allowing him to strike down the elderly care home in the southern mountains, kick the kindergarten in the northern seas, traverse the world, dominate men and women alike, and commit all manner of wickedness. Yet soon after, Zhang Lin's heart shattered. Regardless of whether this cultivation civilization was primitive, what they sought was the enhancement of individual strength, and the items he desired to exchange were also aimed at strengthening personal power. However, Zhang Lin had nothing to bolster his individual strength besides tempered grass. Moreover, he firmly believed that a successful cultivator would certainly disdain firearms scavenged from the police department. Furthermore, those who practiced cultivation would never exchange their techniques for food unless they were on the brink of starvation. As Zhang Lin's expression fluctuated, a planet magnified on his display. The surface of this planet was lush and verdant, filled with towering trees, dense jungles, and rugged, winding mountains. Zhang Lin even glimpsed a colossal tree piercing through the clouds. Shortly after, he observed numerous individuals soaring through the air, witnessing dashing young men flying on swords, and even a firebird engulfed in flames, carrying a palace through the sky. At that moment, Zhang Lin yearned to leap through the screen and seize everything on the other side, his eyes turning crimson with desire. Finally, this scene rapidly shifted, eventually transitioning into a desolate valley, where Zhang Lin saw a young man being pursued by a giant wolf spewing flames. Zhang Lin's face darkened. Star Network? Tell me, last time I connected to the Steel Civilization, I linked with the lowest tier of the Steel Civilization, the Forging Cloud, and now I might be connecting with the lowest tier of the Cultivation Civilization. Why is that? The Star Network responded. The host's mental level is too low, and the points provided by the host are insufficient. Zhang Lin was enraged. Are you implying that I could use more points to connect to a higher civilization? Wasn't it a flat rate of 100 D-level points? The Star Network replied. 100 D-level points is the default random connection fee, the minimum connection point. Zhang Lin's expression darkened further. If I use 1,000 D-level points, can I avoid connecting to the lowest tier beings? No, the connection remains random. It simply will not be limited to the lowest tier individuals. Upon hearing the Star Network's response, Zhang Lin was convinced that if the Star Network were a person standing before him, he would undoubtedly slay it. The Star Network prompted. The functionalities of the Star Network are boundless. The host is encouraged to explore further. Shortly thereafter, the Star Network informed. The host and the intelligent life of the Cultivation Civilization have successfully connected. This connection lasts for 30 minutes. Before the intelligent life perishes, no other connections can be made. Once the intelligent life dies, this random connection concludes. The young man being pursued, evidently aware of his connection with Zhang Lin, frantically cried out, "Save me! If you save me, I am willing to serve you as a slave." The Star Network prompted. The cultivator Yu Xinglo wishes to recognize you as his master. As this is the host's first recognition, the Star Network sponsors a compulsory contract. Does the host accept? Zhang Lin's pupils slightly contracted. Accept. The Star Network prompted. Yu Xinglo's recognition as a master is successful. The host can control 1/3 of Yu Xinglo's soul. Zhang Lin felt a vague illusion of being able to manipulate Yu Xinglo's life and death at will, his pupils contracting slightly before he quickly asked Yu Xinglo, "What is chasing you?" Yu Xinglo wept. "Behind me is a level 1 demon beast, the Flame Wolf. It chases me solely to devour me. I have mined here before without ever being pursued by it, but this time. If you do not save me, I am doomed." Hearing Yu Xinglo's plea, Zhang Lin immediately devised a plan to rescue him. Chapter 56. The Body Refinement Recipe. Since the Flame Wolf desires to consume Yu Xinglo, let us offer it something in exchange, allowing the wolf to feast instead. Zhang Lin's gaze turned to a giant black marten, towering over a person. He then instructed Yu Xinglo, "Hold the item that connects us in your hand and extend it backward. I will trade a beast to you, and I trust that the Flame Wolf will cease its pursuit once it has feasted on the beast." Upon hearing this, Yu Xinglo hurriedly grasped a mirror and extended it backward. Subsequently, a black marten, as tall as a person, emerged from the small mirror. The Flame Wolf, which had been relentlessly chasing Yu Xinglo, was momentarily dazed, abruptly halting its pursuit and extending its massive head toward the black marten, sniffing it before opening its gaping maw and swallowing the marten whole, then resolutely resuming its chase of Yu Xinglo. Zhang Lin's lips twitched as he traded a rabbit of equal size. The Flame Wolf exhaled a torrent of flames, roasting the rabbit before consuming it, and then continued to pursue Yu Xinglo. Without hesitation, Zhang Lin traded 3 roosters, 5 rabbits, and 2 foxes larger than water buffaloes. Only after devouring these did the Flame Wolf cease its chase of Yu Xinglo. Yu Xinglo fled frantically from the desolate valley, taking refuge in a cave at the mountain's edge, gasping for breath. With only 10 minutes remaining until the conclusion of this transaction, Zhang Lin inquired of the Star Network, "Will I be able to connect to this level 1 cultivation civilization again in the future?" The Star Network responded, "The host cannot specify the civilization to connect to. Aside from the Steel Civilization, all other civilizations are connected randomly." Zhang Lin felt an impulse to slay the Star Network once more. The Star Network then indicated, due to the host's signing of a compulsory contract with Yu Xinglo, the host has a certain probability of sensing the cultivation civilization where Yu Xinglo resides during random connections. At this time, The host may spend a certain amount of D-level points to increase the likelihood of connecting to this civilization. What the Star Network stated was still tantamount to saying nothing, and the probability remained almost negligible. With a sullen expression, Zhang Lin posed another long-forgotten question. Tell me, what exactly is the function of Star Gold? The Star Network responded. Star Gold is the universal currency of the universe. In cultivation civilizations, it can be converted into spirit stones, and in other civilizations, it can be exchanged for their respective currencies, appearing only in the novice gift package. Shortly thereafter, the Star Network seemed to experience a brief glitch before prompting. The 100 Star Gold in the novice gift package allows for one designated connection to a level 1 civilization. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Lin's heart raced. No longer questioning the Star Network, he swiftly asked Yu Xinglo, do you possess any extraordinary cultivation techniques? Do you have a ring inhabited by an old man? Do you have any artifacts inhabited by a saintess? After posing these questions, without waiting for Yu Xinglo's response, he confidently stated, surely, you do not possess any of those. Then, do you have any cultivation techniques? Do you have any pills that can enhance strength? Do you have any magical tools or items? Yu Xinglo bit his lip, his expression sour. I'm sorry, master. I am merely a lowly cultivator from the lowest tier of the Kanglan world. I possess no cultivation techniques, no pills to enhance strength, and certainly no magical tools or items, he then affirmed. However, since you saved my life, if we are connected again, I will do everything in my power to find these items for you. The outcome he spoke of was precisely what Zhang Lin had anticipated. At this moment, Zhang Lin wished he could drag the Star Network out and whip it. Taking a deep breath, he posed his bottom line. As a cultivator yourself, you must have some method of becoming a cultivator, right? This time, Yu Xinglo provided a straightforward reply. Yes, I have a body refinement recipe. It took me 3 full years of medicinal baths to open the immortal bridge within me and become a cultivator. I will write the recipe for you and include how to open the immortal bridge, Zhang Lin quickly added. Do not use overly complicated language. Write it simply and clearly. I will. 5 minutes later, Yu Xinglo traded over a piece of bark inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. Upon seeing this piece of bark, Zhang Lin received an instruction manual explaining that the Kanglan manuscript written on it contained the body refinement recipe. And understanding it would grant him the body refinement recipe and the method to open the immortal bridge. Zhang Lin instructed the Star Network, translate this Kanglan manuscript into Chinese. The Star Network quickly completed the translation, generating a sheet of paper, translation successful, deducting 10 D-level points from the host, who now possesses D-level points x58. With no time to pay attention to the Star Network or examine the body refinement recipe, Zhang Lin utilized the remaining minutes to inquire as much as possible about the Kanglan world. What is the trading currency in your Kanglan world? Yu Xinglo answered honestly. Spirit stones? The universal currency of the entire Kanglan world is the spirit stone. However, for the vast majority of people, spirit stones are far too extravagant. Thus, the currency used for transactions in the Kanglan world is Kanglan gold. Bring me a piece of Kanglan gold to examine. Zhang Lin had obtained a piece of Kanglan gold from Yu Xinglo, and upon pinching it with his fingers, a smile graced his face. This Kanglan gold was not an incomprehensible metal nor one unknown to Earth. It was simply ordinary gold. Zhang Lin currently lacked gold, and the gold he could exchange could not be traded to Yu Xinglo. However, there was an abundance of gold in certain large bank vaults. Zhang Lin inquired of Yu Xinglo, if there were sufficient Kanglan gold, what could you procure for me? Yu Xinglo, invigorated, replied, with ample Kanglan gold, one could acquire a complete body refinement technique for cultivating after opening the immortal bridge in Kangwu Kingdom. You could purchase low-level magical artifacts, obtain pills that rapidly enhance body refinement prowess, and even venture to the black workshop market in hopes of striking it lucky to find fragments of spiritual artifacts. Yu Xinglo spoke animatedly, as if he had enough gold to redeem the entire world. Zhang Lin glanced at his watch, confirmed the time, and promptly interrupted Yu Xinglo, stating, the trading period is about to conclude. I will find a way to connect with your civilization again. When the next connection occurs, I will provide a substantial amount of Kanglan gold. I expect you to procure for me the complete body refinement technique, a multitude of pills, and numerous low-level magical artifacts in the shortest time possible. If you cannot fulfill this, then having a servant like you is of little use. Yu Xinglo nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, master. As long as there is enough Kanglan gold, I can make it happen." Zhang Lin playfully slapped Yu Xinglo, then offered him a sweet date, saying, "I am not an unreasonable person. You may use 1/5 of the gold I provide. As long as you serve me, there will be an endless supply of gold that can never be exhausted." Yu Xinglo was ecstatic, exclaiming, "If there is enough gold, perhaps I could find a way to exchange for some low-level spirit stones. In your pursuit of immortality, competing against both heaven and humanity, dangers lurk everywhere. You must take care. Do not die carelessly." Zhang Lin traded a sniper rifle to him, saying, "Take this weapon for self-defense. Next time, I will provide you with even more formidable arms." Just as Zhang Lin finished his instructions, the connection time ended, and he was ejected from the starry space. Standing in the cave of Lianyun Valley, Zhang Lin turned his attention to the body refinement recipe in his hands. Chapter 57. The Earth's Anomaly. The body refinement recipe required an astounding 31 types of medicinal herbs, each with strict ratios. A surplus or deficiency of any one would affect the efficacy, and in severe cases, could even poison the user. However, the recipe's effects were potent, capable of continuously strengthening the body from within, fortifying meridians and enhancing the five senses. According to the recipe's description, before achieving the strength necessary to open the immortal bridge within, Zhang Lin's physical resilience could withstand arrows shot by ordinary archers, and he should be able to single-handedly restrain a galloping steed. It was precisely this recipe that empowered even the most ordinary cultivators in the Kanglan world to effortlessly slay hundreds or thousands of soldiers. Yet, even in the Kanglan world, the herbs listed in the recipe were exceedingly precious, let alone in the reality he hailed from. Zhang Lin meticulously listed each herb from the body refinement recipe, and after comparing them with herbs from the cold weapon era, he breathed a sigh of relief. He could exchange for these herbs in his starry space. However, the cost for the herbs required for each medicinal bath was a staggering 100 D-level points. Unlike Yu Xinglo, who toiled daily for money and took weeks or even longer to gather the materials for a single medicinal bath, Zhang Lin, with sufficient points, could freely exchange for herbs and indulge in daily medicinal baths, boosting his efficiency exponentially. Moreover, with the enhancement from steel grass and the diluted steel enhancement liquid, Zhang Lin should be able to complete his bodily refinement in an exceedingly short time, achieving the physical prowess necessary to open the immortal bridge. In this apocalyptic world, I am destined to grow stronger rapidly. I will become powerful to an extent I never dared to imagine. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lin refocused on how to open the immortal bridge within. After perusing the information, he felt a slight discomfort. To open the immortal bridge, one must either find a place rich in spiritual energy or prepare a substantial quantity of spirit stones for the body to absorb. Without a resource-rich location or a plethora of spirit stones, the immortal bridge would remain forever closed. If the immortal bridge cannot be opened, one can never become a true cultivator nor glimpse the genuine path to immortality. The matter of opening the immortal bridge could be addressed later. As long as the starry network exists, I will eventually acquire enough spirit stones. Before that, I need to hunt zombies to gain points. After accumulating several thousand points, I felt I had enough to pursue my ambitions and redeem what I desired. However, it now appeared that those several thousand points amounted to merely a few hundred D-level points, sufficient only for a few medicinal baths, if I wish to grow rapidly and enable others to become powerful alongside me, to the point where we can seek out precious items in the apocalypse such as thunder stones, fire crystals, levitating bird feathers, and the petrifying Medusa stone. I must amass vast quantities of points, an ocean of points. My individual strength is inevitably limited. Yet if all survivors wield the weapons I exchange, my accumulation of points will be relentless. Zhang Lin commanded the Starry Network to report his current points. The Starry Network indicated, the host currently possesses D-level points X58 and junior points X12. The 12 junior points reported by the Starry Network were not earned from slaying junior zombies, but were accumulated by the individuals who redeemed cold weapons from Zhang Lin in the past half hour. For each junior zombie a survivor slays, Zhang Lin earns 0.2 junior points, meaning in this half hour alone, survivors wielding Zhang Lin's weapons have dispatched 60 junior zombies, excluding the time survivors need to rest. They could generally earn Zhang Lin 100 to 200 junior points daily. I need more people to utilize the cold weapons I have redeemed. Zhang Lin took one last look around Lianyan Valley, then stepped through the open city gates, slowly closing the heavy gates behind him. He used binoculars to scan for any D-level creatures or zombies along the path. When his gaze fell upon a somewhat desiccated mud puddle, his expression turned grave. Approaching the dry mud puddle, he noticed the darkened soil and exchanged for a shovel to scrape away the top layer of the blackened earth, revealing soil tinged with purple. Casting the shovel aside, Zhang Lin silently took out a cigarette, placing one between his lips and taking a deep drag. In the 15 years of the apocalypse before his rebirth, he had scarcely smoked. But in the few days since his rebirth, he had already indulged several times. His previous smoking was prompted by the realization that the current apocalypse diverged from his expectations. This time, the situation was no different. In the pre-rebirth apocalypse, it took a year for the earth to transform into this blackened, purplish soil. This soil induced significant evolution among the life forms dwelling in it, such as earthworms and rodents. Furthermore, this soil caused the plants across the world to undergo a demonic evolution. Some trees grew into towering giants that pierced the clouds. Some vines evolved into blood-sucking creepers. Some trees developed massive roots, enabling them to traverse the earth, while others morphed into man-eating ghoul trees, and still others became devil trees capable of annihilating all life. Even the seeds of dandelions, once light and airy, became as lethal as swords. Zhang Lin retrieved the shovel that lay aside, and after moving away, tirelessly began digging into the ground. At a depth of 2 meters, he once again encountered the blackish-purple soil. This soil possesses remarkable assimilation properties, based on the assimilation rate of the blackish-purple soil in the pre-rebirth apocalypse. It would take no more than 2 months for the surface soil to also transform into this blackish-purple HUT. That time, the entire world would descend into hell. I have been reborn, and the discrepancies in this apocalypse are growing ever more pronounced. However, one truth remains unchanged in this apocalypse: the mightiest shall rule. I care not whether you are conniving humans, whether you possess abilities, whether you are rule-defying zombies, or whether you are bizarre and terrifying plants and evolved beings. I shall eradicate you all. Not only will I become strong myself, but under my control, I will also empower more humans to become strong. If possible, I will annihilate every last zombie and find the instigator behind the chaos, reducing them to dust. In this apocalypse, only slaughter prevails. Zhang Lin's pupils constricted as he abruptly turned, gazing back at the mud puddle he had previously excavated, from which surged a creature as thick as an arm, yet over 100 meters long, resembling rusted iron wire. The monstrous creature continuously contorted its body, hurtling towards Zhang Lin at an astonishing velocity. As it approached, its seemingly slender form began to swell, rapidly transforming into a terrifying behemoth, with a girth of over 1.5 meters, capable of instilling fear in anyone. Chapter 58, The Bubble Worm. Initially, Zhang Lin's expression was grim. However, upon witnessing the worm's colossal transformation, his countenance returned to normal. This type of worm, known as the iron wire worm before the apocalypse, underwent several evolutionary pathways post-catastrophe. 1 variant evolved to be as robust as steel, effortlessly strangling all zombies and evolved creatures below Class C. Another parasitized within gigantic organisms, compelling them to seek water and subsequently drown as they neared maturity. A parasitic, toxic iron wire worm. Yet another variant resembled a gigantic iron wire worm, elongated and as thick as an arm, merely magnified thousands or tens of thousands of times. The final evolutionary direction of this worm is the bubble iron wire worm, abbreviated as the bubble worm. The lowest tier of bubble worms is graded D-, while the highest reaches C-. The true form of a bubble worm never exceeds 3 meters in length, nor is it thicker than a finger. The monstrous entity, stretching 100 meters and exceeding a meter in girth, that Zhang Lin observed was a manifestation of the bubble worm's innate ability. Mimetic bubbles. D-grade bubble worms can simulate such horrifying creatures, while C-grade bubble worms can effortlessly replicate apocalyptic S-grade beasts capable of surviving in the cosmos. Despite the ability to emulate S-grade cosmic monstrosities, the bubble worm's classification remains low, as its lifespan from birth to death never exceeds a week. Coupled with numerous natural enemies, creatures like roosters, birds, and frogs, all evolved beings, are the bubble worm's adversaries, easily dispelling its mimetic bubbles and consuming the worm. Consequently, during his 15 years prior to rebirth, although Zhang Lin had encountered bubble worms, such encounters were exceedingly rare, for they were ill-suited to survive in the apocalypse. Zhang Lin pointed his finger at the gigantic beast formed by the mimetic bubble, flames erupting from his fingertip. Igniting the mimetic bubble, the flames consumed the bubble with remarkable swiftness. Within a second, 50 meters of the mimetic bubble were incinerated, and in 2 seconds, all of it was reduced to ash. Retracting his finger, Zhang Lin traversed nearly 100 meters, finally beholding the true form of the bubble worm. Even after its mimetic bubble had been scorched, it continued to utilize its innate ability, tirelessly generating mimetic bubbles to transform into a centipede. Perhaps due to its flawed cognition or inability to recall the centipede's true form, the imitation bore only a few legs and appeared grotesquely distorted, resembling nothing more than a child's hastily assembled toy. Devoid of any intimidation. Once again, the flames from Zhang Lin's finger obliterated the bubble worm's mimetic bubbles, and he retrieved a clamp, depositing the bubble worm into a glass jar with ventilation. Zhang Lin inquired of the Star Network, "Is there a way to sustain the bubble worm?" The Star Network replied, "The host cannot obtain any information regarding zombies or evolved beings through the Star Network. Please elevate your permissions. I anticipated this outcome." Zhang Lin muttered, casting the jar containing the bubble worm into the starry space. Hoping that such an unusual creature might yield valuable exchanges with other civilizations, should he encounter a civilization capable of sustaining bubble worms, or one engaged in extensive ground warfare, or perhaps meet someone in desperate need of escape. This creature, capable of generating mimetic bubbles, could enable Zhang Lin to profit significantly. Shifting his focus from the bubble worm, Zhang Lin once more retrieved his Barrett sniper rifle, slightly elevating the muzzle to aim at a distant black in the sky. As the dot drew nearer, revealing itself to be a hawk with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, Zhang Lin calculated its flight trajectory and decisively fired. The sniper bullet tore through the hawk's beak, shattering a portion of its skull. The immense pain sent the soaring hawk into a frenzy, its eyes locking onto Zhang Lin with a vengeful glare as it dove towards him like a bomber. Within 100 meters of Zhang Lin, the hawk's eyes were obliterated by the sniper bullet, which subsequently shattered its brain, lodging itself in the skull at the back of its head. The colossal body of the hawk plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Approaching the fallen hawk, Zhang Lin examined the creature, unsheathing a dagger to extract its remaining intact eye. Any evolved hawk's eye, when paired with certain potions, could enhance a survivor's vision. Naturally, consuming it raw would also yield some benefits. Zhang Lin carefully stored the hawk's eye in a separate vial before consigning the hawk's carcass to the starry space. At this moment, the starry space housed numerous animal remains. Had it not been for its preservation properties, the stench of decay would have permeated the entire area in no time. At 11 o'clock, after transforming a mutated rat's head into a sieve with his handgun, Zhang Lin entered the Great Wall Tool Factory. Inside the factory, 32 individuals remained, including Lian Tai. Though they gazed enviously at Zhang Lin's police handgun and bulletproof vest, their risk-averse mentality kept them huddled there. Even as hunger gnawed at them, Zhang Lin felt a profound disappointment towards these individuals. Their behavior indicated that, despite his protection, they would offer him little benefit in the near term. Of course, Lian Tai was an exception. He remained in the factory out of a desire to shield these people from harm. Ultimately, he could not shake off his savior complex. Memorizing the individuals' appearances, Zhang Lin departed from the Great Wall Tool Factory, only to return a quarter of an hour later, this time bearing a substantial load. Upon entering the factory, he tossed Lian Tai a police handgun, a high-quality military camouflage uniform, a bulletproof vest, a multitude of magazines, and a suppressor. Lian Tai remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. By 11:30, the 17 individuals who had ventured outside returned, each drenched in sweat. Upon seeing them, Zhang Lin called out, "Come over here. Each of you may claim a police handgun, a sturdy military camouflage uniform, 10 magazines, a suppressor, and a bulletproof vest. The 17 individuals were taken aback, with one stammering, "I've only killed one zombie." "Do I really get one?" Zhang Lin nodded. "This time, anyone with the courage to venture out and hunt zombies will receive my gifts, thank you." One by one, survivors collected handguns, magazines, bulletproof vests, camouflage uniforms, and suppressors from Zhang Lin. Although they still harbored fear towards him, their gazes were now filled with gratitude. The items Zhang Lin provided significantly enhanced their chances of survival when it came to Fang Bing and Chong Lu. Zhang Lin did not offer them these items. Instead, he bestowed upon each 2 grenades. Meanwhile, those survivors who had remained in the factory regretted their decision, lamenting their missed opportunity. Had they known that merely having the courage to venture outside would yield Zhang Lin's generosity, they would have done so without hesitation. Even if fear of death loomed large, they would have taken the risk. The items Zhang Lin offered were a guarantee of life. Their cowardice cost them dearly. They all yearned for Zhang Lin's benevolence, hoping he would distribute the remaining weapons and equipment from his large bag. One even ventured. "Zhang Lin, do you still have several handguns and bulletproof vests in your bag? Could you perhaps prioritize giving some to stronger individuals like me?" Chapter 59. At worst, they can be fed to dogs. Stronger individuals? Zhang Lin, upon hearing this description, wore a cold smile. "Do you truly consider yourself worthy of being called strong? Your physique may be robust, but your spirit is undeniably weak. Essentially, you are nothing but a coward." Zhang Lin's gaze hardened. "Why should someone like you, a coward, presume to deserve the equipment I have painstakingly procured? You are unworthy." The individual who dared to voice his request felt deeply humiliated. Yet, he lacked the courage to retort or confront Zhang Lin, for he was aware that Zhang Lin was a ruthless killer. He feared that a single misstep could provoke this madman, leading to his demise. Thus, he hastily replied, "Yes, I indeed do not deserve it." He fidgeted with his lips, looking up at Zhang Lin. "If I go out now and kill a zombie, will you give me this set of equipment and weapons?" "Too late." Zhang Lin cast him a sidelong glance, then addressed the 30 or so survivors who had not ventured out. "Remember, in this apocalypse, opportunities are scarce and should not be squandered. If you fail to seize the moment and do not strive to become stronger, death is your only fate. You cowardly lot." Zhang Lin then moved to sit beside Chong Lu and Fang Bing. Among those who had ventured out, one finally spoke up after Zhang Lin ceased his remarks, apologizing to Lien Tai. "We have let everyone down. We did not find enough food." Another added, "It's not that we were cowardly or that we couldn't find a supermarket. Rather, many supermarkets and shops in this small town have been completely emptied. The food we found in the 2 backpacks was acquired only after we had dispatched numerous zombies and thoroughly searched an entire apartment building." His voice was laced with resignation as he lamented, "I have let everyone down." After speaking, he unstrapped his backpack, unzipped it, and sighed, saying, "Let us share this. Everyone should be able to have something to stave off hunger." Those who had been humiliated by Zhang Lin dared not direct their anger at him, but that did not mean they hesitated to unleash their ire upon others. In the crowd of those who had not ventured out, someone pointed at the one who had set down the backpack and shouted, "Zhang Zilu, we may be cowards, but you took a dozen people out and only returned with this pitiful amount of food. You and your party are worthless, worthless." Others joined in, yelling at Zhang Zilu, "Zhang Zilu, if we leave the town and, due to starvation, are killed by zombies, the murderer will be you." Zhang Zilu's face turned pale. He understood the difficulty of being a good person, but he never anticipated that his perilous venture to find food for these people would not only go unappreciated, but also be met with baseless accusations. Though not everyone was blaming him, only a handful, his heart felt heavy nonetheless. He could not fathom why these individuals regarded unreasonable arguments as self-evident. Why? Why did these cowards who stayed behind feel entitled to speak to him in such a tone? Zhang Zilu straightened up, zipped the bag closed, approached Zhang Lin, and shouted at those who criticized him, "I risked my life to gather food for you, and not only do I receive no gratitude, but I also face unfounded blame. If that is the case, then I shall not share this food with you. If you wish for food, go find it yourself." His words momentarily silenced the factory. Then, seeing that Zhang Lin remained silent, the accusers intensified their tirade against Zhang Zilu. "Zhang Zilu, What kind of talk is that? Do you have any humanity left? Are you planning to starve us to death? Are you even human? Zhang Jilu was taken aback. He could hardly believe there were such people in this world. He never imagined he would be subjected to such accusations. Internally, he felt utterly defeated. How could such individuals exist? He was completely unaware that even before the apocalypse, many people were entirely unreasonable, as if their worldview and values were fundamentally different from those of normal individuals. Zhang Jilu's lips trembled. He was almost driven mad with anger, and he desperately wanted to draw the newly acquired handgun and eliminate those who accused him. At that moment, Zhang Lin took the backpack from Zhang Jilu's hands and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Letting them go hungry is indeed somewhat inhumane." Zhang Jilu's face paled again. He could hardly believe that Zhang Lin would utter such words, which completely shattered the image he held of Zhang Lin. After standing up, Zhang Lin addressed the others who had gone out. "You all come here, give me everything you collected, and I will distribute it to those who stayed behind." The ones who had ventured out could hardly believe Zhang Lin would do such a thing. They could not comprehend it, yet they complied with Zhang Lin's request and brought the food before him. Zhang Lin gathered the 2 bags of food, estimated the quantity, and divided the loaves of bread in half, distributing half a piece to each person who had not gone out. After shaking the bag to confirm it was empty, he asked those who had stayed behind, "I will distribute all the food to you. If you suffer any casualties on the upcoming journey, you should not blame Zhang Jilu and the others, for they have given you their own food, if you still wish to blame them. Are you even human?" Zhang Lin's sarcasm was unmistakable. However, when compared to their pride, they were more concerned with the food. Thus, they could only shamelessly respond, "We won't blame them anymore. If we do, we truly aren't human." Zhang Lin inquired further, then, "Regardless of what happens next, you will not harbor resentment, correct?" They shook their heads. "We will not harbor resentment." "Good," Zhang Lin said to the 17 who had ventured out, "Wait here. I will be right back." Zhang Lin left swiftly and returned just as quickly, carrying a large bag filled with food, including generous cuts of beef, a roasted leg of lamb, numerous braised eggs, various juice drinks, and a multitude of delectable treats. Zhang Lin called out to the 17 who had gone out, including Lien Tai, "Come, come, all of you who went out, come and eat. Fill your bellies so we can continue to slay zombies and live well." Lien Tai, Zhang Jilu, Chong Lu, Fang Bing, and the others gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. Meanwhile, those who had stayed behind stared wide-eyed at the sumptuous food. Someone hesitantly and shamelessly asked Zhang Lin, "Zhang Lin, you have so much food. Can you spare me a little?" Zhang Lin looked at him incredulously. "Didn't you receive your share of food? Haven't we been generous enough? Aren't you satisfied? If you are satisfied, why do you still want more food?" At this moment, Zhang Jilu finally understood Zhang Lin's intention and realized that Zhang Lin remained unchanged, still the same as before. The others who had ventured out, previously feeling oppressed, now felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Someone cheekily remarked, "Some people's faces are far too thick. Save a little dignity for yourself. Prove you are still human." The ones who had stayed behind stared hungrily at the delicious food. But you are enjoying this exquisite food and getting full, yet you only give us half a piece of bread. Are you still human? If something happens to us, you will be the murderer." However, this time, their tactics bore no fruit. Zhang Lin snorted coldly, "I am the one providing the food, and I am the one making the decisions. I have already killed enough. I do not mind bearing the title of murderer once more." Zhang Lin then urged those who had ventured out, "Everyone, eat heartily. Do not hold back, if there is any waste. I will simply feed it to the dogs." He then casually asked, "Most people, once they are overly hungry, no longer feel hunger. However, after having a little something in their bellies, they may feel an almost maddening hunger, believing that even a spoiled bun would be the most delicious food in the world. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 60. Tianyue Emperor Lu Jiangzhong. Jilu felt an immense sense of satisfaction at that moment. Indeed, Brother Zhang is absolutely right. Zhang Lin shot a glance at those clutching half a piece of bread, dryly staring at the others. "My methods may seem ruthless, right? You must think I am not human. Do you?" Zhang Lin bit into a chicken leg, tearing off a generous chunk of meat and swallowing it before dismissively stating, I couldn't care less how you view me, for even if you consider me a demon from hell, it will not cause me any harm. Should you dare to attack me with venomous words, I will kill you all, a bunch of garbage. You feel humiliated, don't you? You harbor resentment, and if you had the means, you would surely kill me, right? You long to leave this group and incite others to come and kill me, don't you? Zhang Lin's relentless questioning laid bare their innermost thoughts, exposing them brutally. Do as you wish, however. I have little patience for distinguishing right from wrong. If I discover that you are in a group where someone approaches to provoke me, then I'm sorry, but you will be the first to die. Zhang Lin was exceptionally unreasonable. His words instilled fear in some, with a few even so frightened they nearly lost control of their bladders. Yet such unreasonable rhetoric filled the 17 who had ventured out with exhilaration. They realized at last how delightful it was to stand by Zhang Lin's side. Zhang Lin sneered, "The world is teeming with zombies, and there is no law. In this world, the strongest hold the power. In this apocalypse, do not speak to me about humanity, for it will not apply to those unfamiliar to you. And do not speak to me about humanitarianism, for in this world, it will never be extended to strangers." Zhang Lin took another bite of the chicken leg. "You all think it over. You are free to leave or stay. Those who remain must learn to grow stronger, to kill zombies, to fight tooth and nail. I will show you that it is possible to become a powerhouse capable of slaying low-level zombies as easily as one slaughters chickens." After saying this, Zhang Lin ignored those who had not ventured out and instead engaged in light-hearted conversation with those who had gone out, reminiscing about certain anecdotes from before the apocalypse. Before they finished their meal, 15 individuals who had stayed behind left the factory, unable to endure the presence of a demon like Zhang Lin any longer. They sought a group willing to shelter them, truly unwilling to confront zombies. Meanwhile, the 16 who remained quietly consumed their food. Though they were unaware of the wild's brutality, they resolved to stay. Perhaps they wished to grow stronger. Perhaps they sought mere survival, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that they stayed. Oh, these individuals. Zhang Lin tossed the remaining food from his bag. "This is enough to fill your bellies. After you finish eating, I have tasks for you to complete. If you perform well, I will ensure you receive equipment in the future. Rest assured, this time it is not a mission to slay zombies, but rather a request for your assistance in writing and posting materials." After the meal, Zhang Lin hastily sketched a rudimentary map, indicating the destination as Lianyun Valley, and inscribed below, "In the face of this hellish apocalypse, you must have despaired, believing there is no longer a safe haven in this world. Am I wrong? Wrong. There are still sanctuaries in this world. If you reach Lianyun Valley, you will behold a magnificent wall that isolates the valley. Enter Lianyun Valley, and as long as you cause no trouble and are willing to contribute, you shall receive cold weapons and just enough food to barely survive. Lianyun Valley, the final refuge of life. I await you there, Zhang Lin." Shaking the paper, Zhang Lin set down his pen and addressed the women present, including by he. "I have paper and pens in my bag. Please copy what I have written and drawn into 10 or so copies, and find a way to plaster them throughout the streets and alleys of the town." Half an hour later, Zhang Lin clapped his hands at the survivors holding the copied sheets and bellowed, "Take the glue I provided and head out to post them now. Remember, regardless of how many you stick up, regroup here in half an hour, then rest for another half hour before we set off to Lianyun Valley." The survivors surged out of the Great Wall Tool Factory, spontaneously forming small teams based on their connections, each dispersing in different directions. Zhong Lu lingered at the back, giving Zhang Lin a thumbs up. "I once thought you had no ambition regarding your position in this group, but now I see otherwise. With your decisive actions today, even if Lien Tai sought to gather people against you in the future, it would be impossible. Moreover, those who arrive at the refuge will likely only recognize it as Zhang Lin's." Oblivious to Lien Tai, impressive, Zhang Lin smiled slightly. "As I have said, in this apocalypse, even if one wishes to employ such tactics, they must possess formidable strength." Zhonglu nodded. "Then, see you in half an hour." After Zhonglu departed, Zhang Lin entered the office of the Great Wall Tool Factory, drew the curtains, disassembled D-level points to exchange for a power supply and a somewhat outdated copier, and produced thousands of copies of the paper he had written. Storing the power supply and copier in the starry space, Zhang Lin quietly exited the Great Wall Tool Factory, weaving through the streets teeming with wandering zombies. This time, Zhang Lin did not employ the Desert Eagle, did not use gunfire to attract the zombies, nor did he slaughter them for basic points. Instead, he ran as inconspicuously as possible. His task was heavy. He needed to post as many flyers as possible within an hour to inform more people about the existence of Lianyun Valley. An hour later, Zhang Lin left the Great Wall Tool Factory with a couple of survivors in tow. Due to Zhang Lin's prior elimination of the majority of foxes, rabbits, chickens, and other animals wandering near Lianyun Valley, coupled with his chosen safe path and protection, this group of survivors arrived at Lianyun Valley without any casualties. Upon witnessing the wall, which measured 100 meters in length, 10 meters in height, and 3 meters in width, they were astounded. Most survivors were left in a daze, while a few, upon seeing the towering wall, wept, "How wonderful with this wall! No matter how the apocalypse transforms, I can survive." Zhang Lin glanced up at the sky, which appeared as if smeared with yellow paint, his lips curling slightly. Beyond this wall lies Lianyun Valley, currently a safe haven where you can rest assured. However, be mindful of the time. At night, be sure to gather in the open. I have a premonition that a significant change is impending in this apocalypse. Zhang Lin refrained from elaborating on what was to occur. He would not present himself as a prophet before anyone. In truth, if he could, he would inform all the survivors that around 8 o'clock tonight, a tremendous blessing for humanity would manifest in the form of the celestial moon emperor's essence. Chapter 61. The moon in the sky. From the day the cosmic storm struck the earth, the genetic locks within humanity were unlocked, elevating the limits of human evolution to infinity. Any individual who has ample food, can train fervently, and kill zombies without restraint will ultimately become a powerful being. The celestial moon emperor's essence, once absorbed into the human body, enables individuals to clearly perceive that they can evolve infinitely. However, due to the influence of the celestial moon emperor's essence, countless survivors believe themselves to be the protagonists of the apocalypse, leading to fervent endeavors, resulting in frequent tragedies where they are slaughtered by zombies. Regardless, the celestial moon emperor's essence remains the greatest blessing of the apocalypse for humanity and evolving life. The survivors, evidently, are unaware of this. Some asked Zhang Lin, "We are utterly exhausted. May we sleep until tomorrow morning?" Others echoed, "This is a safe haven. We wish to sleep indefinitely, regardless of the world collapsing around us. If a significant change occurs, tell us tomorrow. Would that be acceptable?" Zhang Lin did not dismiss the bold assertions of these individuals. He merely shrugged. Of course, It was apparent that many within the survivor group sighed in relief. Observing this, Zhang Lin subtly shook his head. He was certain that those planning to sleep until dawn would miss the opportunity to integrate with the celestial moon emperor's essence. Survivors who do not partake in the essence will find their rate of evolution halved or even slower, even with equal effort. Zhang Lin could forcibly compel them to awaken. However, he was neither their parent nor their brother. He had offered a warning, and that was a kindness in itself. In this apocalypse, no one is obligated to bear the responsibility for another's life and future. The only ones capable of shouldering that burden are themselves. They chose to sleep, thus they must accept the consequences. Zhang Lin pushed open the heavy doors, calling out to the survivors. The last two who enter closed the gates tightly, after erecting the disaster relief tents. Zhang Lin informed the survivors, "The food stored in the cave is limited. The majority will be used for emergencies. Therefore, tonight you may consume the food within the cave, but starting tomorrow, you must venture out to hunt evolved creatures and prepare roasted meat. Other essential supplies for daily living must also be obtained through your own efforts." Zhang Lin's tone was grave. "I have provided you with this refuge, granting you a place of safety. But that does not mean I will care for you like a parent. Whether you thrive in this valley like a dragon or perish like a mere insect is entirely up to you." When Zhang Lin returned to his tent, Fang Bing was inside organizing her belongings. She said firmly, "I am a woman, and I do not wish to be sullied by any man under inexplicable circumstances. So I want to sleep with you. You must prove you are a man." Zhang Lin gazed at Fang Bing. "I have stated before, women in this apocalypse hold little value. I will not take responsibility for you." Fang Bing nodded. "I do not require your responsibility. I can survive on my own." Zhang Lin acknowledged. "Tonight, I will show you what it means to be AMAN.AS. Night fell at 7 o'clock. Many weary survivors had already succumbed to deep slumber. Zhang Jilu and his group of over 10 individuals stood in the open space of Lianyun Valley, their expressions grim as they gazed at the yellow sky. Zhang Lin shared their somber demeanor. After a long silence, Zhang Lin spoke. Is there anyone among you willing to take the risk and venture outside with me to the fields? Before Zhang Jilu could respond, Zhang Lin interrupted. Although the cosmic storm has only recently struck the earth, the wild fields at night remain a hell for survivors. Some evolved beings, who do not emerge during the day but prowl at night, act as hidden assassins, eliminating any living being they encounter. The nighttime fields are no safer than the coastal areas under the cover of darkness. Think carefully before deciding if you wish to accompany me outside. As Zhang Lin's words echoed, Zhong Lu stepped beside him, nonchalantly stating, I was originally destined to die. You have saved my life several times, so I will follow you outside. The worst that could happen is death. Fang Bing softly inquired of Zhang Lin. Will we die? Zhang Lin nodded. I cannot even guarantee my own safety. The likelihood of you perishing is substantial. Fang Bing, who had posed the question, fell silent. Her desire to live burned more fiercely than anyone else's. She did not wish to venture into the obvious danger of the wilds. If Fang Bing felt this way, the other 10 or so individuals felt the same. After much hesitation, Fang Bing finally asked Zhang Lin, did the old man who excels in prophecy foretell today's events? What significant occurrence is expected today? Zhang Lin shook his head. His prediction of the apocalypse's arrival is already remarkable. He is not a deity and cannot foresee every event. Under the yellow sky, Zhang Lin surveyed the group and asked, I will ask one last time. Is there anyone willing to join me in the wild? Zhang Lin's inquiry was met with a profound silence. Nevertheless, he was not disheartened. Among these individuals, having even one who was willing to believe in him and who would be prepared to sacrifice their life for his words, was sufficient. At around 7:40, Zhang Lin lifted his gaze to the increasingly yellowing sky and addressed Chong Lu. Let us depart. Just as the two of them were about to close the city gate once more, Fang Bing caught up with them, her voice stiff as she declared, I will accompany you. Zhang Lin turned to Fang Bing, raising an eyebrow. Are you not afraid of dying? Yes, I am very much afraid of death, she replied, revealing no hint of concealment in her feelings. But I fear that without you, my life would be worse than death. As the gate closed, upon seeing several dark figures in the wilderness and hearing the cacophony of cries and roars that seemed to engulf the world, Fang Bing's body trembled slightly, nearly causing her to tumble. She was indeed terrified, frightfully so. Yet, despite her fear, she was resolute in following Zhang Lin. She had made her choice, and there was no room for regret. Observing Fang Bing's countenance, Zhang Lin offered a gentle smile. Stay close, he instructed softly, gliding along the city wall and leading Chong Lu and Fang Bing to a ravine nearby, where he reached down and retrieved an enormously heavy bag. Upon opening it, he revealed the Western full-body knight armor he had exchanged for D-level points, having disassembled it beforehand. Zhang Lin chuckled. This is the knight armor I prepared in advance, with your bodies reinforced by tempered grass. Once donned, you will not only be able to move freely, but will also withstand bites from the colossal evolved creatures of the wilderness for a time, ample enough for me to rescue you. Taking the knight armor, Fang Bing sighed with relief. I suspected you would be well prepared. She then gazed at Zhang Lin with bright eyes and, parting her cherry lips, added, I believe you also know what is about to transpire. Do you not? Zhang Lin smirked slightly as he donned the armor piece by piece, saying, Indeed, I am aware of what is to come. I knew it, Fang Bing murmured, then turned her eyes toward the sky. At that moment, the yellowing sky manifested swirling vortices, furiously tearing apart the yellow hue. This yellow seemed to be absorbed, akin to dust being siphoned away by a vacuum, gradually vanishing, while alongside the real moon, another moon appeared, growing larger by the moment. Chapter 62. The second phase of fire talent. Fang Bing gaped, looking rather foolish, as she asked Zhang Lin, the opportunity you mentioned, is it this suddenly appearing and continuously enlarging moon? Zhang Lin, fully clad in armor, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this moon was initially referred to as the second moon, or the phantom moon. However, the prevailing term is the heavenly moon. There was a palpable excitement in Zhang Lin's voice. When the heavenly moon reaches twice the size of the original, the heavenly moon imperial liquid will erupt. Fang Bing refrained from inquiring about the heavenly moon imperial liquid, confident that she would soon witness its true form. Zhang Lin spoke quickly, "You must remember this. The more imperial liquid you absorb, the easier it becomes to discern how to enhance yourselves, thereby allowing you to grow stronger and evolve continuously in this apocalyptic world." Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, both Fang Bing and Chong Lu's eyes sparkled with fervent hope. They then heard Zhang Lin continue, "In the valley, if fortune does not favor us, we may not acquire a single drop of imperial liquid. But in the vast wilderness, we shall undoubtedly obtain it. For the sake of the imperial liquid, even if it costs our lives, it is worth it." In the apocalypse before his rebirth, the heavenly moon imperial liquid erupted a month after the cosmic storm struck Earth. At that time, Zhang Lin had been hiding in a 13-story building, evading zombies, nearly risking his life to absorb a drop when the imperial liquid erupted. It was that single drop of heavenly moon imperial liquid that enabled Zhang Lin to become a stronger being more swiftly than others in the apocalypse. This time, after his rebirth, he was determined to absorb more and to grow stronger at an even faster pace. Just as he had stated, for the heavenly moon imperial liquid, even if it cost him his life, it would be worth it. Moreover, the apocalypse had only just begun. The wilderness, despite its dangers, was not overwhelmingly perilous. Most importantly, during the early stages of the apocalypse, nearly all wilderness life feared fire, and Zhang Lin's innate ability was fire. He excelled at igniting it. In the wilderness, he exchanged for a substantial amount of firewood and poured a large quantity of cooking oil over it. Firewood cost 1 basic point per pile, and cooking oil was 3 basic points per barrel, making it quite affordable. Thus, Zhang Lin exchanged for over 100 portions, igniting more than 100 flames. These numerous flames illuminated the wilderness far from Lianyan Valley, dispelling many evolved creatures. At 8 o'clock, the heavenly moon, now at least twice the size of the original, suddenly dimmed, then reignited. Beams of light shot from the heavenly moon like lasers, seemingly weaving a massive birdcage to ensnare the entire Earth. These beams eventually shattered, transforming into countless fist-sized orbs of light, descending from space to Earth. These orbs of light were the imperial liquid. Zhang Lin kicked and crushed a head-sized, toothy insect that had emerged from the ground. And as another insect bit into his armor, he drew the spear that accompanied the knight armor and pierced it through the creature. Zhang Lin roared, "The eruption of the imperial liquid is brief, lasting only a few dozen seconds, and it vanishes upon landing. How much you can absorb depends on yourselves. I cannot assist you." In truth, even if he could assist, Zhang Lin would not. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the heavenly moon imperial liquid in the apocalypse. If he wasted even a second in the contest for the imperial liquid, he might regret it. Zhang Lin darted forward like a nimble cat, using his armored body to knock aside several evolved creatures lunging at him, violently seizing the imperial liquid and unhesitatingly consuming it. The Star Network spontaneously prompted, "Host has consumed heavenly moon imperial liquid. Host S5 senses enhanced. Host has awakened a mysterious sixth sense. Host S innate fire ability has been strengthened. Conditions for evolution to the second phase of innate ability are being calculated." The notifications from the Star Network were somewhat frenzied. However, Zhang Lin paid no heed to them. Instead, descending into a frenzy, disregarding the assaults of wilderness life, rampaging through the wilderness like a bulldozer, creating furrows in the land as he grasped one drop of imperial liquid after another. 35 seconds. The imperial liquid erupted for a total of 35 seconds, and during that time, Zhang Lin traversed the vast land, acquiring a total of 10 drops of imperial liquid. The Star Network prompted, "Host S5 senses enhanced. Host has awakened a mysterious sixth sense. Host S innate fire ability has reached the second phase, allowing for spontaneous regeneration of firepower. After the firepower is fully expended, it will be restored 12 hours later. Host S physical limit sensing has been activated." The Star Network prompted, "Host S life enlightener has mutated. Host S evolution speed increased by a factor of 3.5. Upon hearing this prompt, Zhang Lin's pupils contracted. "I possess a life enlightener within me?" The Star Network prompted, The majority of life directly struck by the cosmic storm will transform into zombies. However, life that has not been affected by the storm will possess a life enlightener within them, which is the key to unlocking life evolution. The host also possesses one, but due to the limited amount of life enlighteners within, it cannot turn into a zombie. The Star Network's assertion of not becoming a zombie applied only if Zhang Lin had not been harmed by zombies. If he were bitten, without a zombie antidote, he too would inevitably transform. Furiously swinging his fist, Zhang Lin thrust the spear in his hand toward a 3-meter-long centipede that was gnawing on his armor. Pinning it to the ground, drawing his pistol, Zhang Lin riddled the centipede with bullets, then retrieved a grenade and hurled it into the collapsed fire pit, aiming for the gaping mouth of a massive snake that was approaching. The grenade exploded, scattering the giant snake's body into fragments. Zhang Lin switched to his Desert Eagle pistol and shot down the evolved creature charging at Fang Bing. Zhang Lin growled, "Fall back to the city gate." Quickly, as Chong Lu and Fang Bing, burdened by the heavy armor, rushed toward the city gate, Zhang Lin disassembled some D-level points, spending 2,000 basic points to exchange for a flamethrower and a substantial amount of fuel. The flames shooting out from the flamethrower ignited one life form after another into torches. When Zhang Lin was still 30 meters away from the city gate, he stowed the flamethrower into the star space, then lunged toward the gate, roaring at Fang Bing and Chong Lu, who stood at the entrance. "What are you doing standing there in a daze? Quickly open the gate. Someone has blocked the gate from the inside. Someone has betrayed us." Chong Lu's words caused Zhang Lin's brow to furrow, followed by a series of cold laughs. He had long anticipated that he would be betrayed. He had never harbored any illusions about their loyalty. Thus their betrayal mattered little. Those who betrayed him believed that by locking themselves outside the gate, they would be safe from the countless wilderness creatures lurking in the darkness. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Chapter 63. No need for explanations. Zhang Lin had endured 15 years of life in the apocalypse, witnessing an array of treacherous schemes. Yet he had managed to survive, while all those who sought his demise had perished. Zhang Lin was not someone easily dealt with. Having the audacity to venture into the wilderness at midnight, he had no fear of anyone closing the city gates against him. Earlier that afternoon, he had exchanged for a large wooden bolt, subtly tampering with it, and when the moment came to unlock the city gate, he would seamlessly replace it with this altered bolt, while the genuine, intact bolt rested safely within his starry space. This tampered wooden bolt, even a normal person kicking it would find it utterly unyielding. However, Zhang Lin was no ordinary individual. His physique had been fortified by steel grass, bestowing him with strength that rivaled that of a beast. "Stand aside," Zhang Lin bellowed, and as Fang Bing and Chong Lu stepped aside, he delivered a tremendous kick to the city gate, shattering the tampered wooden bolt behind it. The gate swung open under the force of Zhang Lin's kick. Closing the gate swiftly, he darted to its side, mimicking the motion of retrieving the genuine wooden bolt from his starry space, securing the gate against the threats of the outside world. At that moment, Lien Tai, who had just descended from the city wall with a pistol in one hand and a long knife in the other, appeared exceptionally pale. "I'm sorry." Zhang Lin removed his helmet, revealing his face, and produced a cigarette, lighting it as he spoke coolly, "Gather everyone." His voice, devoid of warmth, rendered Lien Tai's complexion even more ashen. "Zhang Lin, those who betrayed you are but a few. You cannot execute everyone." Zhang Lin's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Is that so? Do you truly believe I would buy that? I am profoundly disappointed, exceedingly disappointed with that." He struck Lien Tai across the face, severing any lingering debts of gratitude owed from before his rebirth. From now on, Lien Tai would merely be an ordinary person in Zhang Lin's eyes. He would no longer entrust leadership to him. Lien Tai's face was deathly pale. "No, it's not as you think," Zhang Lin sneered, "then enlighten me with the truth, and ensure the demise of all the instigators. Or I shall eradicate every survivor in this valley." Lien Tai's fingers turned white as he suddenly raised his head to face Zhang Lin. "It was me. I did it. Here, aside from myself." After Zhang Zhilu and the others departed, Zhang Lin gazed upon Lien Tai, whose face was contorted with rage, and said softly, "Lien Tai, these individuals could have been spared their lives, had your resolve been a touch firmer." preventing them from securing the city gates. They could all be thriving now. Yet, due to your fleeting thought, they have perished. The true culprit behind their demise is you wretched saint. This evening, you may linger in the valley. But come tomorrow morning, you must vacate Lianyun Valley, and I implore you never to show your face here again. Upon concluding his words, Zhang Lin turned and made his way to the far end of the valley, entering a tent situated at least 100 meters away from the other survivors' tents. Shortly thereafter, Fang Bing also slipped into Zhang Lin's tent. On May 8th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Fang Bing emerged from her tent, her gait somewhat distorted. When she reached Zhang Lin's tent, Zhang Zhilu and the others were already present. She stood among the group and nodded at Zhang Lin, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness." Zhang Lin nodded in return, his voice unusually gentle. "Please be more mindful next time." Zhang Lin surveyed the 12 individuals, including Fang Bing, Chong Lu, and Zhang Zhilu, and stated, "As I mentioned yesterday, I will teach you how to grow stronger in this apocalypse." Zhang Lin paced a few steps and inquired, "Last night, besides Chong Lu and Fang Bing, did anyone else manage to capture the luminous orbs that drifted down from the sky?" Zhang Zhilu spoke first. "I caught one." Following him, another named Wei Yuping added, "I also captured a luminous orb, but it quickly fused into my body." Apart from Zhang Zhilu and Wei Yuping, the remaining 8 individuals had failed to seize the Tianyue Imperial Essence. Zhang Lin nodded. Then from this moment forth, Zhang Zhilu, Wei Yuping, and Fang Bing, you shall be the squad leaders. Any male survivors who arrive henceforth will be under the purview of Zhang Zhilu and Wei Yuping, while all females will be overseen by Fang Bing, with the 3 of you reporting directly to Chong Lu, who in turn reports to me. One survivor posed a question to Zhang Lin. "What exactly is that luminous orb? Why are those who captured it allowed to become squad leaders?" He refrained from asking why Fang Bing was permitted the role of squad leader, as it was evident she was favored by Zhang Lin. He also did not question why the squad leaders were subordinate to Chong Lu, for he understood that Chong Lu was someone Zhang Lin trusted. Instead, he simply inquired about the matter that perplexed him. Zhang Lin replied, "The luminous orb from last night is what I have named the Tianyue Imperial Essence. By integrating one into your body, it can double the speed at which an individual becomes stronger. Such individuals are destined to become formidable in the future." Observing the 8 faces that clearly displayed disbelief, Zhang Lin chuckled. "In time, as we coexist, you will soon discern whether my words bear truth." Subsequently, his expression turned grave as he began. "In these days of the apocalypse, I believe you have all noticed that both your physical and mental recovery have accelerated significantly compared to the time before the apocalypse. Correct?" After they nodded, Zhang Lin continued, "The cosmic storm has transformed the entire world into an apocalypse, but it has also shattered the genetic locks that have long constrained human potential, granting humanity the possibility of boundless strength. In this apocalypse, as long as you exert yourselves in training, you can continuously grow stronger, even to the point of contending with 3 to 4 meter tall behemoths." Zhang Lin clasped his hands behind his back, taking a deep breath as he slowly articulated, "What I am about to teach you will enable you to attain the physical prowess of a special forces soldier in a short span of time. A regimen I have named Potential Limit Breakthrough." The Potential Limit Breakthrough was developed during the 3rd year of the apocalypse before Zhang Lin's rebirth by a super soldier and became widely known in the 4th year of the apocalypse. From the 4th year onward, due to the Potential Limit Breakthrough, nearly all humans in the gathering places possessed physical qualities comparable to those of Special Forces soldiers, and the fate of survivors being massacred whenever gathering places were breached by zombies or evolved beings had ceased to exist. The Potential Limit Breakthrough fundamentally altered the destiny of humanity in the apocalypse, allowing them a chance to survive in a hellish world. Naturally, the Potential Limit Breakthrough would temporarily damage an individual's potential. Zhang Lin's gaze swept over the individuals present as he positioned his hands to assume an exceedingly awkward posture. He proceeded to demonstrate a series of 12 postures. After completing these 13 postures, Zhang Lin found himself sweating profusely, clapping his hands together. "The 13 postures I just demonstrated. If you can accomplish them all daily, your physical fitness will experience a rapid enhancement. Even if you can only manage a few each day, you will still feel yourself growing stronger." Chong Lu, wearing a perplexed expression, queried Zhang Lin, "Are these 13 postures truly the training method for the Potential Limit Breakthrough?" Doesn't that seem rather trivial? Fang Bing concurred, yes, I too find it rather trivial. How could such a grandiose name as Potential Limit Breakthrough be merely 13 postures? The expressions of the others mirrored their disbelief, akin to having swallowed a fly. Zhang Lin replied nonchalantly, whether it is deserving of such a name depends on its actual efficacy. Now, all of you follow my lead and assume the first posture. Whoever can maintain this posture for 5 minutes, I shall procure any item they desire, and I shall personally reward them with a submachine gun. Chapter 65. Crafting Instruments of Slaughter. When a person holds a dagger in hand, they wish for a saber. Upon acquiring the saber, they yearn for even the most inferior handgun. Once they possess a handgun, their desire shifts to submachine guns or sniper rifles. Thus, among this group, even knowing that wielding firearms in the future could be fatal, they nonetheless yearn for submachine guns. Therefore, they resolve to endure for 5 minutes, no matter the cost. Surely, 5 minutes is but a fleeting moment. Perhaps with a brief nap, it would swiftly pass. However, it soon became apparent that maintaining this posture was far more challenging than they had anticipated. 40 seconds, a mere 40 seconds. The relatively frail Cheng Qian found his clothes thoroughly drenched, unable to withstand any longer, collapsing to the ground like a noodle. Cheng Qian's collapse was merely the beginning. Soon after, Luo Jun succumbed as well. One by one, the survivors fell like a line of dominoes, gasping for air as if trying to deplete the nearby atmosphere. Wei Yuping, the fourth to fall, managed to endure only 50 seconds. His face paled, for he noticed that Fang Bing was still holding strong. The embarrassment of being outdone by a woman weighed heavily on him. Zhang Zhilu, trembling as if afflicted by an acute illness, his clothes soaked through, was equally reluctant to accept that he could not surpass a woman. Yet, at 55 seconds, he too collapsed. At 1 minute and 45 seconds, Fang Bing finally succumbed to the ground. Chong Lu was the last to give in, yet he only managed to endure for 1 minute and 53 seconds, still falling short of 2 minutes. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, they felt strength returning to their bodies, and as they rose, their faces were flushed with shame. The one who had persevered the longest, Chong Lu, asked Zhang Lin, "How long can you maintain this posture?" Zhang Lin smiled. "For the first 10 postures I demonstrated, I can sustain each for over half an hour. For the last 3, I can only manage 10 minutes. However, any movement sustained for 10 minutes will no longer yield enhancement. Persisting beyond that will hold no practical significance. I will demonstrate the movements a few more times. You must memorize them diligently and practice morning and evening. Regardless of how weak your bodies may be, your physical fitness will be enhanced to that of Special Forces soldiers in a short time." Zhang Lin proceeded to execute the entire set of movements repeatedly, meticulously explaining the key points of each action. Once the 12 individuals had thoroughly memorized them, Zhang Lin, with a serious expression, stated, "In this apocalypse, aside from relentless training to grow stronger, there exists another method of sustained enhancement through consumption, though you may find it quite difficult to adapt." Chong Lu, embodying both curiosity and the role of a leader, directly inquired, "We understand that this is an apocalypse, and to survive, we are prepared to consume raw rats and even certain insects. Given some time, we should be able to adapt, correct?" "Not necessarily." Zhang Lin shook his head. "On Earth, numerous scavengers exist, such as earthworms, centipedes, slugs, snails, dung beetles, termites, and more. If you can discover any that have evolved to D-level, you need not concern yourselves with what D-level entails. But if you can kill these oversized creatures and consume their digestive systems raw, your own digestive systems will be strengthened." As Zhang Lin spoke, Fang Bing's complexion turned pale, and even Chong Lu, who had been prepared, appeared exceptionally ashen. The notion of strengthening through the consumption of scavengers' digestive systems was utterly unacceptable to them. It was too repugnant, and they had no idea what diseases those systems might harbor. Zhang Lin continued to repulse them. With a powerful digestive system, you can consume specific parts of certain life forms to enhance yourselves. Eating the eyes of an eagle or concocting certain potions with them, or even consuming the eagle's eyes raw, can significantly improve your vision. Consuming processed water buffalo hide, or eating it raw, can bolster your skin's defensive capabilities, while devouring the flesh of evolved ants can augment your muscular strength. He shrugged, adding, "Of course, You can choose not to consume the digestive systems of carrion-eating creatures and instead eat specific parts of certain life forms directly to enhance yourselves, albeit the effects will be considerably weaker. Even with a fortified digestive system, consuming properly prepared specific parts will only allow for a gradual enhancement. It won't transform you into a powerful being instantaneously. This is a long-term strengthening process, and those specific items are not easily found. After saying this, Zhang Lin retreated into his tent, retrieving a stack of printed papers and glue. He slapped the papers together and handed them to Zhonglu. I have a task for you. Each of you will take 100 sheets and go to some relatively safe villages, posting these papers in the most conspicuous locations. Upon completion, I will find a way to procure a high-magnification military-grade infrared telescope for each of you, enabling you to observe your surroundings effectively, even when acting alone. Zhang Lin was using incentives to motivate these individuals. In truth, he aspired to mold them into soldiers who would obey commands without question. Before the apocalypse, such a notion was easily achievable. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, once the established military had been decimated by the zombie hordes that emerged following the cosmic storm, he had not heard of any settlement boasting a complete cadre of obedient professional soldiers in the 15 years since. The reason for this phenomenon is rather straightforward. In this dystopian existence, nations have ceased to exist, and consequently, notions of national pride have vanished. With most loved ones perishing, the motivation to defend one's homeland is no longer present. Furthermore, those who have endured the information explosion of the digital age are hardly naive. They seldom entertain the idea of sacrificing their lives for others. Thus, the only driving force behind these individuals is self-interest. In the 15 years prior to his rebirth, even the colossal settlement boasting thousands of elite warriors needed to control resources such as food, weapons, and enhancement potions to compel the warriors to exert themselves. Consequently, from the outset, Zhang Lin had no intention of employing familial bonds, friendship, or honor to manipulate the survivors. His sole method of influence was the promise of enduring benefits. After they departed, Zhang Lin surveyed the valley, confirming that apart from Zhonglu and his companions, there was no one else present. He sighed solemnly. Having survived for 15 years in this apocalypse, I still have not grasped the psyche of humanity in such trying times. Regaining his composure, Zhang Lin entered a cave near the city wall, exchanging for a significant quantity of carbon suitable for steelmaking, as well as iron. He ignited the steelmaking furnace. In this cave, he intended to forge a personalized set of lethal equipment that he had utilized throughout his 15 years in the apocalypse. He would transform into a relentless machine of slaughter against the undead. As the furnace melted the iron, Zhang Lin quickly fashioned various molds from suitable clay. Having crafted these molds countless times over the past 15 years, he was intimately familiar with the dimensions of each piece of equipment, allowing him to work swiftly. When the iron in the crucible transformed into molten steel, he poured it into a mold. Once the molten steel solidified into iron, Zhang Lin began placing the molded equipment back into the furnace, retrieving them when they glowed red-hot, hammering them into shape, sharpening the edges, and completing the polishing process. Zhang Lin tirelessly melted iron, crafted equipment, and processed the creations. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Lin straightened up, discarding the electric grinder powered by a large source of energy, and let out a profound sigh of relief. After spending an entire day, he had finally constructed the equipment he had long sought since the cosmic storm ravaged the Earth. Although the materials were merely iron, they would suffice for the first year of the apocalypse. Once his points were sufficient to exchange for a modern forging setup, he would recreate this equipment using superior alloys. This set of equipment comprised knuckle guards, arm guards, elbow blades, shoulder spikes, steel boots, leg guards, and knee spikes. The knuckle guards were the most intricate yet paradoxically the simplest piece of the ensemble. They were intricate due to the necessity of ensuring dexterity, yet simple in that they were solely iron knuckle guards. Devoid of any additional embellishments, unlike the other equipment, Zhang Lin's arm guards, extending from his wrists to his elbows, bore razor-sharp blades measuring 1 centimeter thick, 10 centimeters wide, and approximately 20 centimeters long. The elbow spikes extended a formidable 20 centimeters. The arm guards from his elbows to his shoulders featured diamond-shaped blades resembling bull horns, curving upward and measuring about 30 centimeters in length. The shoulder pads bore a 40-centimeter-long conical spike angled at 45 degrees, seemingly capable of piercing the skulls of any living being. Zhang Lin's steel boots had blades and spikes that could spring forth at his command. The leg guards, akin to the arm guards, featured blades approximately 30 centimeters long. The knee spikes, although not lengthy at merely 10 centimeters, were guaranteed by Zhang Lin to crush a zombie's skull with each knee strike. Clad in this formidable equipment, with boots lined with black marten fur and soles layered with fox fur, Zhang Lin affixed an array of meticulously crafted attachments onto his arm and leg guards. Securing them to his belt, he clapped his hands together, producing a resounding clang of metal. At this moment, Zhang Lin resembled a fearsome weapon of destruction. He struck the cave wall with a fist, unleashing a wild roar. In that instant, he was at his most potent combat form. He embodied the essence of a nascent zombie-slaying machine, a fledgling harvester of evolved life. Glancing toward Zhong Lu and his companions standing at the cave entrance, a smile of delight graced Zhang Lin's face. "Have you completed your task? Tomorrow, I will procure the telescopes for you." Emerging from the cave, Zhang Lin observed the expressions of awe and envy on their faces. Chuckling as he remarked, "There is a substantial amount of iron left in the cave. You may attempt to forge your own personalized equipment." As he stepped out through the path they had cleared, he paused at the cave's entrance and casually stated, "Do not mistake my suggestion to try forging as a waste of your time. In truth, every strong individual knows how to forge." Indeed, in the 15 years of the apocalypse prior to Zhang Lin's rebirth, every formidable survivor possessed the skill of forging. This may sound like a jest, yet it is no laughing matter. In the apocalypse, those who could not maintain their equipment often perished due to damage, and such instances were far from rare. Zhang Lin himself had once nearly met his demise, which prompted his vow to master the art of forging. Every solitary survivor who had survived the 15 years of the apocalypse needed to be not only adept at forging but also a versatile expert, essentially a walking encyclopedia. They knew which water sources were potable, which plants were toxic, and which evolved creatures were easy to kill or difficult to defeat. Zhang Lin shook his head, realizing his thoughts had drifted from the topic at hand. Waving his hand dismissively, he advised, "I suggest you prepare ample means of self-preservation. It cannot hurt, of course. If you choose to disregard my advice, simply consider it as if I never spoke." Zhang Lin strode away. After crafting this formidable set of equipment, his most pressing desire was to charge into a village, creating enough of a commotion to attract numerous low-level zombies and engage in a frenzy of close-quarter slaughter, reminiscent of those years before his rebirth. Yet, he restrained himself. Before venturing out, he needed to concoct zombie potions from zombie herbs. With the zombie potions at his disposal, even if he were to be accidentally scratched by a zombie, he would still have a chance at survival. Returning to his tent and removing the terrifying equipment, Zhang Lin allocated all his remaining D-class points to exchange for the ingredients necessary to concoct the zombie potion. The zombie elixir, a creation of scientists from a large settlement in Jinling, was occasionally developed during the apocalyptic era prior to rebirth. Besides the exceedingly rare zombie grass, the other ingredients were similarly scarce to an outrageous degree. Over the course of 15 years in the apocalypse, Zhang Lin had managed to procure only about 30 portions of the elixir's ingredients. However, after his rebirth, endowed with the starry space, he could effortlessly gather the necessary components, although the consumption of points was rather exasperating. Zhang Lin carefully crushed the zombie grass and placed it into a glass cup. Immediately afterward, he tossed a white substance into a blue potion and shook it vigorously. After approximately 15 minutes, the blue potion transformed into a purple hue, and upon settling, it formed two distinct layers. The upper layer was a transparent liquid, while the lower layer was a deep purple. Discarding the upper transparent liquid, Zhang Lin poured the purple liquid into the glass cup containing the zombie grass powder. His gaze remained fixed on the glass, scrutinizing every change within it. In the 10th minute, Zhang Lin threw a black object into the cup. Soon, bubbles erupted furiously from within, akin to boiling water. Once the effervescence subsided, the solution in the cup had morphed into a dismal grayish-white, evoking a sense of despair at first glance. Upon seeing this grayish-white substance, Zhang Lin exhaled in relief. This was the zombie elixir. It was a chance at life. After tidying up the single portion of the elixir he had just created, Zhang Lin consumed some food, lay down, and closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, Zhang Lin awoke with vigor, and without a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the city gates, eager to wield his equipment and embark on a frenzied hunt for zombies. Not long after stepping outside the city gates, he encountered a group of people approaching him. Among them was Lien Tai, who had already departed from Lianyan Valley. Lien Tai regarded Zhang Lin, who resembled a humanoid killing machine, and declared, "Zhang Lin, this Lianyan Valley is wasted under your command. You might as well hand it over to us. We can shelter many more people." Chapter 67. Steel ability user. Upon uttering these words, Lien Tai dashed away in shock, followed by the group of survivors who swiftly sought refuge in the ditches of the fields. Only one individual approached Zhang Lin, standing before him. "I have heard you are formidable, but with my steel abilities, I am even stronger. Now, immediately, surrender Lianyan Valley to me," he added. "However, I see you are unlikely to relinquish such a substantial territory, so I suppose you shall die." Before he could strike Zhang Lin, bullets were fired from behind him, striking his body and forcing him to stagger back. The bullets fell from the holes in his clothing. Although they did not penetrate his skin, the impact still contorted his face in pain. He shouted angrily at the assailants, "You bastards! I command you to put down your weapons this instant. If you dare shoot at me again, I will kill you first, then Zhang Lin." Zhang Lin raised his hand, gesturing for them not to engage. He called out towards the direction Lien Tai had taken cover. "Lien Tai, may I inquire if you have lost your mind? Is this foolhardy individual the basis for your demand that I surrender Lianyan Valley?" Lien Tai responded loudly from his hiding spot. "His name is Luimo. He is no fool." Zhang Lin nodded. "Indeed, he is not a fool." Luimo shook off the bullets from his body, nearly driven to madness. "Zhang Lin, this verbal sparring is pointless today. You shall meet your end." Luimo did not utter another word of nonsense. Instead, he drew a long knife and charged at Zhang Lin without any semblance of defense or strategy. Zhang Lin's brow furrowed deeply. He could not comprehend. If Lien Tai truly intended to contest him for Lianyan Valley and wished to kill him, he would have surely informed Luimo that Zhang Lin was a fire ability user, enhanced by steel grass. The fact that Luimo approached with such confidence, as if he could easily slay Zhang Lin, indicated that he was completely unaware of these details. Lien Tai had kept this information from him. This could only imply one thing. Lien Tai sought to use him as a pawn to eliminate Luimo. Zhang Lin raised his arm to block Luimo's long knife, inquiring, "May I ask how many misdeeds you have committed?" Luimo's expression turned savage. "I have committed countless wrongs. Those who follow me shall live, and those who oppose me shall perish. You shall be no exception." Upon hearing Luimo's words, Zhang Lin understood why Lien Tai sought to manipulate him. Luimo was the type who, upon gaining power, believed himself to be the protagonist of the apocalypse, convinced that the world should revolve around him. Such individuals could easily descend into utter depravity, abusing women and resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. He was a person who deserved to die. Zhang Lin sighed softly, parrying several of Luimo's attacks, and asked, "Can we agree to leave you in one piece?" Luimo cackled maniacally, "One piece? I'll chop you into meat paste to feed to the zombies after I slay you." Zhang Lin sighed, "You misunderstand. I was inquiring whether you would prefer me to leave you intact. However, since you refuse, I shall oblige you." Luimo, in a frenzy, swung his knife at Zhang Lin with reckless abandon, still brimming with confidence. "I don't believe you can withstand many more of my strikes. If you fail to block even one, you will die, and your blades pose no threat to me. You are doomed." As Luimo raised his knife once more, Zhang Lin planted his right foot firmly on the ground, executing a swift 180-degree turn, stepping back a pace. His right elbow struck with tremendous force against Luimo's throat, piercing through and emerging from the back of his neck. The knife Luimo held clattered to the ground as disbelief filled his eyes. Zhang Lin withdrew his elbow, gazing at Luimo as though he were a fool. "Ordinary police bullets can deform your skin. Your steel abilities merely provide basic defense against such bullets and ordinary blades. Yet the force generated by my elbow strike is equivalent to that of a sniper bullet, which your abilities cannot withstand. Zhong Lu and the others approached, their expressions filled with indignation as they looked at Lu Imo, now lifeless at Zhang Lin's feet. Why do these mindless fools possess steel abilities while we, the intelligent ones, remain powerless? Cheng Qian muttered, perhaps the heavens favor the foolish. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly addressed Zhang Lin. Big brother Zhang, I didn't mean to imply you were foolish. You are far too clever to be deemed a fool. Zhang Lin, his expression darkened, retorted, silence. Zhang Lin turned his gaze towards the individuals approaching under Lien Tai's leadership. His eyes glinting with a dangerous light. As Lien Tai reached Zhang Lin, he grasped Lien Tai's throat with one hand, lifting the towering figure effortlessly. Lien Tai, I recall stating that if you harbor any intentions against me, I would kill you, correct? Lien Tai's voice emerged strained from his throat. You are correct. I never intended to leave here alive. I only hope you will accept these 50 or so individuals who have suffered at Lu Mo's hands. Only Lianyun Valley can provide them with safety in this vicinity. Zhang Lin delivered a resounding slap, leaving a mark on Lien Tai's face. You scoundrel! Why would you sacrifice your life for these people while simultaneously endangering me? Tell me, will you cease your schemes against me? Will you no longer harm me? Zhang Lin's heart was heavy with turmoil. Lien Tai answered as if it were self-evident, to save one life. I would willingly sacrifice yours. Why should I not harm you? Zhang Lin's expression darkened as he tightened his grip. If you wish to die, then die. Zhang Lin had no desire to kill Lien Tai. Yet he understood that if he did not eliminate him today, unless he broke Lien Tai's legs, blinded him, and severed his tongue, imprisoning him in Lianyun Valley, Lien Tai would bring endless trouble upon him. The troubles brought by Lien Tai could even lead to Zhang Lin's demise. As for keeping Lien Tai alive in a crippled state, it was far more merciful to end his life. In truth, whether one was compassionate or not, as long as they did not cause him trouble, he would not interfere. He would gladly entrust the management of Lianyun Valley to Lien Tai. However, why? Zhang Lin refrained from continuing, releasing Lien Tai and circling around to his back, snapping his neck and leaving him with a whole corpse. Inside, Zhang Lin's heart wept and raged. Had you taken my life in the world before my rebirth, I might have even contemplated suicide. Yet your kindness towards me was in the world before my rebirth, not in this one. You scoundrel, you forced me to kill you. Do you not fear the hatred these people will harbor against me? Do you not dread that I might annihilate them all? After a long pause, Zhang Lin finally instructed Zhong Lu. Go find a shovel in the cave, dig a grave for Lien Tai in Lianyun Valley, and erect a tombstone for him. Also, lead these individuals into Lianyun Valley and inform them of my rules. Zhang Lin was about to lift his leg and depart. An inexplicable chill coursed through him, his heartbeat momentarily stalling. His pupils contracted wildly, and his eyes frantically scanned the surroundings. Upon catching sight of a massive, sunflower-like cloud drifting from the distant sky, its dimensions spanning hundreds of meters in both length and width, he discerned its trajectory with a gasp of cold air. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "If you wish to survive, follow me and run." Chapter 68. The Cataclysmic Transformation of the Apocalypse. Zhang Lin was the first to dash into what appeared to be a relatively safe field. Seeing Zhang Lin so utterly panic-stricken, the others were nearly paralyzed with fear, and they too took flight, shouting at the dozens of people brought by Lien Tai, "Hurry, follow us. If you lag behind, you might truly face death." Though the crowd was oblivious to the unfolding calamity, instinctual dread propelled them into the fields en masse. However, among them were elderly individuals, frail women, and even children, their pace far from swift. They could not outrun the ominous cloud. In its wake, those who fell behind were stripped of flesh, leaving behind only blood-stained skeletons. The skeletal remains stumbled a few steps before collapsing in the field. Terror. All who witnessed this scene were engulfed in a profound fear. An overwhelming terror rendered them voiceless, their minds erupting in silent screams. They stumbled. Zhang Lin continued. The brain is the command center for the movements of a primary zombie. As long as one severs the head of a primary zombie, it will naturally be dispatched. when the stout female zombie charged at him. Zhang Lin deftly evaded its outstretched arms, delivering a simple yet effective elbow strike that pierced through the zombie's skull. Subsequently, he approached a slowly moving elderly zombie, violently grasped its head, and smashed it against the wall. Discarding the two elderly zombies he had just handled, Zhang Lin remarked, "The brains of primary zombies are significantly more fragile than those of normal humans. By forcefully smashing their heads against stone or walls, one can easily shatter their brains." As he exited the alley, Zhang Lin drew his Desert Eagle and fired several shots, attracting approximately 20 to 30 zombies. In the face of this approaching horde, rather than retreating, Zhang Lin advanced, demonstrating an artful massacre before Fang Bing and the others. Each punch from Zhang Lin drove the zombies' noses deep into their skulls, while every kick was capable of exploding a zombie's head. With casual twists of his body, the spikes on his elbows effortlessly pierced through the zombie skulls. The steel spikes on his knees, after breaching a zombie's head, would be followed by the force of his knee pads, leaving the zombies' heads shattered. Zhang Lin seemed to transform into a frenzy of slaughter, each movement, every punch, every kick resulting in the demise of a zombie. In a remarkably brief span, the 20 to 30 zombies became immobile corpses. Yet, upon halting, Zhang Lin appeared to regard his actions as trivial. Zhang Zilu and Wei Yuping were awestruck. They had never imagined that an individual could possess such formidable strength as Zhang Lin. Even Fang Bing wore an expression of disbelief. She had witnessed Zhang Lin's prowess before, particularly when he wielded firearms. However, now, even without weapons, he remained an extraordinary force. Zhang Lin clapped his hands and said, "Do not be dazed. This is merely the beginning. Next, I shall demonstrate how to combat evolved zombies." After traversing another alley and brutally dispatching a few primary zombies, Zhang Lin attracted a jade-white zombie with gunfire. This jade-white zombie had been responsible for the demise of countless newcomers in the early days of the apocalypse. Upon being drawn by Zhang Lin's gunshots, the zombie had a hole blasted through one of its eyes. It did not perish. The human who had created the hole in its head, however, was undoubtedly dead. Facing the frenzied charge of the jade-white zombie, Zhang Lin stated, "When confronted by such a zombie, do not panic. Killing this type of zombie is actually quite simple." As the jade-white zombie lunged at him, Zhang Lin lowered his body slightly, sidestepping to its side, and seized its leg, bringing the creature crashing to the ground. He then stepped on the back of the zombie's neck, allowing it to roar helplessly, while Zhang Lin calmly explained, "Observe closely. The majority of zombies can be dispatched using this technique." Using the jade-white zombie's neck as a pivot, Zhang Lin clasped its legs and spun violently, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he twisted its neck into a spiral. Although the jade-white zombie retained some nerve connections to its body, it was utterly incapacitated. Zhang Lin attracted another jade-white zombie, this time employing a different method of execution. As the zombie charged, Zhang Lin delivered a powerful kick to its chin, causing it to stagger backward. Nearly toppling over, stepping forward, he grasped the zombie's forehead and forcefully pressed its head down, while his knee crashed into the back of the zombie's skull, shattering it in one decisive blow. Rather than creating 3 holes in the jade-white zombie's head, he had slain it with a single strike. I possess over a dozen methods for dispatching such jade-white zombies. I shan't demonstrate them all. Just know that while saving lives may be challenging, taking them is remarkably easy, and the same applies to zombies. After scanning his surroundings and taking a deep breath, he continued, "There is a skeletal zombie and an armored zombie ahead. These 2 types are more difficult to kill, as their weak points are not in their heads. Watch closely as I demonstrate how to eliminate them." With the fire of passion ignited by his newly acquired equipment, Zhang Lin did not wait for the 2 zombies to approach. Instead, he charged forward. During the 15 years prior to his rebirth, Zhang Lin had relished dismantling skeletal zombies when he was strong enough. Now, he possessed the capability to do so once more. Confronting the skeletal zombie head-on, Zhang Lin kicked it against the wall. As the skeletal zombie raised its arms, he seized one, pulling with all his might until he heard a crisp snap, tearing off the zombie's arms. A zombie without arms poses little threat, rendering it nearly powerless. Zhang Lin's other foot soared into the air, sending the skeletal zombie's head flying like a ball. He then landed, and though the headless, armless skeletal zombie remained alive, it had lost all sensory abilities. Flailing its legs about aimlessly, appearing more comical than dangerous, without pausing, Zhang Lin swiftly charged toward the armored zombie. The armored zombie earned its name due to its evolution, which caused its body to secrete a peculiar adhesive that clung to anything metallic. This bizarre zombie often resembled a performer in a strange art piece, frequently adhering itself to cars, communication towers, or lamp posts, yet possessing no ability to move. Most armored zombies lacked any real mobility. However, do not be deceived by their seemingly harmless antics. The highest evolutionary tier of armored zombies reaches A rank. Standing at heights of up to 20 meters, the steel objects they accumulate gradually transform into a powerful armor. By the 10th year of the apocalypse, the hulking machines that appear to be mechanical giants are, in fact, evolved armored zombies. When an armored zombie evolves to A rank, it ranks 27th among all known A-rank zombies, a terrifying prospect for the future. To defeat such a zombie, one must sever its spine into at least 5 segments. The armored zombie Zhang Lin faced was adorned with an assortment of kitchen knives, spoons, and various metallic items. Resembling a moving marketplace, as Zhang Lin approached within 5 meters, he halted abruptly, propelling the armored zombie into the door of a nearby residential building, where it became stuck. As Fang Bing, Zhang Zilu, and Wei Yupeng arrived. Bewildered by the sight of the armored zombie, Zhang Lin explained, "The skeletal zombie I just dispatched, despite being fully ossified, had weak joints. However, you are currently unable to dismantle skeletal zombies as I did. Their weak point lies in the heart. If you can create a significant wound there, you can kill a skeletal zombie." Glancing at the armored zombie, Zhang Lin smirked, saying, "As for this type that adheres to steel, they are called armored zombies. Their weak point is the spine." Zhang Lin drew a dagger and plunged it into the gaps between the armored zombie's vertebrae, severing its spine. After repeating this action 5 times, the twitching of the armored zombie ceased. Leaving the dagger embedded in the zombie, Zhang Lin cautioned, "In the future, if you encounter unfamiliar zombies, it is better to hide than to take risks, for such actions could lead to disaster." Zhang Lin's words were not misplaced. Recklessly attacking unknown zombies could indeed result in catastrophe. In the early stages of the apocalypse, countless humans had perished due to ignorance of the evolved zombies' capabilities, dragging many others down with them. Looking at his watch, Zhang Lin announced, "The iron lovers appear quite frail. They likely have never been adequately nourished. If they do not replenish their strength soon, they may hinder us when we leave the village. Therefore, you 3 should search for food and return quickly. I will clean up the zombies in this village before joining you." Dispatched to procure sustenance, Fang Bing and her companions, Zhang Lin ascended to the rooftop of the tallest residential building. Retrieving a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, with a series of resounding gunshots echoing through the air, one D-class zombie after another succumbed to his precise aim. As over 100 frail and incapacitated zombies gathered below. Zhang Lin stowed the Barrett away. Stretching his limbs, he grasped a rope and descended from the rooftop. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he swayed slightly, leaping over the courtyard wall and landing in a narrow alleyway that, though not wide, was ample enough for him to unleash his full combat potential. He then whistled, drawing the slow-moving zombies towards him, and commenced a brutal slaughter. With a powerful punch, he shattered the skull of the final, elderly zombie. Shaking his ears, he swiftly climbed back to the rooftop, exchanging a point for a firework to ignite. The ascending fireworks not only attracted the sparse zombies in the village, but also illuminated the path for Fang Bing, Zhang Zilu, and Wei Yupeng. From his vantage point in the starry expanse, Zhang Lin spotted Fang Bing, Zhang Zilu, and Wei Yupeng fleeing in desperation, pursued by a pack of zombie dogs. As if they had not been foraging for food, but rather had disturbed a nest of feral beasts. Among these zombie canines, a significant number were once domestic pets, their speed moderate, allowing Fang Bing and the others to gain some distance. However, the remainder comprised swift zombie dogs. Leading the charge was a massive zombie Tibetan Mastiff, towering at 1.5 meters. Under the relentless pursuit of these creatures, Fang Bing and her companions were on the brink of madness, unaware of how perilously close death loomed. Gritting her teeth, Fang Bing retrieved the high-explosive grenade Zhang Lin had given her, disengaged the safety, pulled the pin, and hurled it backward. Unfortunately, her anxiety caused her to throw it too early, resulting in the explosion occurring behind the pursuing giant dog, claiming only a few of the pet zombies. With her pupils narrowing, Fang Bing summoned her strength and sprinted ahead of Zhang Jilu and Wei Yupeng. Just as Wei Yupeng was about to be bitten by the massive zombie mastiff, Zhang Lin fired. The bullet shattered the mastiff's forehead, obliterating its skull and causing its head to snap back violently, tumbling over several times and tripping a following zombie dog. Seeing the mastiff fall before them, Fang Bing and her companions felt a wave of relief and dashed towards Zhang Lin, who was signaling from the high-rise. Upon entering the building, they did not attempt to open any doors, but instead raced madly towards the rooftop, striving to distance themselves from the zombie dogs mere meters behind them. On the staircase leading to the top floor, they encountered Zhang Lin, who wielded a long rifle in each hand. After allowing them passage, he impaled two zombie dogs, momentarily halting their advance. Without hesitation, he pulled the preset ropes, activating the high-explosive grenades attached, which detonated at the staircase's base, obliterating that section and reducing several zombie dogs to mere fragments, injuring over 10 others. As they evaded the explosion, Fang Bing and her companions gasped for breath. Offering Zhang Lin a strained smile, "We never anticipated the zombie dogs would congregate in a single supermarket. Initially, we intended to eliminate it," as Zhang Lin beheld Fang Bing's visage, which radiated relief. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He drew his pistol and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the formidable head of the colossal insect. Yet, the bullets were rendered ineffective, thwarted by the creature's impenetrable carapace, clattering to the ground. Having emptied an entire magazine, Zhang Lin swiftly replaced it with a fresh clip and resumed his assault on the insect's cranium. The surviving onlookers regarded Zhang Lin with expressions akin to that of a madman. This monstrous insect was evidently a creature of tremendous terror and might, one that would ordinarily obliterate anything in its path. However, rather than retreating, Zhang Lin brazenly charged at the beast, seemingly courting his own demise. It was a reckless pursuit of death. Surely, the approaching giant insect would consume him. Even Chong Lu held little hope for Zhang Lin's survival. Yet, the outcome defied all expectations. The massive insect not only refrained from attacking Zhang Lin but instead halted before him, appearing akin to a frightened child, beginning to retreat. Zhang Lin took strides to pursue the creature, delivering several forceful blows to a segment of its shell, to the astonishment of all the survivors. That segment, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, detached from the insect's body. The hollow segment revealed its emptiness within. Zhang Lin then entered this segment, and the two furry legs beneath it began to stride forward, merging with the enormous insect once more. The survivors were left in a state of bewilderment, their minds utterly short-circuited. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed the segment Zhang Lin had occupied detach again, and he emerged from within. Zhang Lin beckoned the others, exclaiming, "Each segment of this insect can detach and serve as a vessel. Come aboard. Yes, just strike its shell with your fists." One by one, the curious survivors approached the insect, striking its carapace before entering. All the survivors found refuge within the insect's interior. The internal partitions opened sequentially, uniting the insect's insides into a cohesive whole. They could even glimpse the outside world through the shell. The survivors were overwhelmed with excitement, scarcely able to believe the reality of their situation. Almost all eyes turned towards Zhang Lin, eager to glean information about this extraordinary insect. Zhang Lin scratched his nose and replied, "A couple of days ago, while I was alone, I encountered this type of insect, so I possess some knowledge of its nature. Its shell is incredibly sturdy, and it advances solely along established paths, if it maintains the correct course. And fortune favors us, we should reach Huaxi Town in about an hour. If we are exceptionally lucky, we might even arrive at Linchuan within a day." Zhang Lin had never previously encountered such an insect. Even during his 15 years in the apocalyptic world before his rebirth, he had never seen anything like it. His knowledge stemmed from having perused a compendium of bizarre creatures prior to his rebirth. The first page of the compendium detailed this insect, the train insect, hollow and capable of carrying passengers, with segments that could connect to form a large hollow train-like creature, favoring pathways for travel. Following a barrage of gunfire, it would retreat along its original path. This creature, a peculiar insect from the early days of the apocalypse, was deemed non-threatening and subsequently discarded during those initial times. Moreover, the compendium detailed rumors regarding the train insect, stating that the duration for which it formed a large train was not fixed. Sometimes it would remain intact for an entire day, while at other times, it would disband mere minutes after formation, scattering into several 2-meter-long train insects. This is precisely why Zhang Lin suggested that reaching Linchuan was contingent upon extreme luck. However, such a scenario seemed highly improbable. While Zhang Lin pondered the information on the train insect, Chong Lu mused, a smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "Do you think it would be possible to tame this insect?" Without hesitation, Zhang Lin dismissed the notion. Impossible. The train insect possesses a free will. If restrained, it would self-destruct within an hour at most. No one can tame a train insect. Chong Lu sighed. Train insect? The name is quite fitting. I was considering how convenient it would be if we could domesticate it for future excursions. Zhang Lin shook his head. You are overthinking it. I would wager that within just a few days, even if we had a train insect at our disposal, we would not dare use it. Those rapidly evolving, terrifying creatures would devour such an obvious target, leaving not a trace behind. Chong Lu shrugged. What a dreadful apocalypse this is, he then asked Zhang Lin. When will you provide me with a functioning laptop as promised? I wish to continuously gather information about this world and deduce a blueprint for survival, seeking methods to endure. Once we stabilize, we can establish a temporary gathering place. After Zhang Lin responded, he immersed himself in a conversation with the Stardust Network, persistently probing for any useful information. After half an hour, he obtained an immensely valuable piece of information. Certain exceedingly rare items in the apocalypse, such as thunderstones, fire crystals, hollow bird bones, smoke rain beast lungs, zombie grass, king zombie grass, and dragon blood tree sap, could be directly exchanged for star gold within the Stardust Network. Star gold served as the universal currency of the Stardust Network, with 100 star gold enabling a connection to a designated civilization. Perhaps even more star gold could facilitate a link to secondary or tertiary civilizations. Provided there was sufficient star gold, Zhang Lin could connect with any civilization he desired. This revelation further solidified Zhang Lin's resolve to construct a powerful gathering place, aimed at uniting more humanity, compelling them to seek out these rare items for exchange with him for fortified grass, low-grade enhancement liquids, and other resources. Zhang Lin envisioned a future of unbounded strength. However, the rarity of items like thunderstones posed a significant challenge. Even with a robust gathering place, the ability to lavishly spend star gold and connect with other civilizations would remain elusive. At 10:45, with approximately a mile remaining to Huaxi town, the survivors within the train insect became agitated. Insect tide, insect tide. Upon hearing this phrase, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted. In the 15 years of his previous life in the apocalypse, anything associated with those words heralded catastrophic calamity. Zhang Lin peered through the shell from within the train insect, discerning the so-called insect tide. The survivors were indeed correct. It was a veritable insect tide. To be precise, outside the train insect, a wave of creatures swept forth, devouring every trace of greenery from the earth. A calamity that ought to be termed a locust plague. During this season, locusts that should not have emerged had evolved to the size of human heads. The evolved locusts did not consume flesh. As long as humans remained outside the locust tide, they were not in peril, and these locusts were quite delectable. However, the locust plague ranked 7th on the catastrophe scale. Its high ranking stemmed from its capacity to consume vast expanses of greenery, utterly disrupting the ecological balance, thereby exposing herbivorous evolved creatures to predators, which would result in widespread slaughter. Subsequently, those predators, having exhausted their prey, would turn their sights upon human gathering places, treating humans as food and orchestrating horrific tragedies. Nevertheless, locusts had numerous natural enemies, and the likelihood of a large-scale plague capable of devastating a city or province was exceedingly slim. The number of locusts surrounding the train insect was estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands, which was not excessively alarming. Moreover, these hundreds of thousands of locusts would soon perish, consumed by various life forms. Zhang Lin shifted his gaze from the multitude of locusts and took a deep breath, bellowing. Remember, even if the train insect breaks apart due to the locust chaotic collisions, do not leave its confines. Although these locusts do not consume humans, their legs are equipped with incredibly sharp spikes, and in their wild flailing, they could easily rend you open. Keep in mind, if the train insect disassembles, find a way to bring it down and take cover beneath its shell. As for how to bring down the train insect, Zhang Lin remained silent, having no better method aside from brute force. The survivors would have to rely on their own wits to survive amidst the locust plague. Just as Zhang Lin had stated, the locusts crawling along the ground, having devoured all greenery on one side of the path, began to collide violently with the body of the train insect as they flew over the asphalt road. The sound was akin to fist striking, causing the large hollow train insect to quickly segment into over 20 smaller units, each measuring around 2 meters in that instant when the train insect first divided. Many survivors desperately attempted to topple the creature, sheltering themselves within its confines. Only Zhang Lin refrained from doing so. His physical defenses rivaled processed leather, and while the locust's spiked legs were sharp, they could not breach Zhang Lin's formidable defenses. Seizing Fang Bing's submachine gun, he overturned a segment of the train insect, securing Fang Bing and Chong Lu inside. He then unleashed a relentless barrage, pulling the trigger with fervor. Magazine after magazine was swapped with abandon, bullets cascading like rain. After 3 minutes, the seemingly overwhelming locust tide had shifted to the opposite side of the road. The Star Network conveyed, the host currently possesses a meager score of X780 and a D-grade score of X15. There were no losses, yet the gains were minimal. Zhang Lin lifted the train insect that had ensnared Fang Bing and Chong Lu, tossing a submachine gun to Fang Bing. Rally the team, and let us proceed. Once the group had assembled, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Originally a contingent of over 50, only 35 remained. The others had perished, slain by the sharp, erratic stingers of the rampant locusts. Among the surviving 35, several bore long, gaping wounds carved into their flesh. Zhang Lin spoke. In approximately 2 miles, we shall reach Huaxi town. Upon arrival, we can take a moment to recuperate. He then whispered to Chong Lu. While we were inside the train insect, we occasionally observed the outside with binoculars, yet it was only upon nearing that we discerned the locust plague. This indicates that military-grade binoculars or other observation devices are utterly ineffective within the confines of the train insect. Chong Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Lin clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the other survivors. Enough of our sorrow. We cannot remain aboard the train insect any longer. We must hasten our march. Simultaneously, we must pray to avoid encountering another swarm. Zhang Lin was not merely speaking in hyperbole. They genuinely needed to beseech fate to steer clear of another locust horde, in the chaotic wilderness of the early apocalypse. Swarms of insects and beasts were a common sight. Perhaps they had just emerged from a locust plague, only to soon face a tide of centipedes. However, such occurrences would dramatically change once a new biological hierarchy emerged. Witnessing another swarm would be akin to winning the lottery. Zhang Lin's words roused the survivors, who had been lost in despair, their eyes widening in alarm, akin to startled rabbits. With taut nerves, they successfully dispatched several enormous water snakes that had suddenly emerged from a roadside ditch, ultimately reaching Huaxi town unscathed. The town was largely overrun with zombies, yet the vicinity along the asphalt road was conspicuously devoid of both zombies and evolved creatures. It was evident that the evolved beings and zombies had been deliberately lured away from this area. On the asphalt road, several individuals armed with police-issued handguns and carrying long knives stood as testament to this suspicion. As Zhang Lin's group approached, the strongest looking among them scanned the team, swiftly advancing towards Zhang Lin. Welcome to Huaxi town. We have long been aware of your presence and have prepared food, water, and a safe resting place for you. Zhang Lin regarded him intently and replied, when kindness is offered without cause, it is either a deceit or a theft, particularly in these apocalyptic times. Your preparations of food, water, and resting places are merely a means to assimilate our group. Am I mistaken? Without awaiting a response, Zhang Lin addressed the survivors he had brought. The insects that have taken over Lianyan Valley will emerge at noon when the sun is at its zenith, and Huaxi town lies within their hunting grounds. If you are prepared to be devoured by those creatures, then you may remain in Huaxi town. Zhang Lin's words steadied the survivors, who had been nearly entranced by the allure of food. water, and safety. Observing their reaction, he turned to the man who had invited him. Our group carries ample food and water, so we shall not trouble you further, as for a safe resting place. I believe any building along this road will suffice. Thus we shall not impose upon you. I apologize for disappointing you, making your journey in vain. The strongest man meticulously scrutinized the group, noting the presence of several handguns and a submachine gun, along with the sniper rifle slung across Zhang Lin's back, forcing a semblance of a smile. No matter, in this apocalypse, the number of survivors is scarce. We ought to support each other. Since you are unwilling, we shall not press the matter. As Zhang Lin's group entered a large building within the town, the demeanor of these individuals shifted to one of palpable darkness. Chapter 74. Strike first. Upon entering the building, Zhang Lin instructed the survivors. Those injured should seek out Fang Bing. Her medical kit contains supplies for treating wounds. The rest of you, begin to eat. We must vacate Huaxi town before noon. Zhang Lin's brow twitched. I have a foreboding sense that Huaxi town may be the hunting ground for the swarm from Lianyan Valley today. This was Zhang Lin's sixth sense. Regardless of its accuracy, he would not linger in Huaxi town. Remaining would only lead him into certain doom. He would not wager his life on such a gamble. He declared they must leave before noon, and he would ensure they did, even if it meant abandoning Chong Lu and Fang Bing. Retrieving a chicken leg from his backpack, he took a bite and, while chewing, pulled out his binoculars, mumbling to Chong Lu. I have located their gathering place. It is a compound secured with various barbed wires. I cannot ascertain how many survivors are inside, but at least 20 or 30 are approaching us, each armed. Most wield police handguns obtained from the precinct's armory, while the remainder bear outdated rifles likely acquired from the armed forces. Chong Lu's expression reflected a mix of resignation. It appears our visitors harbor ill intentions. I often find it perplexing why. In this apocalypse, humanity cannot aid one another, but instead resorts to conflict. Zhang Lin took another bite of meat and replied. The reasoning is quite simple. Before the apocalypse, most individuals were bound by various laws that restrained their nature, forced to obey their superiors' commands, deprived of their freedoms. Their aspirations were stifled, living lives inferior even to dogs. Each of them dreamed of one day becoming the protagonists of the world, wielding immense power to act as they pleased. Now, in this apocalyptic world, they are entirely free. They can do as they wish, kill at will, and set fire without consequence. Moreover, each harbors the desire to rise above others, which is precisely why, even in the apocalypse, humanity continues to fight amongst themselves. Zhang Lin's expression gradually settled into calmness as he softly added, most importantly, in this new world, survivors are seen as assets to the powerful. The leaders of populous enclaves live more lavishly than feudal kings ever did. Stuffing the remaining chunk of chicken into his mouth, Zhang Lin swallowed the bone whole and drew forth his sniper rifle, pulling the trigger. The bullet, infused with terrifying kinetic energy, struck the wall beside the group, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. This shot served as Zhang Lin's warning. If the ones warned had been true Special Forces operatives, they would have chosen to retreat. However, these individuals were not. They merely perceived Zhang Lin's actions as a mere intimidation tactic. Through the sniper's scope, Zhang Lin discerned the leader's words. That sniper is trying to scare us. Yes, indeed. He is merely attempting to frighten us. We pose no threat. We are not their enemies. Even the coldest of hearts would not shoot us. The leader's expression then hardened. Huaxi town is my territory. No one may enter or exit without my permission. We shall proceed. Once we enter under the pretense of negotiation, do not waste time talking. Eliminate that sniper first. Understanding lip movements, Zhang Lin's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he tilted his head towards Chong Lu. Those 20 or 30 individuals believe I would not kill them, and intend to come in and shoot me down. In truth, had they not spoken, after 2 warning shots, if they continued to charge towards him, he would have begun to eliminate them, without waiting for a response from Chong Lu. Zhang Lin turned back and, with a stoic expression, squeezed the trigger. The leader, advancing towards him, had his skull shattered as if it were a watermelon. The others stood in stunned silence, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. In that instant, Zhang Lin pulled the trigger once more, creating a gaping hole in another's chest. Only then did the group of 20 or 30 descend into chaos. That bastard is not human. He actually just killed someone. Beast. That scoundrel must be a monster. Cold-blooded. He is nothing but a cold-blooded creature. How could such a ruthless individual exist in this world? As they screamed in panic, they scrambled to take cover in the alleyway. Meanwhile, Fang Bing, Zhang Jilu, Wei Yupeng, Cheng Qian, and Luo Jun observed the chaos through high-powered binoculars. Zhang Lin retracted his sniper rifle and addressed them. Those without firearms, retreat to the third floor for cover. Those with weapons, conceal yourselves. From this moment forth, if anyone approaches this building, for your own safety, shoot to kill. You must learn to take lives. If they do not perish, it will be you who meets your end. Zhang Lin, gripping a sniper rifle, burst forth from the building, racing with remarkable speed towards the summit of a nearby hotel. This establishment, towering over 70 meters, afforded a sweeping view of the entire town, allowing Zhang Lin to discern the concealed alleyways where those individuals had been hiding. With the sniper rifle in hand, he confirmed that they had not retreated. Instead, they were incessantly utilizing the structures for cover, attempting to approach the building where Fang Bing and the others had sought refuge, and he fired once more. The first bullet pierced through the brick wall, striking a man in the abdomen. Despite its diminished force, the bullet still created a significant hole in the man's belly. In a world where hospitals had ceased to function, he had no chance of survival. From atop the hotel, Zhang Lin's second shot obliterated half the skull of a person scurrying along the wall. The third bullet shattered a man's spine before embedding itself in a nearby tree, witnessing one after another fall lifeless. The eyes of the group glistened with fury. Some realized that they could be next, cursing wildly. Bastard! We haven't done anything to you, yet you unleash this slaughter upon us. You are a cold-blooded beast. Tears streamed down the face of another. You scoundrel, you killed my brother. I demand retribution for his death. I want all of you to perish. Others, driven mad with rage, charged towards the hotel where Zhang Lin was stationed, intent on killing him. However, mere steps into their frantic run, one of them was met with a gaping hole in his body, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This was not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of slaughter. Amidst the echoing gunfire, those who still sought to approach the building where Fang Bing was located fell one by one to Zhang Lin's precise aim. As Zhang Lin's scope zeroed in on the area sealed by numerous barbed wires. He beheld over 100 weary men and women emerging from within, followed closely by a dozen armed individuals wielding knives and swords. Among this group, one individual, undeterred by the potential arrival of zombies, shouted through a loudspeaker, "Sniper, you had better cease your actions immediately, otherwise, for every shot you fire, I will take a life." Upon hearing this declaration, Zhang Lin couldn't help but laugh. It was a genuine amusement. What audacity did this person have to threaten him with the lives of strangers? Chapter 75. Exchange for body refinement materials before the apocalypse. Zhang Lin struggled to comprehend the thoughts of many. Even after its onset, he remained baffled by their reasoning. The actions of countless individuals struck him as utterly nonsensical, profoundly absurd. He perceived their behaviors and thoughts as those of fools, actions no sane person would undertake. Yet, paradoxically, many did just that. Like the person with the loudspeaker, who intended to leverage the lives of the unknown to coerce Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin found it utterly incomprehensible why anyone would resort to such tactics. Perhaps this individual fancied him a bleeding heart? Zhang Lin had already commenced his killings. Could he still be perceived as a soft-hearted fool? With an impassive expression, Zhang Lin squeezed the trigger, shattering the skull of the loudspeaker-wielding man. After another of the armed individuals claimed a civilian life, Zhang Lin fired again, eliminating the murderer. There is no humanity, utterly devoid of humanity. You care not for the lives of so many. After the man who shouted had stabbed a fleeing civilian, he too fell victim to Zhang Lin's sniper fire. One shot after another. Zhang Lin operated like a machine of death, executing all those armed individuals after they had taken 4 lives. Slinging the sniper rifle across his back, he drew his Desert Eagle, not looking back as he aimed and fired at the staircase leading to the rooftop. A man who had barely shown his face, brandishing a handgun with the intent to shoot Zhang Lin. was struck by a bullet from the Desert Eagle, penetrating through his EYI. In his final moments, he was oblivious as to why death had befallen him. Once atop the building, Zhang Lin secured a rope and swiftly descended. Re-entering the hotel and softly ascending the stairs, at the corner of the third floor, he patted a man's shoulder. The individual, trembling with anxiety, hissed, "Stop it! That cold-blooded killer is just above. Don't distract me. I must focus entirely on ending him." Zhang Lin reached out, grasped the man's head, and violently slammed it against the wall with a resounding thud. On the 18th floor of the hotel, a gunman who had evaded Zhang Lin's aim hid behind a door. Peering through the crack, meticulously targeting the descending staircase, he never anticipated that Zhang Lin would approach from below. By the time he realized his peril, the muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. If you could be reborn, remember this. The apocalypse is far more brutal than the world that preceded it. You may think you can do as you please, but you remain oblivious to the fact that others can do the same. This apocalypse is hell. After firing that shot, Zhang Lin did not continue upwards, but instead began to descend the stairs step by step.